Judge in former President Trump's criminal hush money trial denies a request for a mistrial over what the defense calls extraordinarily prejudicial testimony from former adult film star Stormy Daniels about an alleged one-night stand.
Trump's lawyers also asked Mershon to amend the gag order so that former President Trump could publicly defend himself from the allegations that Daniels made during her testimony. That was also denied by Judge Mershon.
Fox's Nate Foy in New York. The Shenandoah County, Virginia School Board votes 5-1 to rename 2 schools after Confederate leaders. A local conservative group lobbied to reverse changes made 4 years ago.
The group is called Coalition for Better Schools, and they want Mountain View High and Honey Run Elementary to have their old names back, Stonewall Jackson High and Ashby Lee Elementary. The coalition sent out a survey in Shenandoah County to more than 8,500 people. 14% were returned, with over 90% voting for the old names back. Some said the process to change the names was rushed. They didn't have a say, and they want to preserve the history of the area. But the county's Democratic Committee chair said he thinks it's reprehensible and appalling to insist on keeping the Confederate names. Former school board member Cindy Walsh said it was right to change the names, and complaints that the process was rushed are just a distraction. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
The Senate passes a bill reauthorizing the FAA for a week until the House can vote next week. There's more money for air traffic controllers. America's listening to Fox News.
Have you heard? Pure Talk is now providing international roaming to over 50 countries. As you plan your summer travel, make sure your wireless company covers you at home and abroad. Unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $20 a month. That's less than half the price of Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile. Dial pound 250 and say Pure Talk to make the switch today. That's pound 250 and say keyword Pure Talk.
You know, since 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been committed to supporting our nation's first responders and veterans. They support America's heroes like U.S. Army Major Jonathan Turnbull. Now, Major Turnbull sustained devastating injuries at the hands of an ISIS suicide bomber. Tunnel to Towers gave him a specially adapted smart home designed for his needs. Join Tunnel to Towers. They're hoping all of us will donate $11 a month so this great work continues. Their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org.
The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Oh my gosh, morning y'all. It snuck up on us. It's Friday. We're off the rails on the crazy train already. Los has started with a little disappointment. We're going to coach him through it on Galaga.
I am not suicidal.
No.
So we get that out in the open.
Look, that's the most important thing. Just want
to make sure everybody knows.
Yes. And I don't, that never really entered. I never thought.
You never thought that perhaps the morning of disappointment would lead to Hillary Clintoning me?
I didn't.
That was it.
I did not.
No, I missed out on the high score by 1,600 points.
That's you missed.
But that's fine. You know what? It's a Friday.
Wait, who has the high score now?
I do. I was chasing my own record.
Beat himself.
In fact, just to explain my illness, if you go to the Galaga machine, CAM is like the top 5 scores on there.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a little bit of an illness there.
Okay. That makes sense.
So, also announced yesterday in the World Video Game Hall of Fame.
Whoa.
There's
such a thing?
The 10th class. Why, yes, there's such a thing. What kind of
crazy? I'm just not on that level.
Kind of crazy question.
Well, you should be on that level, and you're disappointing us that you're not.
I respect it, though.
Asteroids has been inducted.
Okay.
Myst, spelled M-Y-S-T. Yeah.
Do you not know Myst?
I don't.
Okay.
I'm not familiar. Resident Evil, I know. SimCity. And Ultima, I don't know Ultima.
I don't either.
Yeah, that one escapes
Hall of Fame, huh?
Yeah. Well,
Never heard of it.
Well, I guess maybe people who are really into video games.
So Myst was like your first CD-based game where it was like it was all encompassing. You were in a brand new fantasy world.
Okay.
And so and that game is probably at least 25 years old, maybe 30.
All right. Yeah. Well, it is now a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, it came out in 1993.
Congratulations. I guess.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out where
all these I've played.
You played every one of these games?
I've played every single one of them.
What is Ultra or
Ultima?
Ultima. There we go. Yes.
If I remember correctly, because they had a series of it. It was kind of like a not like a fighting game, but kind of like a role playing game.
Okay.
In fact, I'll bring it up just so I can jog the memory on it. But no, that's one of them that I played.
All right. Elite Guitar Hero is in there. A Tony Hawk Pro Skater, and you don't know Jack. all part.
Tony Hawk was a huge game when that came out.
I remember that being big, and I never played it. I don't know much about it, but I remember that game being pretty big and pretty well accepted, and kids and people playing it a lot. I did not, so I can't take credit.
Here's your Ultima series.
Okay, all right.
They even made a version for the Game Boy.
Well, see, there you go.
Imagine
it
as
looks like Zelda from here.
A precursor to Zelda.
Okay, all right. Well, Legend of Zelda. So there we go. I assume that Galaga's already in. I don't know that for sure. I don't know that for sure, but I would think that it would be.
I get sucked into those documentaries when they tell you about different games and how they made it, all that sort of cool stuff.
There's a whole little documentary series on video
Netflix,
games. Netflix.
It's called High Score.
Yeah. And I've started a couple episodes now that I have Netflix.
Well, just the business aspect during the 90s of a little company called Sega deciding we're going to take on this big bad company in Japan, Nintendo.
Sega!
Like, don't get caught up in the fact that it's gaming. Get caught up in the fact that it's business.
Yeah, right.
And what they came up with in order to take it down.
Absolutely.
Like, they decided we want to, because I don't know if you guys had this sort of stuff, but it was kind of considered it this way. The Nintendo was kind of the kids' product.
Oh, I don't think I did.
Like when you had like Nintendo Wii, that was a kid's product. Nintendo Entertainment System, that was a kid's product.
Okay.
The Sega Genesis was for like not the adult, but like the teenager.
Okay, because I had a Sega Genesis.
Right, because you were done with the kid stuff.
I loved Sega Genesis.
But that's how they created a way to go at Nintendo, the biggest company in the world when it came to gaming.
I'm trying to think of the game that was a fighting game that we used to play on Sega Genesis.
My favorite Genesis game, it was Blades of Steel.
Blades of Steel. Played that hockey game over and over again.
That was such a great game.
I had that. I loved, because when it first came out, it was new and revolutionary. You had their very first version of college football. Mm-hmm. And the cool part was, it was Bill Walsh's college football, and inside the gaming package, they gave you these little placards, these cards, and it would tell you about each individual team. So obviously North Carolina was built completely different than Nebraska, but you used the cards to kind of make a comparison as to who you were going to play with.
Primal Rage.
Holy
cow, I've not thought about that since I was 16 or 17 or maybe even right around there somewhere. That was the game on Sega Genesis that we would always play.
And you had the thing that would chew on your head.
The creatures and they would fight. Oh my God, it was great. It was like Joe's looking at us like, we got 4 heads, board up Joe, because he's 20.
Y'all speaking French.
It was a Street Fighter knockoff.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But
with humanoid animals.
Yeah, kind of crazy. But let me tell you, I was in. We would play it. And play it and stay up all night and play it.
You have like a lion man, an alligator man, a gorilla man.
Like a werewolf, dude.
So you'll never know what it's like, Joe, to have the 4 or 5 hour, GoldenEye party where it's like 4 people in a room all playing GoldenEye, and just how mad you could get at your friends.
Yeah.
We didn't have any way to be on the internet and play, so it had to be 4 people in a room with controllers playing GoldenEye.
Yeah, so different. Because, Jacob, he's got his little setup in the basement, and he's down there, he's got his headphones on, and he's still playing video games with the guys that he went to college with this year, right? They're still... It's like nothing has changed. They're just not in the same dorm.
They're just not in the same dorm room.
That's exactly right. So it's good. It's Friday, y'all. Thank God it's Friday. This weekend is Mother's Day. The debate I saw bubbling up on social media last night is, do you, as a man married to a woman that has children, do you buy your wife something for Mother's Day, or do you make the kids? And I am fully on board with, I want to buy my wife something for Mother's Day, and I guess I'm in the minority there.
Well, I think you should. Like, if a woman gave you a child, unless you're divorced.
Amen.
Because my son's mother's not getting anything from me. But, you should buy that woman who gave you a child and gave you life and gave you someone to celebrate and take care of for the rest of your life. You should give them a present.
I think so too, man. I agree with that.
And an apron, a iron, a vacuum. Those are great gifts.
A nice vacuum.
Yeah, it's got to be a good,
vacuum,
like a Dyson.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a Dyson animal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you're on board. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. No, so, my wife got her ears pierced for the first time for her birthday.
Really?
So, yeah. And so I've never been able to buy her earrings. So that's what's coming down the pike for Mother's Day.
Yeah.
Right there.
Some good cubic zirconias.
Yeah, it's exactly.
I got to figure something
don't
out.
Tell her that.
sorry.
Yeah, say that out loud.
Like, we're going to have the morning, but just with our schedule, with everything we have going on Sunday, even my wife joked around about it. She's like, well, we're going to be at the gym like all day Sunday, and that's true. So really, it's about what kind of like home run can you hit in the morning. I don't know if that's like getting her something small and having me and the kids get up and make breakfast. Like, it's got to be something.
Yeah, no, I think
something
it's
along
cool.
those lines.
Yeah, I think that's good.
I should
too.
probably send my mom some flowers or something.
Definitely. That's a good thought. There you go.
You should get Laura like the gauges, like those big holes in the ear. Get her some of those.
You know what's funny is because
Also bought you a skateboard.
Yeah. What you think? And some Vans.
and some cool Vans and a hat.
Yeah. She said that her ears feel heavy because she's never had her ears pierced before. She's never had anything there before. So
she's like the only person I know at this age that's never had their ears
I know.
pierced.
It's because she has the little birthmark. She had the birthmark and it's on part of her ear. Her pediatrician told her that she would bleed to death and it wouldn't clot.
Stop.
For her whole life.
Wow.
That's what they told her whole life. So she thought she couldn't get her ears pierced. So she had a doctor's appointment, and the question came up with the regular doctor.
Okay.
And he was like, "No, you can totally get your ears pierced. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? What kind of quack do you go to?
Exactly. Yeah. And so
that's when you learned about the idea of practicing medicine.
Yeah, exactly. That is not an exact.
It turns out
science.
they don't all have the God complex and know everything.
That's right. Yeah. And so she was like, I didn't know what to think. She was like, She was like, I didn't know, should I go get it done? Should I not? I've not had them done this long. Should I get? And so she finally did.
That's awesome.
My niece wanted her ears pierced as well. So her birthday is near my wife Laura's, and they went together and had their ears pierced. It was
that's cute.
Yeah, it was sweet. It was so sweet. And
you should buy her like really heavy dangling ones.
Yeah, no kidding. But you talk about the big gauge. I mean, those things are heavy. But she was like, it's been tough sleeping because you can't take them out, and I've never had anything in my ears.
It's got to be so weird to go
weird.
this long and not have that.
This is so weird, but it does open up a new avenue for gifts, which is all that matters.
Yeah, it's so great
because I've never had that option before.
Throw that on the list. Here's an easy one.
That's exactly
Mother's Day, birthday.
As disappointing as Galaga is, that story is so redeeming.
Yeah.
Which one? The Gallagher story?
No, your wife having this brand new avenue.
Yes. No. Yeah.
This is a sweet story.
No,
This
is
right. Like mine was true disappointment.
Yeah,
yours is like the light of the world.
Yeah,
I like this.
It's good, man. It's sweet, and to see my little niece with her ears pierced for the first time, and she just thought it was the coolest thing, and she just couldn't quit looking at them in the
That's so fun.
in the little mirror.
Like I feel like I did, the version of like Schindler's List, and then we finished that, and now we're on to 51st Dates.
That's right.
Like it's all smiles.
Yeah, right. We're back. It's Friday, boys.
That's Friday.
Why are we
I'm
not?
excited.
Let's go.
I think we should take you to get your ears pierced and get matching earrings with
It was
Laura.
so funny. My niece kept saying, Uncle Jerry, you're going to get your ears pierced too. I was like, no. She was like, you should. It would be so funny. And I was like, no. Hell no. No, I was not. No, not even a consideration. Hey, look, if you want to, that's fine. Go do your thing. I don't want to.
I've just never been a jewelry person.
Yeah, me either, man.
Like it took a while to get used to the wedding ring to where I just would ignore it.
Yeah.
I've never been into anything.
Yeah, me either.
I once got my ear pierced. It was like the thing to do back there in like the 80s, early 90s. And I went, I paid, I got it done, I put it in, and I took it right out.
Yeah.
And I go, what am I doing? This is so dumb.
At least you discovered it that quickly.
Yeah. Right, you realize.
Like you don't have a string of pictures for like 5 years. You're like, really? What do I got there?
Oh, I wish I could have photoshopped that out.
There's no picture whatsoever because it came out that quick. Now, my father had a rule for a long time, like no boys coming in this house with their ears pierced.
Ear bobbers, as my daddy would call them.
Yes, ear bobbers. And my cousin Jen, she was like big into she loved me and my little brother, and we were younger than her, and she decided that she was going to pierce my brother's ears while we were staying with them in Connecticut for the summer. And my dad told us, like, if you ever come home with an earring in your ear, you've got exactly 3 seconds to take that out before I take it out, and you won't like the way I take it out. And I said, all right, well, I know the rules are set now. So when we had come home, I ran right to Dad, and I go, Dad, guess what Brian's got in his ear?
Oh, no.
And my dad walked down the hall, and he saw it, and he goes, 3, and you've never seen my brother scramble so hard to try to pull something out of his ear in his life. 2.
And that's the thing. Like, you got to leave them in or it closes up, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and you got to do the little twisty turny thing. I'm learning all this with Laura because
Well, my 9-year-old still won't do it.
No?
Yeah, my 13-year-old, her ears are pierced, and she's always enjoyed having her earrings. My 9-year-old is still the one where when you say, you want to get this done? She's like, hell no. No interest in it.
Yeah, okay. Well, good for her. You know, she knows what she
Did
wants
Laura
to do.
cry a little?
No, she didn't. She said it stung. She was like, it stung worse after it was done, though. She was like, just the residual, I guess. And
the realization you now have 2 holes in your
exactly. And then
skin.
Just the burning. And she said they're sore. She said they're still sore now.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, you did, put a needle through, the skin there, so you can expect.
Makes sense. Yeah.
I mean,
when you got your nipples pierced, did it hurt? In the Navy, when you guys did that?
I don't know anybody that did that. Did you do that?
You were in South America, and you thought, hey, why not?
I don't know
I just think
anybody
it'd
that
be
did
fun
that.
if Tug just we didn't know this secret about Tug.
No, yeah. Boys, I got something to show you.
Just a chain connecting them.
They're connecting, and there's like a long bar. What is it?
Yeah,
What are those things? Whatever those things are called. Yeah. So I didn't think today would be the day that I showed you, but But now that we've brought it up and I've gotten past my embarrassment, I'm just going to show everybody.
Look, you feel free now.
Yeah, I do. And if you're watching on the YouTube channel,
you're going to get a show.
You're about to get a show.
Take your shirt off.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I'm so proud of you.
That's right. Well, it's
you
liberating.
and your wife.
It's liberating.
Yeah, I get
it is.
Yeah.
And she, for a long time was mad because she was the only one in the house with no piercings.
Yeah, that's so weird.
It's the thing, and it was upsetting to her.
I think Rhino and I look at it as whatever is freeing to you and to her is good.
That's what real friends are for.
That's right. It's like, I support your freedom.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
Joe's not so much.
Yeah. Yeah, well, look, he's a communist. I mean, what do you
what are you going to do?
Joe. Yeah. But let me tell you, that little spot that we went to in South America to get it done in Colombia was
in Colombia.
You want to talk about a spot that was seedy.
Yes, at best.
And that's how I got
piercings were on the sign. That's how you knew it was seedy.
That's how I got involved with the cartel.
That's exactly
they actually poured tequila on his nipples as an antiseptic.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who knew it worked?
Yeah.
But it does.
Yeah. 2 sips. Here, take a sip, and then we're going to take care of you.
They're in Cartagena.
Yeah. Beautiful
Colombia.
place.
No, it is. Absolutely. It really was an incredibly beautiful, Colombia is a beautiful country. Mm-hmm. And I just remember being there, not during the nipple piercing part, but just being there thinking, don't all the cocaine come from here? Doesn't all the cocaine, doesn't it all come from here?
I bet I could import this.
Yeah, exactly. That's where the addiction
That's where it started.
That's where the addiction started, exactly.
Oh, wow.
So now the real truth's coming out.
Okay, now we got it all.
See, this is just the beginning. Now that I feel liberated and free, I can start telling all the real stories.
I can't wait for the 9 o'clock hour today.
The Black Angus, it wasn't an accident.
No, not at all.
Now that I feel comfortable.
That was a meetup.
That's exactly right. It was before social media, but it was certainly
Hey, we going to that whorehouse? Let's go.
Yes, we are. As a matter of fact.
Lamont, if you're a true dealer, you will pierce your nipples with me.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good. Let's go.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Where's my kilo?
And my tequila to soften the pain, to ease the pain a little bit. All right. We were supposed to talk about
something serious.
It's Friday, and you just never know what you get on Friday.
Well, let's just promote in the 8 o'clock hour. We're going to hear from Marjorie Taylor Greene.
There we go. That's the thing. Yeah. I mean, what more can you ask for on a Friday? That's what you're looking for right there. Get it from the horse's mouth. About
8:25. Put that little timestamp.
Yeah.
Make a little alert on your phone. All that sort of good stuff.
Maybe Joe, did you send out the alert already? So it's already out
there.
On the app. It's already. The people already know. Okay, good. Well, then let's just knock out headlines and continue this craziness.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Friday, May 10th. U.S. Senator John Ossoff followed up his contentious questioning of U.S. Postmaster General Louis DeJoy during an April 16th meeting on persistent late mail deliveries with a letter asking about progress in delivering that mail. Customers have been complaining about late bill payments and delayed deliveries of medication and other important mail due to issues at the Atlanta Regional Processing and Distribution Center in Palmetto, Georgia. On-time delivery for first-class mail was only achieved 36% of the time. In the letter, Ossoff requested an update from DeJoy on the current on-time delivery statistics. An investigation is ongoing as Atlanta police search for two men who stole $250,000 from the Onyx Gentlemen's Club. According to police, the two men entered the house of ill repute through the ceiling and used power tools to breach the safes from which they stole the cash. Police report that the Booty Club's alarm system was never triggered. And in sports, the Atlanta Braves are in New York this evening to begin a 3-game series against the New York Mets. Charlie Morton will be on the mound for the Braves. First pitch is scheduled for 7:10. You can catch all the action on our sister station, 680 The Fan.
A woman who is a true citizen servant in Forsyth County joins us next to tell you why she just had to get involved in her kids' school board. It's a story you do not want to miss, and hopefully will be encouraging to you too, because your local community is where it all starts. It's more important than D.C. It's more important than the state level. Those are also important. Your local community, the most important. Tricia Hoyer joins us next on Extra 106.3.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
Those college students, as active as they are, they're organized, they're showing up by the tens of thousands, they're shutting down things, they have programs, they have demands and everything else. They never listed anything like that for decades concerning saving people in Palestine or favoring Hamas until the issue became they could hate the Jews.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Horizon Background Screening is a fully licensed and insured private investigations firm that focuses on litigation support for law firms, criminal defense cases, and background investigations. We are also FCRA compliant and process pre-employment background checks, tenant screening, and background checks for volunteer organizations. Whether your business is a law firm needing anything from scene investigations to witness interviews, or a company that requires pre-employment background checks, we have the experience you need. Visit horizonscreening.com to learn more. That's horizonscreening.com.
This is Dan Watkins with All Four Seasons. We've always been Atlanta's best at installing and servicing garage and entry doors, but you would be surprised at how many windows we've installed as well. So we're proud to announce a new division, All Four Seasons Windows. We now have the ability to make sure every opening in your house is safe, energy efficient, and looks darn good. So give us a call today to schedule your free sales consultation. Find out how you can decrease your energy bills and increase the beauty and value of your home with All Four Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows.
I enjoy a good night's sleep, and I like to breathe while I'm sleeping. My wife appreciates that, too. That's why I wear a CPAP. You want the right machine. You want expert advice. You want all the supplies that go with it. You get it all at CPAPs, etc. in Alpharetta. Machines, masks, tubing, filters, cleaning supplies, all of it, and they ship nationwide. Walk-ins, by the way, are welcome. CPAPs, etc. Alpharetta, CPAPSETC.com.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. At A Second Chance Bail Bonds, we believe everyone deserves a second chance. We handle bonds from local to federal for any jail in any city. And in most cases, we can have you or your loved one out of jail in a matter of hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT. Or online at atlbail.com.
Marketing is everywhere. From the billboards on the highways to the notifications on your phone, We are constantly bombarded with people trying to sell us stuff. What makes good marketing? Are you doing enough in your life personally and professionally to market yourself? You have questions, and the Marketing Madmen have answers. Tune in every Saturday, now at 4 p.m., right here on Extra 106.3 to get practical marketing advice from expert guests who are shaping and reshaping the business world. They say marketing is a madman's game. Join the Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. to find out why.
Hey there, Atlanta sports fans. Home team Brandon Leak here with Sonder Health Plans. You know, I've been singing praises about their Georgia-based Medicare Advantage health plans, and now they're stepping up their game with new health plans that include home safety and accessibility modifications. Call them up right now and ask if you qualify for their fantastic $400 grocery card offer and $0 premiums. Call 800-331-2928 or visit SonderHealthPlans.com. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
It's officially May in the A, and the Atlanta Braves have an exciting month of 5 great matchups and 4 free giveaways. Like on May 15th, when the Cubs are in town, the first 15,000 fans will receive a Michael Harris II chain giveaway presented by Coca-Cola.
Swung on a fly ball, deep left center field. Acuna hits the bag at third. Here he comes, Michael Harris, taking no prisoners. Braves win it in the bottom of the 10th.
And the San Diego Padres come to Truist Park May 17th through the 20th. Fans can also look forward to Friday night fireworks presented by Georgia Lottery, live music before the game in the Battery Atlanta, and a special day celebrating Armed Forces Day on Saturday. To wrap up the weekend, bring the kiddos out to the second Kids Club Sunday of the season, featuring a kids-only press conference with a player on the Plaza stage, free face painting, swim goggles giveaway, and more. Visit Braves.com/promos for details on all of the fun this month and to secure your tickets. Atlanta Braves baseball. We are Braves country.
Tug Howard, Scott Rhino, and Carlos Medina get your day started with Atlanta's only live and local conservative talk on the Morning Extra.
Download the app so you can listen live and on demand. Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10. We have got a very special guest this morning that we want to introduce you to. Los has always talked about the importance of getting involved locally, whether it's your county commission, your city council, or your school board. And he met Tricia Hoyes. And we're so glad that her and her husband, Scotty, have built their life, family, and career around the principle of when called to serve, they say yes. Tricia, thanks for taking the time to join us this morning.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, it's our pleasure. We want to stay hyper-focused on local because what happens in D.C. affects you ultimately, but what happens in your own community affects you directly and really, really quickly. You're running for Forsyth County School Board, District 2. What is it that prompted you? What was the thing that made you answer the call to serve?
Well, I will tell you, I was just trying to put my kid to bed. So I have 3 children. My oldest just turned 10. He started kindergarten in 2020, coming in off of COVID. And during COVID, they brought in a new ELA curriculum. And, they send home little readers to read with the kids at night, to practice what they're doing in school. And so he brought home a reader. And we went upstairs, and I tucked him in, and I was getting ready to open the book and read it to him. And it's a sentence a page, on each page. And the first sentence said, I live at home with my 2 dads. And so he looked at me, and I could tell his wheels were turning because he is very inquisitive and curious, and he just started with the questions. So I had to think quick on my feet, and at that moment, I was like, what is going on? Like, I've only been out of the classroom 2 years. And it was like the leftist agenda just snuck right in during COVID, is what it felt like.
We did pass some laws, and we saw it happen with Katie Rinderley here in Cobb County, where she was trying to push her agenda to some of these students. And you're right, over the past 2 years, it's gotten out of control. Luckily, our state has some protections in there. Were you able to bring this to the attention of the school board or any of the superintendents in that area? And what was their response?
So at that time, I know they had adopted a DEI framework as a school system. And when I got done upstairs, I went downstairs and I called our administrator, like on his phone. And I said, I have a real problem with this. What is going on? Like, are all these books like this? And so he said, I'm going to call the county office and I'm going to get an answer. And he called back and said, the county is not removing these books. They depict people in our community. And that's just pretty much where it was left, because it was supporting this DEI framework. So since then, I got online because these books are available to all students in kindergarten through 5th grade on this online platform called Canvas. So you go online and you start looking at the books, and I pulled some and copied some pictures to share with people, because I stopped at 3rd grade because I didn't want to look anymore. But one of the 2nd or 3rd grade books was about a singer, I think it was, and the vocabulary words were LGBTQ, gender, and drag.
Wow. So you said you've been out of the classroom for 2 years, and all of, because obviously you didn't see any of this type of material when you were a teacher, or that would have thrown up a red flag for you. And all this has happened just since you've left the classroom, is the way I understand it.
Yeah, my last year in the classroom was 2018. And I transitioned into real estate, and I still stayed involved in the schools as a business partner. And my kid was getting ready to go to kindergarten. So in 2020, that was the first year this new curriculum had came in, and the curriculum is usually adopted the year prior. So it was supporting this DEI framework. They typically will put things on display for parents in the community to come in and preview. And all of the resources that are available are not always on display. Like, it's impossible to put, all 50,000 books that are available for everybody to go through. But I think there definitely could have been a better system in place to see what this program was, because in addition to these books being in this program, there's no systematic approach to phonics with this program. So there's a lot of kids that have huge reading gaps because of that.
Yeah,
it was like double whammy.
Yeah, because we see it. Look, there's one thing to take it out of the school libraries, and I've talked about this before. You have the scholastic book fairs, and that's where I see a lot of these books that are brought in by these progressives and these far left lunatics that continue to be selling these children and grooming these children into believing in their cause or being minor attracted people, which is disgusting to me. And it's the Canvas, it's the scholastic books that they're getting around whether or not they're able to access kids. They get around the whole library thing.
Yep. I totally agree.
We're talking with Tricia Hoyes. And go ahead, Los, because you've yet to be able to interact. Go ahead.
Yeah, full disclosure, I've known Tricia for the better part of a decade.
I didn't know that part.
Our kids know one another, and so when I heard and when I started to see the placards around Forsyth County of her getting involved, when we talk about trying to find good civilian servants, non-politicians to get involved in your school systems, in your counties, these are the sort of people we're talking about. And so I guess, Tricia, you talked to me about having to knock on 2,000 doors. What have you had to do to kind of get this as a grassroots campaign going?
So as a non-politician running, I'm trying to unseat an incumbent, and that's difficult. So the best way to do that is to build my name recognition and raise a lot of money, because everything costs money. So I've knocked on almost 2,000 doors, right around 2,000 doors. I've sent out 2,800 handwritten letters. I'm making phone calls every night to hundreds of people. And, obviously mailers and doing meet and greets and anything to get in front of my voters so that they can see what I'm about and what I'd like to do to change things moving forward.
What's the reception been? Because I find it funny when people are like, hey, and I saw it yesterday again, I think it was in Denver area, where somebody began to read from a book and they shut him down in front of a group of adults saying, hey, you can't read that kind of stuff in here in our little congressional hall, but it can be used in our school. But when you go up to someone's door and you say, hey, this is what I'm doing, I want to protect our children, I want to make sure children are learning things that are really important in their future and not this stuff, what's been the reception overall to you?
Honestly, the reception has been great. They're like, yes, this is what we need. We need somebody who is going to be outspoken and make sure that our school system is reflecting our community values and protecting our children. It seems like, the school board, everything they do, it goes on a majority vote, obviously. And, there's not been a lot of pushback as a whole in the previous years. And I think as a board, you have two jobs. You've got fiscal responsibility and you hire and fire the superintendent. And, the school board's got to be driving the bus to make sure that the kids are protected and that they're learning and safe.
Has anybody said, no, I'm all in on, making sure that children are indoctrinated and they should be learning this?
Or bad mouthing you, push them.
Yeah.
Nobody said that, but I did have one lady who I knocked on her door thinking she's a Republican, and she said, well, I'm a Democrat, so no thanks.
Okay, wow.
But
shut the door quick.
That was the worst. That was the worst I've got.
Okay.
The reception and feedback, honestly, has been really great.
Yeah.
So that's promising.
Yeah,
no thanks. I don't want to protect kids. I'm a Democrat.
No.
I'm for grooming. I'll see you later, lady.
Isn't it odd when people just tell you what they are and what they believe?
Get out of here, crazy lady. I'm for touching kids.
It's so absurd. All of it's insane. And yet it's what's happening across the country. And I know you're trying to head it off. What is your take right now on you said the person that you're going up against, incumbent and believes in the DEI stuff. What is the makeup of the Forsyth County School Board? Is it just this person that you're running against, or are there more? What's the superintendent like? What's your impression of what you're walking into if you are elected?
So there are 3 open seats right now that are up for election during this primary. And the 2 seats that are not up for re-election, based on things that I have seen in previous meetings and discussions and the way things are voted on, the whole board is technically Republican.
Okay.
But there are 2 more obvious conservative
members,
elected officials than I would say the others. And when this stuff, sneaks in and you're on the school board, there's just really not an excuse for me. It's like, you either are not in tune and don't really care about those values, or you're asleep at the wheel.
Yeah.
And either way, you got to go. Like if you're going to stand on this platform and say that these are your values,
actually have the courage of your convictions and live them.
Yeah, like you've got to be able to challenge and push back and ask tough questions and represent your community and engage your parents, and instead of kind of pushing them back. Like, we got to get parents back in the driver's seat. We've got to get teachers involved and support them.
No, it's great.
That's my take.
No, it's great. I love it. It's superintendent. What's your impression of the Forsyth County superintendent? Is he on the right track, or is he off the rails?
So our current superintendent is retiring at the end of this year. So it's like extra. It's a good pivotal moment that we could potentially have 3 new school board members and a brand new superintendent at the same time.
It's Game of Thrones around here, guys.
Good wow. Lord.
We all know. That's what we got going on in the Forsyth County schools.
I did meet with the new incoming superintendent, and I feel like it's very promising.
Okay, good.
I'm really looking forward to that. I'm hoping that the voters support me and elect me, and I would love to work with him and the board as a whole. So I think that the future is very promising.
All right. YesHoyas.com is the website. Tricia Hoyas is who we're talking to, conservative foster mom business leader. Former teacher, putting parents and students first there in Forsyth County. Go to her website. You can make a donation. You can volunteer with her. Join in the cause. It's so important. It is so
and vote.
Very important
vote.
to get out and vote. Make it too big to rig. That's what we say around
Vote your
here.
school boards, people.
That's exactly right. Be local. That's the things that matter the most. Your community matters most. And the actions and reactions matter more because they actually affect you daily and affect your kids daily. Tricia, we wish you nothing but the best of luck. We look forward to having you back on, and especially after you win.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
appreciate it.
Doug, Rhino, and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. Just one more reason I'm out on the NFL and the Falcons specifically. Arthur Blank, he's not on your team. Next on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
Tug, you're red, white, and blue. These colors don't run.
Thank you, Lowe's. Thank you. That's exactly right. And there ain't no need to start.
The Morning Extra, 6 to 10 a.m. on Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Hey, it's Rhino here for my friends over at True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway. They got a lot of things going on right now, including their spring cleaning sale. That's right, a big sale on a lot of the essentials you need. If you're new to prepping, now's a great time to head over to our friends over at True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway. Why? Well, they've got a lot of great deals. These aren't things that aren't going to do any good for you that they're just trying to get rid of. No, they're trying to bring in new stuff, but this stuff is brand new, ready to go, and up to 25% off. Whether you're talking about some freeze-dried food, they've got all your Alpine covered. It's great stuff. You got to go check them out. You can even buy one bag now, try it out, and then come back and buy the rest at almost 25% off. Not to mention if you've got a Springfield, a Glock, or any other kind of firearm, they've got a lot of accessories right now, up to 25% off as well. What if you're in the mood for a new shotgun? Yep, that's right. They have those on sale all month long till the end of May. You got to go check out their spring clearance sale. Now, if you're brand new to prepping and you don't know where to start, well, that's what's great about True Prep. They're locally owned and operated. They have a beautiful store there in Marietta on Cobb Parkway, and they even have these special workshops that you can go to, whether it's building your own bug out bag, or let's just say that you want to learn how to clean an AR-15. Yep, they got a workshop for that, and they have their intro to preparedness. That's a very important one if you're brand new to this. You need to make sure that your family's safe in a time of emergencies. And, look, I know that we're all like, hey, zombie apocalypse, I need an AR-15. Well, that's cool too. You can head down there. They have a large selection of AR-15s, firearms, firearm accessories, and ammo, all at the lowest prices around. Go check them out today in Marietta on Cobb Parkway, or visit them online at trueprep.com. That's TRU, prep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow with True Prep.
Hey fans, Xander from Atlanta Painting Company here, and with spring on the horizon, the home team won't be the only ones painting corners in Atlanta. This spring, save 10% off all exterior projects and get a free color consultation. We understand how valuable your home is, so protect your investment with our industry-leading warranty and unmatched customer service. Don't just take our word for it. We have over 900 Google reviews telling you why we are the painters you can trust. Ready to get started? Visit us online at atlantapaintingcompany.com to schedule your free home consultation. The Atlanta Painting Company. Painters you can trust.
You shouldn't need a degree in finance to choose a checking account. That's why we made Truist One Checking. No trade-offs, no compromise, no hassle. Just the stuff you want from a bank that cares. And that means no overdraft fees, lots of practical perks, and automatic upgrades. Truist One Checking. One simple choice. Visit truist.com/one. Truist.com/ONE. Truist Bank, member FDIC.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Hey there, Atlanta sports fans. Home team Brandon Leak here with Sonder Health Plans. You know, I've been singing praises about their Georgia-based Medicare Advantage health plans, and now they're stepping up their game with new health plans that include home safety and accessibility modifications. Call them up right now and ask if you qualify for their fantastic $400 grocery card offer and $0 premiums. Call 800-331-2928 or visit SonderHealthPlans.com. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
My name is Amy Risley. I have been working for Bruce Hagen for 17 years. When I first started, my boys were 4 and 6, and whenever I needed, Bruce allowed me to bring them to our office. Bruce has always treated us like family, and 17 years later, I still love coming to work for Bruce Hagen. Just recently, a friend told me they hear Bruce talking on 680 The Fan. They asked me if he was as nice as he appeared to be on air. I smiled, and without any hesitation, answered, he's even nicer in person. I'm Amy Risley. I work for Bruce Hagen. Let Bruce Hagen work for you. Hagen-law.com.
Election coverage is more than polls and numbers. It's about what matters in your life and your community. And Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station cares about your community, your voice, and most importantly, your vote. So keep it all here for the latest and download the Extra 1063 app and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra. I don't rule the house with an iron fist. I mean, I'm usually the kind of the point person in our home. Now, I don't watch the NFL, but if my father-in-law comes over, he does. He wants to watch, no problem. If my son, Jacob, he wants to watch the Falcons, whatever, no problem. I just don't make it a point to watch the NFL. I don't make it a point to watch the Falcons. I checked out about 3 or 4 years ago and have never checked back in. I don't miss it. I don't love it. And now I've got a new reason to be out and to stay out when it comes to the Atlanta Falcons.
Well, I love the NFL, and I will tell you that I had to look at a recent study from 2023. The NFL is now approaching the level of the PGA in college football in terms of conservatives that watch it. As much as people want to say, oh, no, I don't watch it anymore. After 2020, don't watch it. Whatever. The numbers are showing you.
I'm just saying
everybody's
what I do.
watching. I get it.
Yeah,
I get
and
it.
I don't
Totally
care.
fine.
Like, that's what I said. Like, at my house, if somebody wants to watch, I'll flip it on. I'll even go to the game you want to see. I just don't partake.
But in terms of Atlanta Falcons football, which I could take it or leave it, I cover it. It's fun. It's a Sunday. It's what it is. So this is once again happening, and this is over in the AJC. You can find it there. Arthur Blank to hold a fundraiser for Biden in Atlanta on the eve of the Morehouse speech. So when Biden's going to come in to do the commencement speech, he's going to hold in the high-dollar fundraiser, which he's done this in the past for other presidential candidates. It's just that when you know who your audience is, and again, who attends the game, it might be different from who watches the game.
Oh, sure.
But why drive that sort of wedge to where you make people decide to invest your dollar with somebody knowing this is what he does when he gets a hold of your money?
I'm with you on that point. Mine is a little bit different. I don't know how you hold a fundraiser for someone who hates Jews, for someone who hates Israel, who has now gone back on his word to be there for Israel, make sure they support Israel, and then you're going to go ahead and help him raise money. Arthur Blank, you should be ashamed of yourself. The people of Israel, you love Israel, and I know you do because I've had these personal conversations with Arthur Blank about being Jewish, and I don't understand why he would support this man, and especially right now. This man is going to and continues to pander to pro-terrorist groups, to groups that support Hamas, to groups who support the killing and the genocide of Jews, and you're going to go ahead and fundraise for him? I'm out, bro. I am completely out. Now, I'm the same as Tug. I've watched like a little more Falcons football, maybe about the same, because you did watch with Jacob enough.
Yeah.
But I have no need whatsoever to go there.
But here's what bothers me. Rhino is the minority in terms of this thought process because the Biden administration took a look and said, well, could we possibly cost ourselves the Jewish vote? And decidedly they said, no. We'll be in lockstep.
And they're right.
We'll be fine. In fact, we can decide not to send weapons to Israel, and you'll have billionaire Arthur Blank say, how much money do you need?
Yeah, I got
because
you.
If you just want to know, he has donated $4 million since 2010. This is an article by Greg Bluestein. If you just want to know recently, $300,000 to Biden's campaign in 2020 and another $400,000 in 2023. So he is basically saying, I know that you're concerned about losing that vote. Let's make sure that we don't lose the Muslim vote in Michigan. How much money do I need to make sure and get you while you're in town? Because my audience is apparently going to be okay and in lockstep with this.
Yeah, man. It's just, for me, it smells bad. Yeah. It looks bad. It doesn't
you realize
match.
But Rhino is arguing this from the moral perspective, which is what a good person should do.
Sure. I mean, it's what you expect.
But yet, the politician goes, well, I don't have to worry about losing that. I lost Rhino, but you know what? I got to hold on to the rest of these people.
Well, and look.
Yeah. And I don't have $300,000 to give Biden, so he don't care what I think.
Because you weren't going to vote for him anyway.
No.
Right? So but Arthur clearly is.
But if you were
giving him $300,000.
But if you were to ask me, okay, who are the richest people in Atlanta who happen to be Jewish, Arthur Blank is going to be on that list in the top 3 or 4.
Number 1.
Yeah.
Right.
And number 2 is his former partner, Bernie.
Who couldn't be more different politically.
Completely different. And I hope that Bernie Marcus does speak to Arthur Blank on this situation and said, what are you thinking at this point? There is more to, the world than just Joe Biden and Democrats and distractions and what they've done and the chaos they've caused. Joe Biden has caused a divide between his own party, between the Jewish people and whatever Muslim people that they want to claim. I mean, they're not Palestinian or any of these youth movements, so it's hard to say Palestinians because there aren't really that many there.
Pro-Hamas, how about that?
But they're pro-Hamas people. I just don't understand the thought process behind this, especially like you guys said. I mean, throw on the fact that we're in the middle of Georgia, a very divided state. Obviously, when it comes to football, there are probably, just as many Democrats that go to the game as Republicans, but I'd say it's probably a lot more conservative. Like Carlos said, you're really alienating an audience that already is not happy with your quarterback pick. Like, you've done everything to tell your fans, don't come support the Atlanta Falcons. I don't care who he supports.
Suck.
Yeah, I don't care who he supports. But when you own a franchise like this, when it becomes news like that and it's that loud, you're going to face some backlash. But it's the Jewish thing that drives me nuts.
But you introduce an aspect of something that you really shouldn't have to answer for. Because if Arthur Blank, when he holds the next press conference, whenever it is to talk about Falcons football, they've got a rookie minicamp coming up, you've got training camp coming up, why wouldn't you raise your hand and say, I understand you held a fundraiser for Joe Biden, who's no longer sending weapons and armament over to Israel. Do you not support the defending of Israel?
Yeah, because they were attacked brutally.
Because you were raising money for them.
10-7.
But now you asked that, which should never be a question asked at a football practice.
Right.
But because of what you're doing, you've opened the door for this. He's done it. It's not me. I'm not calling Arthur Blank and saying, Mr. Blank, please tell me about this. But now that you're raising money, I can.
How many times on this show have I said we have the worst ownership in the world for the Atlanta Falcons? I stand by that.
Yes.
I'm not pivoting off of that.
No, I mean, look, I like Arthur Blank for a lot of other reasons. Has nothing to do with the Falcons.
As do I.
But, my family grew up with, my father was an executive with Home Depot. He knew Arthur real well, my uncle as well. And so there was like a connection there between us. And it's just, this is so disappointing on so many different levels. Arthur Blank is now on the same side as the pro-Hamas groups. He is now supporting a man who these people are excited about not sending weapons to Israel. Like, that does not make... He is a hero. Arthur Blank will be a hero for sending money to Joe Biden for him not sending money to Israel. It's beyond belief to me.
Well, the 25-year-old burnout who can't keep a job, who shows up on campus over at Emory or Georgia or wherever else and decides, I'm going to sit in a tent for a week. You don't bother me that much. The guy who raises hundreds of thousands of dollars to proliferate this stuff, like Arthur Blank, you do bother me.
Yeah, but the problem is that Arthur, by this donation to Joe Biden and by this fundraiser, is promoting that. Because, look, the Biden administration, they're not against those the crazies on these campuses.
What I'm just telling you is one's a lot more damaging than the other, and it's Arthur.
Oh, absolutely. You're 100% right about that. No doubt. But it doesn't change the fact that they're in lockstep. I mean, by supporting Joe Biden, you are supporting the chaos that's on those campuses, whether it's a crazy burnout or not. It's the chaos that we see on campuses are a derivative of Joe Biden and the Democrat Party, and then Arthur is supporting it.
Arthur is basically saying, what kind of money do you need in order to secure Michigan?
Yeah.
And what do we have to do on these campuses to secure Michigan? It's all this comes down to. This is wrapped in the idea, in the ideology of, are you pro-Palestinian or are you against them? No, that's just the backdrop of this.
Yeah.
This is really about just an election.
Yeah,
That's
right.
it.
No.
Just like BLM was just about an election.
Yeah.
Yep. And he's giving the money so that he can woo pro-Hamas groups. That's what he's doing. He's giving money to Joe Biden to woo pro-Hamas groups to vote for him. That's the sick part about this. It's just disgusting.
And by the way, this is the respectable ownership that the Falcons have had.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Arthur helped bring in an era of Falcons football we'd never seen where they'd never had back-to-back winning seasons. This is the gravy. Like, this is as good as it gets.
But okay, we have
But it's what it
back-to-back-
is.
Wait, right, it is. But then on top of that, though, let's just go back to the Falcons thing for a second, because you're right, back-to-back winning seasons. Woo!
Oh,
all right,
that's great. It had never happened in its
I
history
know.
until it happened.
No, I know. But they suck again.
Thank you. Exactly. Why
I'm
don't you
just saying,
put $300,000 into the stupid Falcons?
Just saying, this is the high water mark.
No, it is. It is. But, man, what a low water
and yet
mark.
we still have to go, really? You're raising money for Joe Biden?
He's done a lot of good for this city. This is not one of them.
No, you're exactly right, man. I don't dislike Arthur. I think he's a terrible owner as a football owner. And I know nothing. What do I know? But I just...
Well, he's not the greatest person either.
I
but
see the
that's
result.
Stuff I know.
I see the result on the football field. That's what I'm judging by his ownership, because they suck. And always have and always will. They killed my dog, and that's a different story altogether.
Oh, man.
We'll get to it another time. For Republicans who are thinking about that third-party vote, and I know there's a bunch of them out there, this is why you cannot. This is why the third-party RFK is not an option. Next on Extra 106.3.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Pete, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
There was a headline, The Long History of Older and Younger People Not Seeing Eye to Eye, Washington Post. I read the whole story. Nowhere, predictably, did the writer actually explain what is going on here and the reason the young and the old don't see eye to eye. First of all, the older people have experienced the greatest teacher out there. These protesters, these stupid, mindless, useful, idiot protesters really have no idea how ignorant they are. And nobody can convince them because their minds are not yet developed to the point they can engage in rational thought.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Tax season can be stressful, but it's also a wake-up call. It's time to think beyond April and plan for your future. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we're not just advisors, we're your partners in building a secure retirement. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we understand the challenges Georgians face. That's why we offer personalized strategies to maximize your retirement income, minimize taxes, and ensure you never outlive your assets. Join the Master Plan family and let us guide you through every financial milestone. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your appointment today. Master Plan Retirement Consultants, where your journey and destination are both important. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Being in an accident really bites. You need people around you that are going to make the whole process easier to deal with. I just described David Van Sant at Van Sant Law. He used to work for the insurance companies. What an advantage. He knows who to call, what to say, and they're not going to pull the wool over his eyes. Give him a call. Van Sant Law, 855-GA-INJURY, vansantlaw.com, 855-GA-INJURY.
Support for Extra 106.3 comes from Natural Body Spa and Skin Remedy, celebrating their 35th anniversary and Mother's Day season with custom day spa and med spa packages. Discover Mother's Day gift ideas and award-winning day spa and med spa treatments available at Natural Body Spa and Skin Remedy, as well as e-gift cards online at naturalbody.com or in store at one of their 7 locations in Atlanta, Alpharetta, Decatur, Smyrna, and Snellville. Pamper your parent with the gift of spa at Atlanta's best day spa and med spa.
Looking for bold discussions on vital issues? Tune in to The Janelle King Show every Saturday at 3 p.m. with an encore episode every Sunday at 9 a.m. right here on Extra 106.3, where we dive into kitchen table topics that are essential for a strong republic. Don't miss an episode, but if you do, it's all good because we have new podcasts that drop every Tuesday on the Podcast Park or wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss out on these thought-provoking conversations.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu.
Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Van Sant Law. VanSantLaw.com.
Motions denied. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. Day 15 of former President Trump's criminal trial in New York. Jurors heard testimony yesterday from a bookkeeper, a personal secretary, and a book publishing executive. Former President Trump's attorneys asked for a mistrial over details in former adult film star Stormy Daniels' 2-day testimony about the one-night stand she says they had.
Judge Juan Merchan denied 2 defense motions for a mistrial and to amend the gag orders so the former president could respond to Daniels' testimony. The defendant criticized the judge post-court.
I'm innocent, and I'm being held in this court with a corrupt judge who's totally conflicted.
The trial reconvenes at 9:30 this morning in New York City. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he hopes to overcome disagreements with President Biden, but that his threat of withholding bomb shipments will not affect plans for a military offensive in the city of Rafah in Gaza. President Biden says that operation risks too many civilian lives. Police right now are arresting pro-Palestinian protesters at UPenn. Biden administration announces a new rule allowing for the rapid rejection of some migrants' asylum claims.
The new regulation released by Homeland Security would allow asylum officers to deny asylum claims of those who have a serious criminal record or who are believed to be linked to terrorism. Right now, even such people who claim asylum can end up remaining in the country for years. This new rule would allow officers to reject their claims rather than judges. The regulation will be open to a public comment period for 30 days, and the Biden administration does expect it to be finalized this year. On a call with reporters, a Homeland Security official said they do not expect this rule to result in large numbers of deportations, but that it will apply to those they're most concerned about. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
About 250,000 homes and businesses are without power in the southeast, the most in Alabama as a line of severe weather moves through wind gusts and thunderstorms. America's listening to Fox News.
Have you heard? Pure Talk is now providing international roaming to over 50 countries. As you plan your summer travel, make sure your wireless company covers you at home and abroad. Unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $20 a month. That's less than half the price of Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile. Dial pound 250 and say Pure Talk to make the switch today. That's pound 250 and say keyword Pure Talk.
All right, who's there for heroes or their families left behind when a service member or a first responder dies or is catastrophically injured in the line of duty? Who helps our country's homeless vets? I'll tell you who. It's the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Never forget the sacrifices of our country's greatest heroes. They're hoping all of us will donate $11 a month. Just go to their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org, the letter T, number 2, letter T.org for the Tunnel to Towers Foundation.
Start your day with live and local conservative talk with Tug, Rhino, and Carlos Medina on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
In honor of Mother's Day, people asked a bunch of moms about their favorite way to spend their free time. It is so clear moms do so much, and I know my wife is just a champion in our house. I mean, she does everything. Nothing works in our house without my wife making it work. It's just she's the cog that makes it all happen. So a bunch of moms were asked, and I'll ask you if you think these are correct. Do you think what Mother's Day is all about? I mean, there's gifts, there's flowers. Of course, you want to do all that stuff. But at the same time, moms want to relax. They want to catch up on some sleep, maybe a nap. They would like to watch movies and TV shows and maybe take a long bath. That's what moms are looking for.
Oh, every Sunday's Mother's Day in my house then.
No, well, geez. Well, look at there, dude. It's the
I didn't
Medina
realize
household.
that those were the conditions we had to hit. Because oftentimes it turns into, hey, I'll watch the kids. I'll take care of, because my wife does most of the heavy lifting Monday through Saturday.
Same here.
So Sunday turns into whatever you want to watch, or nap or whatever, take that bath, whatever.
There you go, man. I like it.
It won't make Mother's Day this Sunday any special.
Well, they're good
special
at
at
all.
all.
Well, you better have big gifts then. I'm talking like big diamonds or something, because otherwise it's just going to be a regular Sunday. How do you make it special if that's already the...
That's a challenge. Maybe you go the Rhino route.
Yeah.
Here's that apron we were talking about.
Yeah, right. Either that, or maybe make her dinner. You know, maybe you make her dinner. But I bet you do that anyway. Are you the cook in the house?
I cook on the weekends.
Okay.
Yeah, I get on the grill and I'll throw stuff together.
Yeah, well, then it's just say Happy Mother's Day, I guess. I don't know. I don't know where to go. I'm not sure. For at our house, I mean, it's just going to be a gift, and we'll go to church. And after church, it'll be, do maybe a nice lunch.
Yeah, go grab like downtown Alpharetta lunch.
Yeah, or something like that, and just hang out. Shopping and spending time as a family is a big thing. That according to Solitary Bliss, that website that is saying what mothers actually want for Mother's Day. So, with your mama being in Florida, how do you handle that, Rhino? Because my mama's over in Lawrenceville, and I don't know that I'll get to see her.
It's tough. We make it up in other ways. Obviously, I go visit her other times during the year, and this is one of those where I make sure that number one, hopefully, I am able to send her some flowers or something that will let her know how much I care. I usually write her a really nice letter.
Yeah,
one way or another.
Dude, that is. To me,
just explaining how important she is.
That's the best thing you could possibly do, because it takes time, it takes effort. You have to sit down with a piece of paper. I think handwritten notes are the most important and most frequently left out thing you can do in the world. Thank you notes when someone does something nice. Like we've taught my son, if somebody's kind to you, does something nice for you, you take the time to buy a card, a thank you note.
Right.
You write something in there, and you either take it to them, drop it off, mail it, or whatever. But thank you notes are so appreciated and underutilized.
Yeah, and I like to make her cry. So, I like to write it as sweet as I possibly can and go, all right, let me see what I can write in here to let her know. Number one, obviously, I do it to tell her the appreciation I have because, when we're younger, especially having two boys, we became, daddy's boys and, you want to learn from your dad and, we're going to go play golf with dad or play baseball. My mom was the one who taught me actually how to play baseball. So it was a little bit different because we played catch all the time, things like that. But, my goal is to write the sweetest possible things I possibly can, and then hopefully make her cry.
Finish off on a high.
Absolutely. Yeah. But I'm telling you, those are the tears of joy, though.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So it's not like it's you did something ugly or something that they don't like.
My wife manages so much stuff in our house.
Exactly, dude.
And so and I guess that ends up being the deal. The best thing that we can do as a family is you don't have anything to do today.
Yeah.
I love it. But which is that's what that website was saying is that women as mothers, because they handle so much and shoulder so much, they just want some free time.
Right.
Because I know my wife so regularly gets it.
Yeah, oh gosh, your wife.
And the thing
she's
is,
like all of our mom.
No kidding.
We should all be getting her earrings.
But the thing is, I don't know that I cherish time to myself. I'm always I'd rather hang out and be with buds, whatever.
Yeah.
She genuinely loves to go out on the back deck, drink her coffee in the morning. She'll let me sleep in.
Best.
I think part of that is I get up early, at least earlier than she does typically. So that's hey, you get to sleep in today on the weekend, whatever. Mm-hmm. But there's a little bit, it's not selfish by any means, but it's self-serving, I guess, because she loves that quiet time. She'll go out she'll read her devotional, she'll read a book, she'll drink her coffee on the back deck on a Saturday and a Sunday morning. And, dude, she's happy as a pig in slop.
That sounds fantastic.
I'm just telling you.
You got to give her that then, like you find the ways to do that, and that's important because, I'm the same way. Yeah. I'd rather be on the back deck with a cup of coffee.
I'd rather be asleep.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not saying I want to get up early like that. That's ridiculous. I'm saying like 9:30, I want to be on the deck, looking at the vegetables, figuring out hey, I'm going to go down there and play in the garden a little bit later. It's so much nicer just to kind of be in your own space for a little bit. That's awesome.
Whenever we have the Saturday morning 8:30 practice, and my wife's like, "Would you mind taking the girls?" I'm like, "So I'm going to sleep in till 7, and then I get no problem."
Absolutely.
Sounds great.
So getting an extra couple hours.
Try and do anytime it's a sleep thing. I'm like, you get it.
Yeah, you work that deal hey, I'll take them, but you got to make breakfast and get them all set.
That's right.
You know what? That actually kind of plays out that way a lot of times.
Okay. Yeah, you get them set up, and I'll take them. Yeah, look, it's a team. It's a team effort, man. Raising kids is a team effort, and it is a lot of hands involved. Do grandmothers deserve to be appreciated for Mother's Day?
Of course.
Because I think so too.
They're moms.
Yeah, I think so too. There was a woman on TikTok. I think we have this cut, JoJo. There was a woman on TikTok that is. She was debating it. She's a mom herself. She claims that Mother's Day should only be for moms and the grandmothers get their own day already. Her name is Elizabeth Warner. Let's listen to this.
Is Mother's Day not Grandmother's Day? During my first Mother's Day, we established these rules because I was pretty sad. I had spent the whole Mother's Day coordinating grandparent visits, and I didn't get to do anything for myself, and I was like, I'm not doing this again. Usually I make a plan ahead of time and talk to my husband about it. I like to usually go out to brunch and then we all garden, and I like to have some alone time gardening and then read my book for a little bit and get a pedicure. We celebrate my mom and my mother-in-law on different days.
She's like, okay. None of it.
I kind of agree with her on that. She's not wrong.
She's not wrong.
When it comes to mom, she shouldn't be doing that anyway. If you're married or you have a husband or even, hey, can you take them to grandma? Can you bring them? I'm going to spend the day out there gardening, drinking my coffee, being alone. This is how I want to spend my day. And I think it's important for her to ask that. I agree. And in the reverse, it's not the kids. I mean, look, every kid, I did it with my grandparents, always made sure that, I had now my parents probably bought the cards and I signed them and said, hey, grandma, I love you. Yeah. But at the same time, it's not my job as the grandchild to go to grandma and do that. Now, I would, but you as the daughter, I mean, it's Mother's Day, so only the child should celebrate the mother, I guess.
Yeah, that's what she's saying.
I agree with her on that.
A little bit too, man. A little bit. I kind of get it. So
I mean, not to the point where I'd be like, hey, kids, don't wish grandma happy Mother's Day.
Don't call grandma. Ignore her.
When she tries to
don't
hug
deserve it.
Push her away.
You didn't come out of her.
Make her feel real lonely.
That's exactly right. So funny.
Yeah, she didn't have to breathe like I did to get you out of me.
Seriously, but she bred earlier to get Mama, you woman.
But without her, Mom,
it always is the same with my kids. It's like we have Mother's Day with Mom, and then we call the grandmothers.
Yeah, that's the way it should be right there. But Emily getting territorial about Mother's Day. She definitely has.
I mean, it's Carlos saying, it's our jobs to send the flowers to Mother, and then it's the kids to go, hey, did you get the flowers that Mom and Dad sent you? Yeah, happy Mother's Day, Grandma.
Yeah, there you go, man. I got no problem with all of it. Celebrate it how you want to. And if you don't want to involve the grandparents like Emily doesn't, don't. And if you do,
yeah.
It's pretty basic.
It's pretty basic.
Whatever makes you happy.
You know what's funny is come Father's Day, we're not having any of these nobody cares.
Nobody cares. Dudes are just cut out different, man. We're just made differently. It just doesn't matter.
My wife just says, are you making a tea time?
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah.
And that's fine.
You always play golf on Father's Day?
I try.
Yeah.
My goal on Father's Day is to watch golf with my father because it's the U.S. Open or the Open. And so I want to sit around. I want to watch that with my dad in any way possible. If I'm able to do that, obviously they live in Florida, so it's not as easy anymore. But that's my goal too. Yeah, it's always revolved around golf on Father's Day. Leave me alone.
Yeah, there you go. I say Father's Day. I I'm trying to think of, have we ever done anything really? And I never want to do anything. I'm like, I'd just rather hang out at home and relax and like a quiet day because we don't have enough of those, you know?
Right.
Because we're always running. We're always going somewhere.
And I don't care if anybody sends me anything or anything.
No,
I don't.
tell them,
like even my son, he's like,
don't buy me
here's your card. I'm like, that's sweet. That's all I need, kid.
Yeah, right. Absolutely.
That's nice.
Yeah. Morning Extra on Extra 106.3 Tug, Rhino, and Los. A lot of people are talking about third party because there is a little bit of a nervousness about the third party. I mean, RFK is about 16%, I think, the last time I saw that. And he's pulling from both sides a little bit, probably more from Joe Biden, but Donald Trump's nervous about him too, and he's said as much. That's the reason he's spoken out against him. And for the people in my friend group, there's about 10 of us, and there's at least 2, maybe 3, that are even looking at that as an option, and I can't back it. I don't dislike RFK. I just disagree with him on so much. The environmental stuff I disagree with him on. And when he talks about abortion the way he does, I'm out.
So in other words, keeping it as is with Roe versus Wade having been overturned and leaving it up to the states to determine if and when a woman can have an abortion?
No, I wouldn't leave it to the states.
You wouldn't, right.
No, I would.
You would say completely, it's up to the woman.
My belief is we should leave it to the woman. We shouldn't have government involved.
Even if it's full term?
Even if it's full term.
Wow.
And that's...
Wow.
There is a common ground. Like, we have a small amount of common ground where we can have this discussion with people and say, hey, abortion should be available under these conditions and during this time period.
Sure.
And that's where most people fit into.
Yeah, I think you're right.
The idea that there should be no abortions, well, that's a very small amount of people.
Right.
And then the ghoulish ones that are up until 9 months.
Dude, up until
full term, day of, you can still have an abortion. Those are the other small, crazy minority. And that's where he's living right now.
Ghoulish. Dude, ghoulish. You use the word so effectively, and I don't know that I've ever used ghoulish in my life, in my vocabulary. There is not a more descriptive word than ghoulish when you're responding to what he just said.
But that is the most extreme aspect of his belief system that tells you this man really is a Democrat.
Yeah,
for anyone who thought to themselves, well, maybe, what if he's the alternative to Trump? What if he's the alternative to Joe Biden? No, he's just a Democrat in a little bit of a different shade of Democrat.
And anybody that can say that is, I'm out. I just, there's nothing there for me. I don't, like, my support fell through the floor right there. Not that I was ever voting for him to begin with. So he's not trying to attract me. He's trying to attract disaffected Democrats. That's who he's going after with that statement.
Well, of course, that's who he needs to go. He's going after Joe Biden so hard right now. He's, in fact, challenged Joe Biden to say, hey, how about you put me 50 state primary challenge and let's see who wins. Whoever wins, the other one drops out. He's going after Joe Biden at this point. He knows he has no chance with Trump voters. And I've said it from the beginning. As long as you continue to fall into this trap, like not you, but people continue to fall in this trap that, he said something conservative, he's on our side now. No, he's not on our side. He's never going to be on our side. He's a climate nut. He is a Kennedy. Let that be. There is no point in even talking about RFK Jr. at this point unless it's a topic, because he's going away. Yeah, he's not going to be here after 2024. He's gone. Now, does he get a cabinet position somewhere? I don't know. I doubt it. I think he just kind of disappears. What is the point of giving him this time and even looking at him if you're an independent or a Republican? He doesn't agree with anything you want. He would be more progressive than you believe. Just because he feels this way about something that affected his life and his voice and the way he talks and feels the same way we do on that, it doesn't mean that we're ready to look at him.
But doesn't it feel strange that any person who is trying to lure that Democrat vote can't say that they believe in any types of restrictions for abortion?
Yeah.
Even though, again, the predominant amount of people within this country, I would say, I think the number is closer to about 68-70% believe this should be available, but we should have some guidelines.
Yeah,
that does not seem like a crazy way of thinking it.
No,
Yet, if he was to say something like that, he automatically gets Democrats, even the ones who believe we should have some guardrails. Oh, can't vote for that guy.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Well, and
I should be able to kill that baby until it's day it's born.
Dude, that's like that makes me want to throw.
Yeah,
it makes me want to vomit.
But you have to advocate for that,
right? And again, this is he's talking about something that doesn't matter right now when it comes to most Americans. What most Americans care about is the border. I haven't heard him talk about the border enough. I haven't heard him talk about the economy. I haven't heard him talk about conservative values that will really help put this country in the right direction. I could tell you right now, the only thing that's going to save this country is if we return to our natural resources and return to energy production and sales. That's the only way we can set this straight. And I can tell you right now, RFK Jr. is not on the same path we are.
To do that by any means or stretch of the imagination. So if you are a Republican and you are considering, because I know they're out there, it may be a small amount, maybe it's 3 out of 10, maybe it's 2 out of 10, maybe it's 1 out of 10. If you're considering RFK, you are making the wrong choice. Energy independence, just like Rhino has said, he does not support it. And he believes in murder. He just said, I am okay with murder.
I'll give you an example. Gallup poll, if you talk about people that support abortions being available within the states in the first trimester, lives at 70%, 69%. By the time you get to the third trimester, it falls to 22%.
And those 22 are crazy.
And he's the one, that's who he's talking to.
Yes.
Crazy.
That's who he's pandering to.
Crazy.
Again, 70% of us can all go, all right, with restrictions. Again, it's not how I would live my life. And when presented with a similar scenario, I was like, nope, we're going life.
Yeah.
But this is why I talk about it when I say you cannot be a regular Republican running for national office now in this environment with this going back to the states and promoting pro-life. You just it's an area you just can't get into, because then you see on the opposite side when RFK decides to tell you, I'm all for everything. You're like, now you're in the 20% ghoulish side.
Dude, I'm disgusted. Ghoulish is the best word you could possibly use, man. Ghoulish. Ghoulish. That dude, if you're even considering voting for him, you are a fool. That is my personal opinion.
Yep.
This is the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Since the drive-bys are turning on Biden, his plan is softball interviews like the one he did with CNN. We'll play some of it for you next on Extra 106.3. Tug, Rhino, and Lowe's until 10. Hey, it's Tug. The Morning Extra has you covered from 6 to 10, and Kimmer's got you on the ride home.
Hunter Biden is threatening to sue Fox News, which is pretty funny because he's suing because they allowed his laptop to go public, and originally, of course, it denied it was his laptop. Now he's claiming it is his laptop, and because it's his laptop, they had no right to show his pictures of him naked with girls doing cocaine. So, I mean, it's just the hypocrisy of these
The
things.
Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
There is nothing better when somebody asks you, walking through the neighborhood, hey, notice you got your house painted. It looks fantastic. You just beam with pride. It's almost like they've complimented your child or something. You just beam with joy. You can't wipe the smile off your face, and you turn around and look at your house, and you're like, man, it does look good. It looks fantastic. If you want that same compliment, if you want those same smiles, that same joy, reach out to Southern Exteriors. They will do a A-plus job. They are the Southeast's premier home exterior solution. They're based in Jackson, Georgia, got a facility down there the size of the daggone Pentagon, and they can do your job right away. They've been servicing Atlanta and the Southeast for over 20 years, since I think the 90s. Good Lord, they've been doing it a long time. So the thing is, they've been doing it 2 decades, so 20 years, 200,000 projects. Let yours be the next that gets all the compliments. Whether you need roofing, siding, gutters, and it could be repair work to those things, or it could be full replacement. Southern Exteriors does it all. They will not make you wait. They're big enough to do every job that they have on the docket, yours included. 877-9-SOUTHERN, 877-9-SOUTHERN, southernexteriors.co.
It's officially May in the A, and the Atlanta Braves have an exciting month of 5 great matchups and 4 free giveaways. Like on May 15th when the Cubs are in town. The first 15,000 fans will receive a Michael Harris II chain giveaway presented by Coca-Cola. Then the Padres come to town the 17th through the 20th, and fans can also enjoy the incredible pre- and post-game entertainment in the Battery Atlanta. Visit Braves.com/promos for more details on all of the fun this month. Atlanta Braves baseball. We are Braves country.
Hey, Atlanta, it's Mark from the Safe House. And now, the security riddle of the day. What's less secure than a fake safe from a furniture big box store? Joe Biden's fake border policy, of course. But hey, there is good news. This time next year, Joe Biden will not be president. So drop by Atlanta Safe House and check out the largest selection of safes in the Southeast. Build a wall around your valuables with a safe from the Safe House. We have certified delivery crews to install your safe. With over 30 years in the safe business, the Safe House is the place to buy safe in Georgia. So go to atlantasafehouse.com.
Hey sandwich lovers, today's your lucky day. There's a whole new way to roll for lunch or dinner delight with Nucky's Hoagies in the Roswell Corners Shopping Center. Now open. Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell is family owned and operated by the Sub-Sisters, Stacy and Shannon, whose love language is food, and Nucky's Hoagies, their passion. When you bite into a Nucky's Hoagie, you'll taste the difference. The softest hoagie rolls ever, along with hunger-quenching sandwich combinations. Make Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell on Woodstock Road your new favorite spot for lunch or dinner.
Well, Michael, I want to thank you for your time, but unfortunately, we can't offer you the position.
Why?
Well, we got the results of your background check, and quite frankly, we were concerned.
About what?
Apparently, you were arrested for throwing a shopping cart at a customer?
In my defense, he had it coming.
At Horizon Background Screening, we find things that other companies don't. That's why companies that use us make smarter hiring decisions. Don't let the wrong hire put your company at risk. Get the real story on your candidates at horizonscreening.com.
Marketing is everywhere. From the billboards on the highways to the notifications on your phone, we are constantly bombarded with people trying to sell us stuff. What makes good marketing? Are you doing enough in your life personally and professionally to market yourself? You have questions, and the Marketing Madmen have answers. Tune in every Saturday, now at 4 p.m., right here on Extra 106.3 to get practical marketing advice from expert guests who are shaping and reshaping the business world. They say marketing is a madman's game. Join the Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. to find out why.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911. Online at stopmyed.com.
The legend Neil Bortz is live every week with Atlanta legend The Kimmer.
University of Washington announced that the Gaza Solidarity Movement encampment, we're going to cancel it for now because there were too many white people. They forgot to add a coalition of groups of people that they wanted to appeal to, like Muslim, Palestinians, Arab students, and everybody showed up was all white, says, no, we can't do this.
Yeah, we need more DEI in protests.
Bortz and The Kimmer are only on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Look out, it's only me. It's only The Kimmer. You know, you can download The Kimmer podcast on the Extra 106.3 app, along with a ton of other great shows. Go get it, for crying out loud, now on Apple or Android.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Get the app so you can listen live and on demand to The Kimmer, to legendary voice of Neil Bortz. The only place you can hear him is here on Extra 106.3 Tuesday mornings with the Morning Extra, and then it's like Wild Wild West in the afternoon whenever the two legends can link up, because you got Bortz world traveling. He's like a globetrotter, so whenever he can break away from his travels and check in with the other legendary voice in the Kimmer, as you just heard as we came back from that break. Those guys together is radio gold. So listen to the Kimmer Show this afternoon, 3 until 6. You never know when the Talkmaster Neil Bortz might just pop in. Y'all, this I think can be a parallel a little bit. If you ever run up on a fox, don't think the fox is going to be friendly. It's not. People catch foxes and they're like, oh, we can train them. We can, domesticate them. And it never works out. It just never works out. So this dude swears that this fox, this is in England, in southern England. This dude talking about how friendly foxes are. And since one has been seen walking around the town, he's telling, they're harmless. So he goes up to the fox and guess what's happening?
People are scared of it for no reason, but it comes up to you and it's
full of fleas.
No, it's not. It gets vetted on the thing. Look, see.
See? It's a super friendly fox.
So friendly.
The worst thing is, I was giving it vibes. I was like digging it up and everything.
Yeah. The dude's like, yeah, it's a friendly fox. No, it doesn't have fleas, and he's talking about, and there's a great video, and then the fox just claps down on his leg. Like, what kind of a dumbass are you?
Dumbass.
Thank you.
These are people that have seen stuffed animals, okay? This is very similar to the, what would you choose, a man or a bear? And girls are like, bears. Ever seen Paddington? Like, they're so cuddly and yummy.
Yeah.
And then the bear eats their face. Same thing with, like, Tiger King. That's a perfect example of, I am a tiger trainer. I have been around tigers so long, and they know me. I'm going to stick my hand in the cage, and tiger eats hand.
Yeah.
Look, people realize animals are animals. Even your dogs, one day, there is an instinct that, hey, maybe they lose their mind and they will eat your face.
I like the idea of one day, I don't know when it's going to be, but one day Rhino goes feral.
Yes.
Because all animals have the capability of going feral. Like your dogs, especially like ranch dogs, it's possible for them to wander off and then they become part of a pack out there somewhere and now they're wild dogs.
Dude, we've seen it recently with dogs attacking people just at random, like pit bulls or I think maybe it was pits. Then in the most recent video I've seen that's been blowing up on social media, and then that pack started attacking multiple people because they're trying to rescue the one guy. You're right, dude. It happens. It absolutely happens.
There will be one day when I show back up in Atlanta with my pack and we are running through the streets eating people and I don't know how to speak anymore.
Right.
And now I just
bloodbath.
Yes. And I'm just going.
Rhino's basically Nell.
Yeah.
If you remember that old movie with Jodie Foster where she's basically been out in the woods.
Yes.
She has her own language.
I vaguely remember this.
Yes.
And there's going to be Tug like, hey, I know that's Rhino. I know. Right.
And then they'll be like the fox. Yeah, that's right. They'll be like the fox, just reaching in, biting this dude on the leg, and having people laugh.
There's your movie from '94.
Yes.
Nell.
Yes. Oh, it was called Nell. Okay. Yes. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. Now it's coming back together.
Right.
But I'm going to have my hair grown out at that point.
Yeah,
like, I'm not going to shave or anything
Have
anymore.
a nice skullet.
Oh, everything. Yeah. Just big hairball running through the streets with his friends.
That's right. No, I love it. But doesn't this
Peeing
is like
on fire hydrants?
I think this is a bigger issue, too, because I look at Democrat voters and how divided they are. And especially, as we talked about Arthur Blank earlier, making this campaign contribution for Joe Biden when he's in town speaking at Morehouse. And it reminds me of this story a little bit. They overlap for me.
Yeah.
Because you got Joe Biden, who doesn't support Israel at all, and Arthur Blank, as a Jewish man, I would think would be in support of Israel. Maybe I'm wrong. And clearly I'm wrong. Because this is the same way. It looks like the same kind of thing. Joe is going to turn on you. He is going to bite you. This is going to bite Arthur Blank.
Yeah, there's a few people I don't understand. I mean, look, Arthur Blank is going to learn that Joe Biden is going to do something that is not going to be beneficial for Arthur Blank or even his businesses. That's the funny part to me.
We're already
there.
there.
Yeah, we're already there. They're attack on corporations, and you're sitting here. That's why Bernie Marcus is so much smarter about it. Look at Mike Johnson. Oh, hey, I'm going to keep working with Joe Biden. Don't worry. It's going to work in our favor.
Analogy. That's the better analogy.
And every single time he's like, yeah, no, nah, sorry, you're wrong. And it is. These Democrats are basically feral animals. They are going to turn on you. They are not going to do anything for you. And you're going to continue to vote for them. And then they're going to be like, oh, good little pet. I know you don't know what a computer is. Oh, I know that you're so in love with the white people that you come to the side of the pool and pet my leg hair. I mean, they treat you like you are a feral animal. And yet you don't bite back. That's the weird part.
I need us to all take Barack Obama's advice. whatever Joe touches turns to S.
Yes, it does.
All right, so that's happened in this country. That's what Barack Obama told all of us. I guess the interesting aspect of this is that we've talked about how young people, especially our trendy people, like, for instance, the hip-hop community has left Joe Biden. It's like, nope, no, we're not backing any of this stuff anymore. The fact that he is going to still have these softball interviews and people are going to think to themselves, as far as these shows, this is going to be great for us. We're going to have Joe on, and this is what it's going to do for us. Everything Joe touches right now turns to poo. It's not going to help you. In fact, you might be viewed for your show going forward as you're the show that lets this guy come on and tell all of his lies about what's going on with my pocketbook and my life.
It was the first 30 seconds of the softball interview with CNN that just absolutely destroyed Bidenomics altogether.
When you talk about the economy, of course, it is by far the most important issue for voters. It's also true right now, Mr. President, that voters by a wide margin trust Trump more on the economy. They say that in polls. And part of the reason for that may be the numbers. And you're aware of many of these, of course. The cost of buying a home in the United States is double what it was when you look at your monthly costs from before the pandemic. Real income, when you account for inflation, is actually down since you took office. Economic growth last week, far short of expectations. Consumer confidence, maybe no surprise, is near a 2-year low.
They did not mean to do what they just did.
Oops.
And Joe stumbles and stammers. We'll have some more of the audio later.
And then Joe says, no, it was 120% when the other guy was here.
Yeah, well,
like, just make up the numbers.
Inflation. Yeah,
make
when
up
he
numbers.
said it was 9%, was actually 1.4, I think, or 1.2.
Typically having the president on is a badge of honor.
Yeah, not anymore. Not anymore, especially if you're going to set him up as a huge success, knowing that he's not been a huge success.
But the people who reiterate the lies that he say obviously are complicit in all of this, because they're lying to themselves and they're lying to everybody else when they tell you, yeah, the economy's great. Every Democrat that continues to go out there and just, what are you talking about? The economy's great. He created 15 million jobs. He hasn't done any of that, and you continue down that line. So is the mainstream media. CNN, in another story, will tell you how great the economy is, though.
Absolutely,
because they still want a Democrat in power. They may pick on this man, but at the same time, you think they're going to like really go out there and push people towards a Trump economy? No, not at all. They'll tell you that, okay, maybe right now we're not good, but what are the plans? He's got great plans to bring the economy back around. That's what they're going to continue to tell people.
Voters trust Trump on the economy. This is what Aaron Burnett basically said. Voters trust Trump on the economy. Cost of buying a home has doubled. Real income is down. Economic growth far short of expectations. Consumer confidence has collapsed in 30 seconds. And then where did Joe Biden go? He danced around. He, as Rhino pointed out, he brought up the inflation numbers, which ABC fact checked. We'll get to that a little later in the show. But it's all right there. And it was accidental, as you call it, accidental journalism, Los. They didn't mean to do what they did. They were trying to, you know what? I'm not sure what they were trying to do.
It was a softball. And then the problem is that when you start to line up the data to present your question, none of the data is rosy.
That's right.
And so you're left with, so can you answer a question based off of all this bad information, this bad data?
Yeah.
Bad data in terms of it's bad for you.
How can you spin this? And then he stumbled and stammered, knowing that he can't spin it because he didn't have unfortunately, didn't have the ability to. In two different ways. He doesn't have the ability to because there's nothing you can spin. It's a freaking terrible, I want to use the word turd because it's such a gross word, but because that's what it is. But then he doesn't have the ability. He doesn't have the mental capability of spinning.
But this is reminiscent of 2016. The more Hillary spoke to people, the more her poll numbers would go down. When it comes to Joe Biden, it's more of a reflection of just how weak and how problematic he is and what's going on in this country. The more you put him out in public, the more it hurts his numbers, despite what he says.
And that ain't changing anytime soon. That's the other thing. And none of that is changing anytime soon. When I look at CNN, I don't know what to make of them because they are a mainstream outlet. They are a Democrat outlet. And it's like for them to come out, or for Aaron Burnett to just physically come out and expect him to be able to respond to that.
Yeah.
She knew he wasn't going to be able to respond to that. Like, is there an ulterior or something going on that maybe for just a minute, they're trying to boot Joe Biden? Maybe they they know they want a Democrat. Maybe they're trying to force the Democrat Party's hand. I mean, that's crossed my mind before.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that. I think that they're in turmoil, CNN. Remember, they lost so much money when they went with the CNN Plus and the online streaming service, and people just weren't tuning in because they were so far left. They were the Biden administration apologists. They did throw out all these things and expected Joe Biden to be able to. They've thrown out the lie, oh, he's not too old, he's fine. They continue to allow that talk on their airwaves get out there. But at the same time, they realized, wait, we got to be down the middle a little bit more. We're losing way too many. This isn't who CNN was when we started. No, we kind of got to get back to being a little bit more fair and balanced. But at the same time, we don't want Trump. So I think they're just kind of like in turmoil. They just don't know which way to go with this product at that point. So you still have the Aaron Burnett's. You may have gotten rid of some of the like extremists, but you're still stuck with some of them that will, ask the tough questions, but then kind of sit back and go, I don't know what to do with this situation anymore.
Well, there's a frustration point because we're all having to pretend that Joe Biden is in charge. Now, we know that not to be the case, but you do have the corporate media who says, well, we would like to have his administration, the people around him who are in charge, stay in charge. The problem is they have a figurehead, and that figurehead is what drives people to go and vote. People are not voting for a nameless administration. They're not voting for, hey, here's Ron Klain. He used to run things. And people don't know who they're voting for in that case.
This has to have a brand.
So they're frustrated that they can't push this figurehead, this brand, and be able to change the will of the American people because they're too busy looking at the guy. It's Wizard of Oz. He's not in charge, but he's the one you have to vote for.
That's exactly right. So it's a great comparison. Wizard of Oz. Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. 7 o'clock hour is brought to you by Van Zant Law. If you're in an accident, make the right call, vanzantlaw.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
All right, here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Friday, May 10th. U.S. Senator Jon Ossoff followed up his contentious questioning of U.S. Postmaster General Louis DeJoy during an April 16th meeting on the persistent late mail deliveries with a letter asking about progress in delivering the mail. Customers have been complaining about the late bill payments and delayed deliveries of medication and other important mail due to issues at the Atlanta Regional Processing and Distribution Center in Palmetto, Georgia. On-time delivery for first-class mail was only achieved 36% of the time. In the letter, Ossoff requested an update from DeJoy on the current on-time delivery statistics. An investigation is ongoing as Atlanta police search for two men who stole $250,000 from the Onyx Gentlemen's Club. According to police, the two men entered the House of Ill Repute through the ceiling and used power tools to breach the safes from which they stole the cash. Police report that the Booty Club's alarm system was never triggered. And in sports, the Atlanta Braves are in New York this evening to begin a 3-game series against the New York Mets. Charlie Morton will be on the mound for the Braves. First pitch scheduled for 7:10. As always, you can catch all the action on our sister station, 680 The Fan.
You should not have been forced to take the COVID vax. Not everyone should have been, says the woman who forced everyone to take the COVID vax, or at least attempted to. Next on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Tug, Rhino, and Los on the air until 10.
Stream Clay Travis and Buck Sexton, Glenn Beck, Fox News, and even NASCAR on Sundays, anywhere on the Extra 106.3 app. Download the app now and get 24/7 access to the live stream, the latest news, and everything you need to know about Atlanta's only conservative talk station. Download the Extra 106.3 app for Apple or Android and check out even more great original content at thepodcastpark.com.
Hey, Atlanta, it's Los. Let's talk about Honda generators and where do you pick those up? Of course, the good people over at Howard Brothers. You never know when a power outage is going to strike, and that means you need a power source that you can depend on to keep the lights on and the other essential electrical appliances. You got to keep them working. That's why you need a Honda generator from Howard Brothers. Honda generators, they are reliable. They're economical. They're portable. I'll tell you, when we had our issue in Florida after Hurricane Michael, that's what we had had down there with us, a Honda generator. Dependable. It works when you need it. That is the key. When you're camping or you're at home, Howard Brothers can make sure that you are never left in the dark with these efficient, reliable sources of power, and they're quiet. Also, rugged Honda engines assure you hours of uninterrupted power. Howard Brothers has 7 locations around town that sell Honda generators. It's time for you to be powered by Howard Brothers and Honda.
Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watch Company, where quality and value make the difference. Locally owned and located in Sandy Springs, offering you the finest selection of unique diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and emerald jewelry, as well as other fine gemstones. Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watches has been servicing Rolex watches for over 30 years, and their Rolex-trained watchmaker will service your watch in their state-of-the-art Rolex service center in their store. Lee Brandt uses only genuine Rolex parts, and their estimates are free. Drop by Lee Brandt in the Trader Joe's Shopping Center in Sandy Springs or visit LeeBrandt.com.
This is Dan Watkins with All Four Seasons. We've always been Atlanta's best at installing and servicing garage and entry doors, but you would be surprised at how many windows we've installed as well. So we're proud to announce a new division, All Four Seasons Windows. We now have the ability to make sure every opening in your house is safe, energy efficient, and looks darn good. So give us a call today to schedule your free sales consultation. Find out how you can decrease your energy bills and increase the beauty and value of your home with All Four Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows.
Neil Borch here. Maybe you've already taken the steps to improve your health, maybe save your life. You're using a CPAP for your sleep apnea. I've been using one for well over 20 years. So right now, I'm here to tell you about a source for CPAPs and CPAP supplies here in the Atlanta area. CPAPs, etc. They're in Alpharetta. They have whatever you need. Roddy and Sharon are your CPAP experts, and they'll ship nationwide. More information, cpapsetc.com.
Welcome to Collins Hill Golf Club. Located only minutes between Georgia 316 and I-85 in Lawrenceville, lies one of Northeast Atlanta's best fun and affordable golf courses. A beautiful traditional layout with small undulating greens and narrow tree lines, and a new pond restoration project that will enhance the beauty and playability of the course. Collins Hill offers a wonderful challenge for every skill level. But golf is just the beginning of what you'll find at Collins Hill Golf Club. The clubhouse is the ideal place for members and guests to relax. The staff at Collins Hill is another key asset to the club. There is always something going on at Collins Hill Golf Club. Interested in competitive golf tournaments locally? Join the Collins Hill Men's Golf Association. Annual membership includes a golf tournament happening every month. Visit collinshillgolf.com for information. That's collinshillgolf.com.
The EQE SUV electrifies the spirit, soul, and body of the Mercedes-Benz SUV. User-friendly technology meets thoughtful utility, thorough refinement, and earth-friendlier power. Satisfying for both drivers and passengers with innovations that only Mercedes-Benz can deliver. Experience the all-electric 2024 Mercedes-Benz EQE 350 SUV today. Lease one for just $759 per month for 36 months with $72.53 due at signing. Exclusively from RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this vehicle and many other models. And visit today to see how to qualify. Special lease rate available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Service through RBM of Atlanta Sandy Springs through May 31st, 2024. Excludes tax, tag, title, and Georgia Lemon law fees. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station is always streaming live across Georgia on the Extra 106.3 app. Get the live stream and your favorite Extra podcast anywhere you go. Grab the Extra 106.3 app now for Apple or Android.
Oh, Dr. Burks. This is a lady that pretty much said everybody needs to get the COVID vax when everything was happening. And Dr. Burks has basically said now that no, everybody shouldn't have gotten the vax. And then she goes in about 15 circles explaining that what they did was wrong.
They were very effective for what they were supposed to be used for, which was prevent severe disease and hospitalization and deaths. Now, the question, you're asking a broader question because a lot of people were immunized that weren't in those high-risk groups. And that's why there has to be this transparent panel and discussion. There are definitive cohorts that should have gotten the vaccine from the very moment and should have been prioritized. I was saying in November, please prioritize the long-term care facilities. We knew that was ground zero where our true elderly were residing. They needed it the most and should have gotten it first. Instead, we gave it to young nursing personnel. When you study a vaccine to work for a specific cohort, you have to build trust by immunizing that cohort first, showing that it has the effect that you wanted.
Pause.
And I think, I hope we learn those.
So that's what I'm saying. She goes in so many, because she starts out by saying, oh, the vaccines worked. And then she had the courage to say, we need to have transparency.
Let me give you an example of what is actually out there. So we just had AstraZeneca that left the market in Europe, and it was done so, and they were told, well, it's commercially. There's other stuff that's out there, so we'll pull it. So right now, if you're in Britain and you have a vaccine injury, you can get up to 120,000 pounds, and then you have to prove that if you want disability, you're at least 60% disabled. So they've already made like a weird threshold for this. They're already paying people off because they realize what the damage this did. Do you realize that in the 15 million people that they looked at who reported a vaccine injury, you know what the number one side effect was? COVID-19.
Yeah.
They got it. In fact, it's called immune escape. The number one side effect of the vaccine was then you got COVID.
And that's the funny part, because she said the very first thing she opened up with is it worked the way it was designed to work. I'm like, well,
if it's a bioweapon.
Well, yeah.
Exactly.
How did this work? It worked perfectly.
Exactly the way we wanted it to. Do you want to hear the rest of it?
Yeah,
because
please,
she goes
go ahead,
on about those injuries.
Immunizing that cohort first, showing that it has the effect that you wanted. And I hope we learn those lessons, because you're absolutely right. There will be another time when we need the American people to come together and listen. And I think until we have the 9/11 Commission, until we've listened to each and every one of them and addressed their concerns, and they believe they were heard, people are going to continue to spread conspiracy theories. You block conspiracy theories when you let people be heard and you answer them transparently.
Which they did not do.
She was the conspiracy theory.
Yes.
That's
the point, though.
This
isn't going to change. They're not going to work on this. They're not going to fix this. Would she say we need to start listening? You should have listened from the beginning. And you were the conspiracy theorist. You're the one throwing. You refuse to allow questions or any kind of dissent or saying, hey, we have questions about this. Why aren't there any warning signs on the back of this paperwork that this vaccine should have? There are no warning signs. There are no side effects. There's nothing. We're asking questions. You shut it down. You blocked it. You didn't allow any talk.
And meanwhile, as she's talking about, we should have paid attention to our nursing homes. And as I've talked about, yes, an age stratified plan should have been the way. I've talked about this for 3 years. But I was also making the link to you don't shut down the schools.
Right.
Yeah, because there's no reason to. And she talked about that. She said we should have vaccinated the older people and not the young people that were working with the elder. Like the nurses, they didn't need to be. They're healthy.
What we did was we destroyed an entire generation's people, their microbiome and their natural immunity. We destroyed their immune systems. And now they're rubbing their hands going, well, it wasn't me.
No.
I'm not the one who did it.
Because that's the reason she's doing this interview.
Well, let's be honest. Who was the one who told the Biden administration that we gotta push out there that any kids 6 months and older need to get the shot? We're working on it. We're gonna get it for you. She's part of that. They were all part of this. They all gave advice. They didn't listen to families when they said, wait, hold on 1 second. We're not looking at these numbers. The mortality rate is completely different than what you're trying to tell us or what you're alluding to. The reality is kids will be fine. And you shut that down. You forced the vaccine into parents and saying, hey, if you don't go get your kids, maybe we don't let them go to school. Maybe we don't allow this. That's the ridiculous part about everything she's saying. Yeah, this is a CYA, cover her own butt, save her own job.
This is one of those crimes against humanity, and that's not overspeaking this, because this is worldwide. There's going to be so many issues that we're going to have over the next several years. And what is Big Pharma doing right now? Moderna and Pfizer are rubbing their hands together about all their new cancer drugs.
That's exactly right.
And that's what they did. They acquired different companies to be able to sell you cancer drugs because they expected a large onslaught of cancer over the next several years.
And we've seen it. We've seen turbo cancers in our community.
If you just look at the explosion of different cancers, a lot of them bowel-oriented cancers, reproductive cancers, they're sitting at like 30% higher than what they were in 2019. Now, what happened differently?
No.
Oh, so weird. And by the way, then you have Big Pharma just so happens to be like, and we've got all the drugs to take care of it.
But are they really stopping? Are they really stopping? Because everything I hear, okay, oh, look, here are blood clots, and people were pulling out pictures showing, like, what is this? What's going on? Oh, that's lies. This is that, the other. Then what AstraZeneca comes out and goes, hey, just so you know, yeah, we have to take ours off the market because there were blood clots that caused death and blah, blah, blah. So we were right again, and you shut that down now. You shut down any kind of talk about a vaccine injury. That's what she continues to do. That's what they continue to do. So you haven't learned your lesson.
And it was a 5-minute interview. I chopped it out and probably shouldn't, but because we could have listened to the whole thing and just dissected it all, because she went on to talk about vaccine injuries, and she said, maybe a couple hundred.
A couple hundred.
Okay.
AstraZeneca just told you what they've done to people.
Maybe 1,000.
They're so prevalent.
A couple hundred, maybe 1,000.
To the point where because remember, Chris Cuomo flat out told you, I've got a vaccine injury. This is I'm taking ivermectin. Here's what I'm doing in order to deal with my long COVID. So you're telling me that it just so happens that the guy who was in prime time on CNN having a show just happened to be one of the unlucky, very few amount of people.
Yeah, right.
Right.
It just so happens. Just by happenstance.
Yeah.
Just by happenstance.
These people, man, they are not going to take responsibility for anything they did. From the people who created said virus in said lab that we know happened now, they're not taking responsibility for that. Dr. Birx and the whole medical system, they're not taking responsibility for any of that. Now want to talk about transparency when they were the ones saying you cannot allow this discussion.
You realize we've yet to have one formal congressional hearing on any of this.
And you're not going to.
And you're not going to.
You're not going to. It's nothing's changed.
Because that's going after the people that really pay for what gets done in Washington.
That's exactly right, man. And those labs that are across Europe, Eastern Europe, the labs that are in China that unfortunately, we're funding. Even Dr. Fauci has admitted that we funded that stuff.
We have informal meetings. We have, Senator Ron Johnson who will hold different commissions and will, get testimony. But we've yet to have one time where Congress has gotten together and said, we need answers on this.
It ain't going to happen. I mean, who's going to be the person that goes out and pushes the issue? So you can have a Rand Paul and he's been preaching from the mountaintops, and it's done nothing.
And what did I always say when it came to Fauci and Birx and EcoHealth Alliance and all this sort of stuff? If you don't punish people,
it'll happen
you don't
again.
Discourage any of this.
Yeah, it'll happen again. It's just like the kids on campus. The ones that don't want to have any repercussions. They don't want to be suspended from school for taking over buildings.
And remember, the same woman, too, by the way, who talked about myocarditis and not really being any part of this.
Tell me,
Yet she didn't do the research on it. She just makes statements like this 3 years ago to Forbes.
Yeah, just, not everybody needed the vaccine. We should have just focused on the elderly folks. Not everybody needed it, but they forced you to.
Can't make any money that way.
No, they forced you to. Now, 4 years later, when the wheels are coming off the bus, they're scattering like friggin' moths from a flame. It's unreal. Next on Extra 106.3, it took about 30 seconds to destroy Bidenomics. It was supposed to be a softball interview, but it wasn't. It was accidental, but it wasn't. Got a Bortz report and a Fox News update next on Extra 106.3.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Every once in a while I see on Facebook somewhere, what was the first live concert you ever attended? For me, it was Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass in Houston, Texas. And guess what? I got to sit throughout the entire performance. Nobody was standing up in front of me trying to call attention to themselves. The last concert I attended, Orlando, Jimmy Buffett and the Eagles. Everything was okay with Jimmy Buffett, but as soon as the Eagles started to perform, this gargoyle in front of me stood up. And after he stood through the first song, I asked him, I said, "Sir, are you going to stand for the whole performance?" And he said, "Absolutely." And quite frankly, it really affected our enjoyment. We didn't want to stand. Well, I ran into an article today that actually has a mild connection to the shooting in Nashville. And what I talked about on the air with the guys here at Extra 106.3 yesterday, so many people now just want to be famous. It's so important to be famous. A famous influencer. Something, somehow, where you can grab the attention of a lot of people, if just for a few minutes. And now at concerts, you have these I want to be famous people out in the audience whose sole goal during the concert is to draw attention to them. They start screaming at the artist. They're holding up signs, anything to get a video clip that they can post on TikTok. Maybe it will go viral and they can be famous. They can show the video to their friends. Look, that's me. That's me. And the artist actually looked at me and said something about my sign. Some society we've built up here, folks. Amazing. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
It's that time of year again when the owner of Central Heating and Air Conditioning, Chuck, brings back the 4th annual Christmas in July, benefiting Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Hey, it's Tug for Central Heating and Air Conditioning. If you want to help give back to the community, all you have to do is sign up for a maintenance agreement with Central Heating and Air Conditioning, and $10 from every new maintenance agreement will go directly to Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. The more maintenance agreements you sign up for, the bigger and better we can make the 4th annual Christmas in July for Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Central services all makes and models. With Central, you're not just a number, you're a member of the family. It's been that way since 1947, and they've serviced over 100,000 customers right here in Atlanta. So call 770-GET-HEAT or go to centralheat.com to sign up for a maintenance agreement and help Chuck and Central Heating and Air give back to the community. Carrier products, carrier warranty, and carrier peace of mind. Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts.
We're smart, we care. We're Central Heating and Air.
Get ready for Real Talk on the Janelle King Show, where we tackle kitchen table topics that are banned from family gatherings, but crucial for a strong republic. Tune in every Saturday at 3 p.m. and every Sunday for an encore episode at 9 a.m. And if you can catch us live, great. But if not, no worries. New podcasts drop every Tuesday on the Podcast Park right here on Extra 106.3 or wherever you get your podcast. Join us for insightful conversations that matter.
The Kimmer Show is only live on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home. Did you know that backyard play thing was once called the Jumpoline?
I did not know that.
That was until your mom bounced on one.
Yeah, I saw, yeah.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
Bibi and Biden. I'm Chris Foster. Fox News. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu dismisses President Biden's warning that some weapons shipments could stop over concerns about civilian safety if Israel's military launches a large-scale invasion in the city of Rafah in southern Gaza.
We are determined and we are united in order to defeat our enemies and those who want to destroy us. If we need to stand alone, we will stand alone.
Prime Minister Netanyahu translated there in a video message for Israel's Independence Day coming up. Former Trump attorney Michael Cohen's expected to testify Monday at the Trump criminal hush money trial in New York. Witnesses yesterday included former White House aide Madeleine Westerhout.
She testified about setting up an Oval Office meeting between Trump and Michael Cohen, where she says a payment to Stormy Daniels was discussed. She also testified that she thinks the former president has been treated unfairly. Now, Stormy Daniels concluded her testimony. So while on the stand, she said she never directly asked Trump for money, but she says she did ask publications for money to sell her story and, quote, get the truth out.
Fox's Brooks Simon. Daniels says in the end, she took the deal to keep quiet for her own safety. The judge denied defense motions for a mistrial and to amend the gag order in the case. Beating a midnight deadline tonight, the Senate votes to reauthorize the Federal Aviation Administration.
With the law governing the agency about to expire, senators also approved a 1-week extension to give the House time for passage. Majority Leader Chuck Schumer.
And so make sure that the FAA will be in continuous service and there will be no gap.
The $105 billion bill, designed to improve safety and customer service for air travelers, passed on a strong 88-4 bipartisan vote. Carmen Roberts, Fox News.
In Virginia, the school board in Shenandoah County votes to rename 2 schools after Confederate military officers reversing name changes made 4 years ago. America's listening to Fox News.
Have you heard? Pure Talk is now providing international roaming to over 50 countries. As you plan your summer travel, make sure your wireless company covers you at home and abroad. Unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $20 a month. That's less than half the price of Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile. Dial pound 250 and say Pure Talk to make the switch today. That's pound 250 and say keyword Pure Talk.
You know, since 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been committed to supporting our nation's first responders and veterans. They support America's heroes like U.S. Army Major Jonathan Turnbull. Now, Major Turnbull sustained devastating injuries at the hands of an ISIS suicide bomber. Tunnel to Towers gave him a specially adapted smart home designed for his needs. Join Tunnel to Towers. They're hoping all of us will donate $11 a month so this great work continues. Their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org.
No need for traffic updates. We always steer you right. It's the Morning Extra on 106.3.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Glad that you're here. Download the app so you can listen live and on demand to great conservative thought and ideas, discussions, all that kind of stuff. It's all here. Can't find it anywhere else, but you can listen on the app. You can listen 106.3 FM, 12:30 a.m. Stream us at extra1063.com. They say the average person stops being cool at 39. That's when we're no longer cool. Slang's hard to keep up with after you're about 39. You don't really care about celebrities anymore or as much as you did. You become out of touch with technology, and I have stumbled upon that. I used to be pretty handy with technology and new technology. And nowadays, dude, I feel like a one-leg man in a butt kicking contest because I can't figure it out at all. I admire you, Rhino, because I know you're pretty well versed in technology and do some pretty cool stuff. And I don't know when it happened, but apparently 39 was when it happened.
That's probably right. Like, I stopped caring about celebrities or news. I mean, I never really did that much. I mean, I was a little more into it. Technology-wise, I've always kind of stayed up with, only because I do really enjoy it. But, yeah, I definitely know now when I talk to my son, I am not cool. Like, I don't understand any of these new terms.
I know.
Like, he says things, and I'm like, that makes no sense to me. He's like, yo, that's sweaty. I'm like... It's a video game. What do you mean?
That's the worst. You better get some deodorant going.
Are we schwitzing?
Yeah.
What's the matter here?
I still don't even understand it, but apparently sweaty means like that's really cool. That's really dope.
All right. Yeah,
now I like to throw out those things though, like an old man.
Just to see if they work.
Yeah, I like to throw out like the old things.
And because that makes them tilt their head.
They're like, what are you talking about? What's that mean?
I think I checked out on newer music. Like it catches me eventually.
Yeah.
But that is rather than knowing the exact date of what album was coming out and who was going to be touring where,
man.
That's the one I've kind of let go. I still pay attention to the rest of the sort of stuff and still a little bit of celebrity in terms of when I turn on the TV and I see a commercial with somebody, I want to go, who is that?
Yeah, we want to know who it is.
So that's why when the NFL dropped a streamer on me as an influencer, and I was like, who is Sketch? Okay, like that.
Oh, yeah.
That's the newest one. They got
Sketch.
me.
I still see. Sketch. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Sketch is this kid who is a streaming guy.
He's out of the Houston area. He's a Texans fan. They had him come up on stage and do a pick.
The draft pick.
And I looked at him and said, what is this?
Yeah.
Dude, Jacob and all of his buddies on the baseball team over at Charleston.
And Joe, too.
Love Sketch. They do.
Really? Fired up over Sketch.
Brother.
Yeah.
Why? What's he do?
Because he's funny.
He's just funny. And I didn't realize it was an act. It's all an act. Like
I have no idea what.
He comes off as, how would you describe him, Joe? Slow?
A little slow, but he has these quips. It's
goofy looking.
I'm the evil Mr. Beast. All I do is take.
Which is funny, being that Mr. Beast, all of his entire thing is like, look at all the donations I'm doing.
Right, which is, why he's the exact opposite.
And he got famous from like clips of him playing Madden against people.
Yeah.
So special teams, special moments, special
and
players.
He has the little hand thing that he does.
Yeah, and he has these
yep.
movements he does.
I've just seen him with Jacob watching. I have no idea.
Regular television.
This sounds horrible. Like, you guys did not sell me at all on why.
No, it's not meant for you.
It's not meant for us.
It's not meant for you.
So our kids are this dumb that's what's entertaining to them, watching other people play video games.
I'll give you a hypothetical.
And make funny hand signals.
You know what dumb is? Dumb to them is sitting around waiting for what time is it on a Sunday to watch your favorite show.
Sure.
Think about how dumb we've been doing that.
Yeah.
This is this is just different programming. And their entire programming is whenever they want it, whenever it's time. If I want to watch Sketch do his thing or I don't have to.
Yeah.
But the idea when I told my daughter, we would wait until 9 o'clock on Sundays to watch The Sopranos. She's like, why would you do that?
Why don't you just go and watch it now?
Just go watch it now.
Right.
Kind of like, so they held you hostage all these years? I'm like, I guess it kind of did.
Kind of did. Yeah, they did.
I used to pull over and call my parents, let them know what time I was going to be home.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Because we didn't have a phone.
Because we had to go to the payphone.
I had no
track 'em.
Mom, I'm sorry I didn't have a quarter.
I had to carry around these things called quarters.
And it was a pay phone.
And this is the misnomer. Oftentimes, things you might think are dumb, they think the stuff that we were doing is dumb.
Absolutely.
They're like, look at the cavemen they were.
Yeah. I wonder how kids think about it. And I guess we could ask Joe because he's closest to being the kid on the show. Joe, like, what is it? How does it affect you when they only do one episode a week? You know what I mean? Like, does that bother you at all? Because that's kind of holding you hostage, too.
I like it. So I watch Succession all the way, like from the first season.
Brian Cox
that came out
an antichrist. Yes, I know about him.
once a week. I liked it because it was
a great show. Great show.
You had to schedule, your week around.
Okay, but
when am I going to watch Succession?
But that's exactly what we always had to do. So
so it feels more important now.
Yeah. See, but they still don't know that. When we were younger, if you missed that Sunday,
there was
Sopranos,
no going back.
You would never get to see it.
They didn't they would do a re-air right after. You missed either one,
you're done.
Yeah.
Like there's so many shows that now that I stream them, I'm like, never saw this episode. I have no idea what's going on.
Right, absolutely. There's 1,000 and
I've seen every other one.
Seinfeld's the same way. Like there's still episodes of Seinfeld that I've not seen.
Right.
And occasionally I'll be like, wait a minute.
If you missed it, you missed it.
I never saw this one.
My wife held on to VHS tapes for so long, in part because she had the entire catalog of Friends. And she was like, I don't want to give up the catalog of Friends.
That's probably valuable now.
Well, guess what? HBO Max, you got the whole catalog of Friends, everything you want to watch.
I bet you could sell those on eBay.
The tapes?
Somebody would. Yeah, somebody would.
Antique.
All right, now I got to look.
Yeah, I wonder what that goes for. And we'll see. Lo's going to look it up now. But it seems like if you had the original collection VHS of Friends, it's like the original collection of like those Disney movies that go for so much money.
Right. And I guess they'll never know what it's like especially in sports, to go, yeah, I never got to see that because you didn't see a replay. Like if something happened and someone's like, "Do you see it?" And you're like, "No, I missed that."
Yeah.
Like you would never get to see a replay unless it was especially if it wasn't in your city. Like you might see it on your local news, something the Braves did. But let's say the Yankees did something amazing and you missed it. You're never going to see it
or something to end the game. And
you don't see that. You weren't able to go back and look at it online 100 times.
This is going to sound so strange to Joe Virgin River, but during the 1993 baseball season, this is when the San Francisco Giants had a massive lead and the Braves were trying to track them down. And every night I was watching Braves games, and then I'd have to go to the newspaper in the morning to see what the Giants did.
Yes. Isn't that crazy?
The next day, going to the newspaper, and sometimes because it was a West Coast start, sometimes they didn't have it because the game started too late.
Right, it'd be the late edition. It wouldn't come out until 10 o'clock or something.
Like we weren't even at that point of Sports Center where it was going to get updated as quickly as you needed.
We had to go look at box scores to see what our favorite players did. You'd go in and be like, wow. Oh, man, Ronald Acuna was 1 for 3? That's garbage.
What really blows my mind is the people that played fantasy baseball and they had to score themselves and go through every box score in the newspaper and do it that way. That just...
There was a player
crazy to me.
That was in the Cleveland organization that I would get in Baseball America, and I would see all of his stats. And I was like, man, this guy, Jim Thome, by the time he gets here, I think he's going to be pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Because all you knew Jim Thome was from a Baseball America black and white piece of paper on what his number was, not to know that Thome is going to hit 500 homers and be a Hall of Famer.
And be a thorn in the Braves side for sure.
That's so amazing.
Yeah.
When you start thinking back about how we just kind of navigated life, I really do feel like a caveman now. Like, it's amazing that I had to, when we wanted weather, we had to, like, if you didn't catch the newscast, we had to go outside and look.
You know what we would do?
Or you'd read the newspaper to find out, like, what the weather was for the week.
We had to wait until 9 or 10 o'clock, or 11, depending on where you're at, for the local news to tell you what was happening in terms of your weather.
Right. And local news as what's happened throughout the day in the city and community that you live in.
It was so much bigger. Like, for anyone who thinks to themselves, like, well, they're on this television station, this network. I'm like, this isn't 20, 30 years ago.
Doesn't matter.
Like, being in local television is not what it was 20, 30 years ago.
No.
Where when, and it's not off. The whole Ron Burgundy bit.
Yeah.
That's because, like, everybody knew who the local sports guy was.
That's right.
Like, Chuck Dowdle for years,
my
like,
gosh.
people had to wait to hear what Chuck had to say about the
Jeff
team.
Hollinger.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Another guy.
Like, we had Dan Cook in San Antonio, and it was not, he's the guy who coined "It's Not Over Till the Fat Lady Sings." Okay, Dan Cook, you waited for Dan Cook to tell you about your teams.
Yeah. In Chattanooga, because living in Dalton, we didn't even get the Atlanta stations. We got the Chattanooga stations. We had Daryl Patterson, that was the sports guy, and our Ron Burgundy was Bob Johnson.
Yeah,
and
Bob
he
Johnson.
even kind of looked like Ron Burgundy.
Really?
I mean, he had the look of very nice man, but he everything. All the Ron Burgundy.
Just understand the things we sometimes think are dumb or silly or whatever they're into. They're looking at us thinking the exact same thing.
And we did it with our parents. You know, we did. There was all kinds of stuff. Video games when your parents couldn't play Atari or you made fun of them too. So it's everything's cyclical in life, and this is just another thing that
you guys are all going to look stupid to your kids one day.
That's right, absolutely. All the things that you love, Joe.
I can't believe you took cars to work.
That's right. Yeah, you
had to fill them up with stuff.
You can just teleport.
We just teleport there
now these days. Joe Virgin River board up. People stop being cool.
No, I'll always be cool.
No, you won't. 39
You're not even cool now.
Well,
yeah,
there's
that's
that.
a good point.
Exactly right. Exactly right. So you got 15 years until you're not cool anymore.
Yeah.
And you're back to not being cool.
Was it 35?
39.
39. I do want to get rid of at some point the DVDs we have in the house.
Oh, we've not. We never bought DVDs. We never bought in. You know the Blu-ray thing?
Yeah.
We never bought into that. We did have a DVD player, but when they started switching to Blu-rays, and we just never got into it. We never switched with it. And maybe that's why I quit watching some movies. You know what I mean?
Like,
because
I wasn't
sticking with the technology.
Yeah, like whenever I want to watch Major League, I should be able to go, here, I'm going to put on 1988, 1989 Major Leagues. I got it on DVD, or Hoosiers. And then I'm like, but I kind of want the space back in these drawers.
Right.
Absolutely right.
What do these for?
Erin's probably got 2,000, 3,000 DVDs in that house.
Wow.
They're everywhere. But, every once in a while they come in handy because you go to like Amazon, you're like, I want to watch Friday, because I had never seen any of the Friday movies ever. So you go on, it's like, $14.99. And you're like, I don't want to pay for it.
$4
But luckily she already had the DVDs.
But do you have a player?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Okay. See, we've not had a DVD player in 15 years, 20 years, maybe.
Well, if you have 2,000, 3,000 DVDs,
of course,
you probably should have one. But even, our computers, like older computers, they still have the DVD ROMs
You know what? This one.
Yeah, all gaming systems can still play them.
No.
But, just as a regular standalone DVD player.
Yeah.
We've got one at our place in Florida because the rental management company expects you to, just in case like somebody brings the kids and their DVDs. Right. But outside of that, there's not one in the house.
Goodness, yeah, we've not had one in 20 years, at least 20 years.
Yeah. And that's because Erin worked at a place that these kids will never understand, Blockbuster.
The Blockbuster on every corner.
Right. Like, could you imagine if you wanted to see a movie, you had to wait till it came out on Blockbuster? Then you'd have to go and hope that not everybody else in town wanted that movie that just came out on VHS or DVD.
They had like 10 copies.
10 copies.
And, buddy, if you weren't one of the first 10 to get in there, you get it. Sorry about your
Joe,
luck.
just imagine that every Subway closed. Like, every Subway sandwich place closed. because that's how many Blockbuster musics there were, and that's Blockbuster Video, Blockbuster Music, and then suddenly they were all gone.
And
gone.
Except for the one that still is in Alaska or whatever. And there's just one that's hanging on, or did it finally close?
I remember the old Blockbuster on the corner of Abernathy and Roswell.
Oh, so you actually recall it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so you went in there.
Yeah, many times.
I didn't know. Okay, all right.
Yeah, he probably got in during the DVD time.
Well, yes.
The VHS time, that was fun because you would get fined if you did not rewind your movie. They would charge you extra.
Yeah, they would charge you extra. If they put it in and it wasn't rewound, you were in trouble.
Oh, man.
My gosh.
You're done.
Yeah, the rewind. I hadn't thought about that in forever.
It's so funny.
The movie. You know, and the VHS players, once they would hit the thing, it would just automatically rewind, or at least there eventually.
Yeah.
But early on, definitely not. Oh,
Your VHS, man. Woo!
And then
Blockbuster was a cool place to hang out. You see everybody from the neighborhood. They'd be like, you know what? I'm going to get movie theater candy right there to bring home with you. Popcorn, everything to do right there at Blockbuster. Then you had to go to look, there were other video stores too, and they had the little private sections in the back. So all the creepy people went to those private, movie places.
Even Blockbuster Music. They used to have listening stations. So that you could put the headphones on and listen to whatever the new album was, and then there would have and in order to buy it, you could just grab it right in front.
That's exactly
so you check out the new album, and then you just take it to the store.
That was the same thing too. A new album came out, you go to Turtles and be like, man, I hope I get it. I hope
sold out.
Yeah.
That's something
standing in line in front of Turtles waiting for an album to drop on a Tuesday. Because it was only Tuesdays.
Yep. Now they've moved it to Fridays with streaming. And that's the other thing. It's just available. It's available everywhere. It's not like when Taylor Swift's new record came out. It was the Tortured Poet Society? Mm-hmm. I mean, that thing was everywhere immediately. As soon as they hit go, it was available, and it just, man, it was not like that. I remember listening to 99X the first time I heard Pearl Jam's Daughter. I was on East Morris Street in Dalton, Georgia.
Whoa.
I can tell you, I remember.
What you're doing on the street? Working it?
Just driving down East Morris.
Oh, okay.
Just and
then did you turn off into Turtles and buy it?
I remember going, not that moment, but it was shortly after.
Yeah.
Because they're the album's out. Today or tomorrow, whatever it was.
And that was the funny part.
I still have those vinyls, too. I bought the vinyls.
If you weren't lucky enough, or if you didn't, love music that way, people would be like, have you ever heard Daughter by Pearl Jam? They'd be like, no. Because if you didn't hear it on the radio.
Yeah, there was no place else to hear it.
Yeah.
And if you didn't buy the album.
If you didn't have the album, I'm not sharing with you.
Morning Xtra and Extra 106.3. That's right. Exactly. Which, I read an article about the Walkman the other day, just the history of the Walkman and how it all came out. It was originally going to have it was going to be called the Spaceman or something.
Yeah.
But just a different name.
Because it was so futuristic.
I guess.
You know what it's like to have a Sony Walkman CD, Joe, and try to go and exercise and just have the CD skip the entire time?
You had to have the shockproof version.
Right, absolutely. 5-second shock. And I remember the second one I got had 19-second shock.
You guys couldn't handle all the trauma we went through at our age.
It's crazy. 8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
All right, here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Friday, May 10th. Some of you may still be waiting for a DVD being sent from Netflix. That too old, but U.S. Senator John Ossoff is working on that because Postmaster General Louis DeJoy is expected to get back to Ossoff on a requested update from DeJoy on current on-time delivery statistics. This comes from customers complaining about late bill payments and delayed deliveries of medication and other important mail due to issues at the Atlanta Regional Processing and Distribution Center in Palmetto, Georgia. On-time delivery for first-class mail was only achieved 36% of the time. An investigation is ongoing as Atlanta police search for two men who stole $250,000 from the Onyx Gentlemen's Club. According to police, the two men entered the house of ill repute through the ceiling and used power tools to breach the safes from which they stole cash. Police report that the club's alarm system was never triggered. In sports, the Atlanta Braves are back in action tonight and are in New York to begin a 3-game series against the stinking Mets. Charlie Morton will be on the mound for the Braves. First pitch is scheduled for 7:10. You may not be able to watch it on TV, but you can always listen to the action on our sister station, 680 The Fan.
The woman representing Georgia's 14th district in the U.S. House of Representatives, Marjorie Taylor Greene, joins us next on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
Atlanta radio legends collide on Extra 106.3. The legend Neil Bortz is live every week with Atlanta legend The Kimmer. Because when you get these two guys together, who knows where we'll end up?
I am shocked. Well, not that shocked.
The Kimmer is live on your drive home every weekday afternoon from 3 to 6. And now Neil Bortz joins this show every week. And if you miss it, catch up anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Oh, comfort. I'm a fan. I love being comfortable. Don't we all, though? I mean, you want your clothes to fit comfortably. You want the seat in your car to be comfortable as you drive a long way. There's all kinds of things that we want, comfort food. I mean, come on. Who hadn't had a bout or a round or two with some comfort food? I love when my mama makes gravy and biscuits in the morning. It's my favorite. And always has been. Comfort in your home, though, that takes work and it takes maintenance. Central Heating and Air Conditioning can provide that comfort and that maintenance. They do spring comfort. They give you a relaxing retreat inside your home because it's the temperature you would like for it to be. Now, this is machinery, so it needs to be maintained, no different than your car needs to be maintained if you want it to last a long time, and sometimes it's expensive to replace. Now, you can get the best deal in Atlanta with a new carrier system from Atlanta's carrier expert, Central Heating and Air Conditioning, if you need that. But if you don't, get a maintenance agreement. That way, the system runs and lasts as long as it possibly can. They'll come out twice a year, and right before the season that you're going to use, you know, the heat in the fall, spring, you'll do the air conditioning, and they'll make sure it's maintained and functioning properly. And they'll give you a great deal if you need anything fixed while they're there as well. So many things that Central Heating and Air Conditioning can do for you to give you that comfort that we all desire. CentralHeat.com, 770-GET-HEAT. Call Chuck and the team at Central Heating and Air.
Extra 106.3 listeners are falling in love with Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell.
Me and my wife now find our favorite sandwich place. That food over there was great.
Yeah, those rolls are so soft and sweet. I mean, it was just melt in your mouth. It was, and the steak was tender and juicy and flavorful. I can't say enough about it. It was very, very impressive.
It was so good.
Make Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell on Woodstock Road your new favorite spot for lunch or dinner. Nucky'sHoagies.com.
Support for Extra 106.3 comes from Natural Body Spa and Skin Remedy, celebrating their 35th anniversary and Mother's Day season with custom day spa and med spa packages. Discover Mother's Day gift ideas and award-winning day spa and med spa treatments available at Natural Body Spa and Skin Remedy, as well as e-gift cards online at naturalbody.com or in store at one of their 7 locations in Atlanta, Alpharetta, Decatur, Smyrna, and Snellville. Pamper your parent with the gift of spa at Atlanta's best day spa and med spa.
Help Special Olympics Georgia cheer on the Flame of Hope as it makes its way to Emory University for the 2024 Special Olympics Georgia State Summer Games. The Flame of Hope will be escorted by the local law enforcement torch run officers. Be on the lookout for the torch run going through Atlanta and ending at the opening ceremony for the Summer Games on May 24th. Want to get involved? Support a Special Olympics Georgia athlete today by adopting a duck at duckrace.com/Atlanta. All proceeds will help provide meals and housing for the Georgia athletes. That's duckrace.com/Atlanta.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Tax season can be stressful, but it's also a wake-up call. It's time to think beyond April and plan for your future. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we're not just advisors, we're your partners in building a secure retirement. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we understand the challenges Georgians face. That's why we offer personalized strategies to maximize your retirement income, minimize taxes, and ensure you never outlive your assets. Join the Master Plan family and let us guide you through every financial milestone. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your appointment today. Master Plan Retirement Consultants, where your journey and destination are both important. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Hey, it's Clay Travis. Buck Sexton and I are coming your way at noon, but right now we're getting your morning started right with Tug, Rhino, and Carlos Medina on the Morning Extra.
You listening right now at 8:26 are in luck. You are so lucky because our favorite guest is joining us on the Morning Extra, Tug, Rhino, and Los. That is Marjorie Taylor Greene, representative from Georgia in the 14th District. Ma'am, how are you today?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
We are great, and we appreciate you taking the time to come on. The crazy thing is I was so in support of you trying to recall Mike Johnson. I wanted to like Mike Johnson, and then I saw him the other day say that he got played by Joe Biden, and I couldn't believe my ears. I'm like, you let a man with diminished capacities trick you. And then you admitted it on top of it. Another reason that he needed to be recalled. I wish it would have worked, ma'am.
Well, I really appreciate your support. That means a lot to me. I have to tell you, I voted for Mike Johnson. Our entire Republican conference voted for Mike Johnson because we knew him to be a Christian conservative Republican and a constitutional attorney. And we thought he would be fantastic. But you're right. I mean, when Joe Biden, who has dementia, can trick Mike Johnson and take advantage of him. Imagine what Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, Jake Sullivan at the White House and everyone else is doing with Mike Johnson. And, by saying that, I think everyone knows the results. He passed a 2-part omnibus, spent more money than Nancy Pelosi, fully funded the Department of Justice, the FBI, gave him a brand new building. He totally switched, did a 180 on FISA from 6 months ago. He was totally for the warrant requirement, fought for it on Judiciary Committee, and then turned around and he was the deciding vote against warrant requirements and FISA reauthorization. He voted with me to not send any more money to Ukraine back in September, and then turn around and sent $61 billion to Ukraine. So, I mean, I have to tell you, it may have been an unpopular thing to do, call for a motion to vacate, but I proved everyone wrong. By when all the Democrats, or almost all the Democrats, but Nancy Pelosi, who impeached Trump twice, the entire Democrat leadership team, when all the Democrats are bailing out Mike Johnson, it shows you there's a reason why they're voting for him, and it's because he is giving them everything they want, and it also shows they can't take control of the House, because if they could have, they would have voted for Hakeem Jeffries.
Absolutely. Marjorie Taylor Greene joining us here on the Morning Extra. I think it's not just us that stand with you. The listeners, they tell us all the time that we're with you, we're behind you, we agree with what you're doing. You seem to be the only one out there that's looking to the constituents, looking at what people are saying when it comes to the border, when it comes to the economy, and you're going out there and fighting. And it doesn't seem, luckily, Thomas Massey jumped on your side. But one of my biggest problems with what Mike Johnson is doing is we talked about H.R. 2, we've talked about border security, we've talked about protecting the American citizens, and he went through it every single press conference. Border's important. Border's important. Then when it came down to it, we still gave money to someone else's border, and we still have not taken care of what needs to be taken care of here. And that's why I think what you did was so important.
Thank you. Again, I really appreciate it. You got to remember, I just came out of Washington yesterday where the entire city was against me, but I do.
You're used to that, though. Come on.
So I do feel like America is with me. And, I don't know if you guys saw that video clip when I rose to the microphone and started to read the resolution and I said, that it would be vacated, oh my gosh, the booing on both sides, Democrats and Republicans booing. And, I said, this is the uniparty for the American people to see. And I think that's another thing that was so important for that vote. I don't consider it a failure at all. I think it was a huge victory for voters and Americans and conservatives, Trump supporters, Republicans, because everyone got to see who the uniparty is. And the uniparty is the problem. They don't want to change anything. They want to keep the status quo. They don't want to rock the boat. And look at what they have handed us. Over $34 trillion in debt, a wide open, deadly border. I mean, my question is how many dead Americans have to pile up from fentanyl poisoning, illegal alien crime, murder, and all kinds of accidents? Like, how many dead Americans have to pile up before Congress is willing to stop playing uniparty games and actually solve the problems for the very people that pay their paychecks and vote to send them to Washington in the first place? And, I might be the most hated member of Congress in Washington right now. But, that's a badge of honor. I'll wear it all day long because I'm not willing to go along with the status quo. I hate what Congress has done to our country. I hate what the uniparty stands for. And, when I was standing there and they all started booing me, that actually charged me up. I was like, okay, this is it, and I wanted people to see it. And I'm so happy for that vote tally. And I'm so thankful to Thomas Massey. He is truly a principled, conservative, good man. And the other people that voted with me, we had 11 people. That's more than the 8 that voted to oust Kevin McCarthy. We just didn't have the Democrat support.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is our guest on the Morning Extra, and I will tell you, I was going through Conservative Review, and they have a Liberty score, and when it comes to conservative values and the way that people vote, you're at a 100, and so you're one of the people that we can always depend on. And I found it also interesting, Thomas Massey was at about a 96%. When Thomas Massey was asked about how he looks at Speaker Johnson, he was pretty diplomatic about it. He says there's just some people that are not good at this job. Is that the way that we have to view it, as whoever the next speaker is down the road, whenever that happens, we need to have somebody who knows how to fight these people and fight the uniparty, or at least not go along with it so often?
Yes, that is exactly what we need. This isn't, we've been saying this from the beginning. This isn't a personal attack on Mike Johnson, not at all. We don't want to tear him down as a man or his Christian faith or anything. He's just not good at the job. I mean, think about it. If you're going to send somebody in the room to negotiate with your enemies, you want a pretty mean son of a bitch. You want somebody that goes in there and knows how to stand up to people and fight. And that's not Mike Johnson. He's just not capable of it. He has caved and caved and caved. And, I had a list of demands that I wanted from him, and I thought they were pretty easy, very simple. I told him, I said, look, we're going to start with this. No more funding bills brought to the floor that go against the majority of the majority. Mm-hmm. If you can't get majority of Republican votes on it, you have no business bringing it to the floor. Easy. That's the Hastert rule. It's easy. And then if you do that, guess what? That eliminates Ukraine funding, because the majority of the majority Republicans have voted against Ukraine funding twice now. The $300 million that was my amendment, and then also against the $61 billion. So that was my second demand. I said that easily wipes out my second demand. My third one was something that I think is extremely important. Is you got to defund Jack Smith's special counsel. We're sick of the special counsels that are political weapons against President Trump. He is our presidential nominee. He is our candidate for 2024, and he's going to be president again in 2025. And it's time for Republicans to stand up and actually fight for him for a change. And I told him, I was like, you need to defund Jack Smith's special counsel. That's easy. We can do that by fighting for that in appropriations. And we have another appropriations deadline on September 30th. And he wouldn't do it. He would not do that. As a matter of fact, he's even on record in Playbook yesterday saying that, answering the question, they said, will you defund Jack Smith? And he said no. And, I figured that out early on. We had this conversation on Monday, and I figured out by Tuesday he was placating me when he was saying, I'm going to try to work with them and all this stuff. And once I figured it out late Tuesday night, I was like, that's it. I'm calling this thing. I've had enough of it.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, our guest on the Morning Extra, Tug, Rhino, and Los. So then, don't want to put you on the spot, but at the same time, who do we go to? Because I don't trust anybody. You and Thomas Massey. That's about it. I mean, so one of you guys are going to have to.
Roy, we got to. We'll start with the 11.
That's what I'm saying. There's so few people that we trust in D.C., and it's so discouraging as a person from Georgia that loves this country and served this country, the United States Navy, and I love it here. And where else are you going to go? But that's the thing. I don't want to put you on the spot, but who are we going to get? Is it going to be you that will ultimately be Speaker of the House? Will it be one of the 11? Who is it going to be that we can actually depend on and get some of those things that you requested, some of the things that you wanted done and your constituents want done to actually get them done?
Well, that's where I'm very probably going to disappoint you with my answer because I'm going to tell you the truth. The truth is, someone like me or Thomas Massey or Jim Jordan will never be elected Speaker of the House, and I'll tell you why. It's because it's a vote that happens in our conference. And if it was the American people voting, oh my gosh, I'm sure we would elect a really strong conservative Republican. But the fact that that vote happens within the conference, you're going to always get a moderate. And that is just the very disappointing truth. Now, how I look at that is I'm like, okay, that's the reality I have to live in, but I'm going to have to support someone that has the capability to negotiate, right? They may not go in the room and get everything I would have gotten if I went in the room, but I want them to come out with the important things. And you know, that's one of the difficult realities that I get frustrated with all the time is it's never the people's will in the people's house, which is the irony. It's never the people's will. It's always, the conference or the majority in charge. And that's where you have the special interests that screw it up. Many members of Congress, they serve whatever lobbyist or industry or PACs that keep them funded every single election cycle far more than they serve their constituents at home. And, this is why Congress has a 13% approval rating, because it's basically like a board of a corporation with 435 members that are the worst at customer service of any company in America. I mean, Congress just completely fails and fails and fails. So I really wish I could give you some rosy answer and promise you somebody great, but I just have to tell you the truth, and it's difficult to get someone fantastic in that position.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see the Honorable Marjorie Taylor Greene joining us here on the Morning Extra. And Congresswoman, the one thing that really upset me the other day was the way Trump talked about Mike Johnson and how much he liked him and what he asked you to kind of step back from what we've read throughout the papers and let this go that way. I understand what Donald Trump's trying to do. He's thinking if we get the House, if we get the Senate, and then I win the presidency, which he should, then we're going to be full control and we'll be able to get these things done. I still don't trust a lot of the members of the Uniparty to allow us to get those things done. So why is his support behind Mike Johnson now?
Well, I really appreciated President Trump and the statement he put out. I thought he did a very good job as the leader of our party. And I was grateful for how he started it. He said, I absolutely love Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's a fighter. She's got a strong spirit. She'll be here for a long, long time. And I really appreciate that because he and I have such a good, close working relationship. Now, as the leader of the party, that's pretty much what he has to do. He's trying to pull everybody together because he's preparing to be president again, and he needs everybody to come together to work for his agenda. So I felt like he did the right thing. I really think that is the voice he should be using right now. But in doing so, guess what? We aren't there yet. And I don't believe that the election is just guaranteed. I don't. I know 2020 was stolen, so I'm really concerned about 2024. And I'm kind of one of those people. I'm like, we got to win this one before we really get there. And I also am concerned September 30th, we have another government funding deadline. And what is Mike Johnson going to give the Democrats this time? And then also you got Mitch McConnell. He's already saying, we need more money for Ukraine in September. So nothing's going to change. I mean, nothing will change until then. So on this phone call and on everybody listening, I'm the only one that voted for Mike Johnson, and it's my job to hold him accountable as our Speaker of the House.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is our guest. A final question for you, because you obviously know Donald Trump very well. Seeing you to have multiple interactions with him, is this going to be a little bit of a different version? I ask that because in 2016, he had to primary and go through 14 opponents, and I think that caused some issues with him going into D.C. when he did. This seems like somebody who's already trying to line up allies everywhere he can, and I think that feels a lot different than his first presidency.
Well, I think he learned a lot of lessons the first time. I mean, who wouldn't, right? My gosh, that was insanity. He went into Washington thinking he had the support of the entire Republican Party, and then he found out most of them were stabbing him in the back. I have concerns it'll be that way again. I'm going to be really honest with you. Everyone right now is saying they support President Trump, but I'm kind of like, prove it. And that's why I was pushing Mike Johnson so hard to defund Jack Smith. I'm like, oh, you want to run down there and hide behind President Trump when I'm attacking you, Mike? Then prove your support for him. Defund Jack Smith, because, when you're the Speaker of the House, you're one of the most powerful people in the world. You're third in line to the president. You hold the purse strings of the House of Representatives. You can pretty much do anything you want. That's something Newt Gingrich talks about the power of the speakership. And, I'm really concerned about the next administration. We're going to have to just bring that accountability to everyone. This is the president's agenda. We're going to get it done this time. We're not going to be like Paul Ryan and that Congress that didn't get anything done, couldn't even fund the wall. And I think we're going to have to get in shape. It's like we're training for a marathon, and we should be proving it to the American people that we're going to be a Republican Congress that can actually do the job this time.
Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, 14th District of Georgia. Thank you, ma'am, for your time. We appreciate you. We appreciate everything you do and how you hold people accountable, because we have zero faith in Washington, D.C. So thank you for being the one shining light.
Thank you. I have no faith in D.C. either. You guys have a great weekend.
Get Israel some help, too.
Yes,
Don't let Biden not send weapons to Israel. We know that something bad's happening.
No question.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Thanks so much. Have a great weekend.
Thank you,
you
too. Yeah, I can see us all just putting our hands in the center and being like, DC sucks on 3.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly.
Not to. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. When we come back, more accidental journalism over at ABC. The Biden administration will hate to hear it, but they got fact-checked over there. Morning Extra. Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10. The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Tug, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
I'll see if I can make it a little bit more clear what's happening. Donald Trump paid $100,000 plus to Stormy Daniels to keep her yap shut about a discussion of the Big Bang Theory they supposedly had. Trump had his fixer, Michael Cohen, pay the money to Stormy Daniels. Then Trump paid Cohen back. Are you following this so far?
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Well, Sally, thank you for your time. But unfortunately, we can't offer you the position.
But why?
Well, we got the results of your background check, and we saw some red flags.
Like what?
Apparently, you were accused of dog-napping a chihuahua named Mr. Cha-Cha.
Mr. Cha-Cha was my soulmate.
At Horizon Background Screening, we find things that other companies don't. That's why companies that use us make smarter hiring decisions. Don't let the wrong hire put your company at risk. Get the real story on your candidates at horizonscreening.com.
This is Dan Watkins with All Four Seasons. We've always been Atlanta's best at installing and servicing garage and entry doors, but you would be surprised at how many windows we've installed as well. So we're proud to announce a new division, All Four Seasons Windows. We now have the ability to make sure every opening in your house is safe, energy efficient, and looks darn good. So give us a call today to schedule your free sales consultation. Find out how you can decrease your energy bills and increase the beauty and value of your home with All Four Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows.
It's officially May in the A, and the Atlanta Braves have an exciting month of 5 great matchups and 4 free giveaways. Like on May 15th when the Cubs are in town. The first 15,000 fans will receive a Michael Harris II chain giveaway presented by Coca-Cola. Then the Padres come to town the 17th through the 20th, and fans can also enjoy the incredible pre- and post-game entertainment in the Battery Atlanta. Visit Braves.com/promos for more details on all of the fun this month. Atlanta Braves baseball. We are Braves country.
At the Piedmont Bank, we're proud to be one of Georgia's largest community banks, focusing on serving businesses and the communities they serve. With headquarters right here in Metro Atlanta, our tailored banking expertise and solutions help meet the diverse needs of our customers so they have what it takes to grow, expand, and thrive. It's what elevates us above the rest. Find a location near you at Piedmont.bank and experience elevated banking for you and your business. The Piedmont Bank. Banking elevated. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Join A Second Chance Bail Bond CEO Daniel Madelon and host Tug Coward for the weekly radio show Back Your Blue. They will highlight special initiatives, criminal justice programs, and community events aimed at keeping our communities safer. Tune in Saturdays at 10 a.m. to learn some good news about and from the law enforcement and justice communities. This week's guest is Cobb DUI Court Coordinator Darcy Kamau. Tune in on Saturdays or catch up on all past episodes wherever you get your podcasts or at thepodcastpark.com.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. Whether your loved one's been arrested in Cherokee, Clayton, or any of the other metro Atlanta counties in between, A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
You have enough to deal with after an accident. You don't want to spend a lot of that time messing around with insurance companies. Besides, what are you going to say to them? You really know the ins and outs? David Van Sant at Van Sant Law does. He used to work for the insurance companies. Their worst nightmare. He knows who to call, what to say, how to listen to them, and he has your best interest at heart. Van Sant Law, 855-GA-INJURY. VanSantLaw.com, 855-GA-INJURY.
Marketing is everywhere. From the billboards on the highways to the notifications on your phone, we are constantly bombarded with people trying to sell us stuff. What makes good marketing? Are you doing enough in your life personally and professionally to market yourself? You have questions, and the Marketing Madmen have answers. Tune in every Saturday, now at 4 p.m., right here on Extra 106.3 to get practical marketing advice from expert guests who are shaping and reshaping the business world. They say marketing is a madman's game. Join the Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. to find out why.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911, online at stopmyed.com.
The Morning Extra has you covered until 10 a.m. Then it's Glenn Beck, Clay Travis, and Buck Sexton at noon, and the Kimmer Show taking over at 3, only on Extra 106.3.
Joe Biden did a softball interview with CNN's Aaron Burnett, and it did not go all that well. You hate to see it when ABC has to go and fact-check the president on CNN, Los.
Accidental journalism. You actually got it from Good Morning America. So take a listen. You're going to hear Joe Biden talk about what inflation was on CNN. Then the coverage is going to go right back to ABC, and they're actually going to fact check one of the silly things you heard from Joe Biden.
It was 9% when I came to office. 9%.
Inflation was actually 1.4% when Biden was sworn in, peaking at 9.1% in June 2022. It has since come down to 3.5%, preventing a further drop housing costs. In New York City, one survey found rent is rising 7 times faster than wages. In California, a condo in West Hollywood just sold for a record-smashing $24 million. Food costs also playing a role. Grocery prices are up 26% since 2019. And fast food prices are up 33%. Many consumers saying enough is enough.
I don't mean to be broke, but for an 8-count mini and a lemonade, $14?
I joked that this was fine dining now because I might as well go at a sit-down restaurant and be served if I'm going to pay those type of prices.
Joe tried to tell you that it was 9% when he took office. It was 1.5%.
Dude.
1.4%.
Isn't it funny when the left and the mainstream media, the drive-bys, as Rush would have called them, isn't it funny when they just have to eat themselves and they cannibalize themselves? I think this is great when Joe gets called out by ABC while on CNN. This is prime television.
But it doesn't matter. Because people will continue to vote for the biggest liar in American history as a president. This man continually lies. He has no sense whatsoever, can't get through anything. And the media, even though that was accidental journalism, the rest of them will cover for him. Because I still see
support him. Yeah,
I still see every day how many jobs he's created. I still see how every day inflation is coming down. I still see every day that wages are rising. They're giving you the lie. They're feeding you the lie, and every once in a while, they let it slip that, nope, we're all lying to you. We accidentally told you that, though.
Well, there's always going to be those that carry the water, okay, on each side of it. It's just that how much water are you having to carry?
Yeah.
Because when you know stuff not
jug.
to be true. Like, if I was to try and carry the water and be like, you know what? Donald Trump's the nicest president in the history of presidents. Okay, I'm having to carry some water there, all right?
Probably not.
But I'm not having to do it for Joe Biden and tell you that everything he's touching is rosy and wonderful and look at how great it is, and it's just you that isn't feeling any of this right now.
It's because we can all relate to that lady that went through the Chick-fil-A drive-thru and got some chicken bennies and a lemonade, and it cost her $14. We've all been there. We've all experienced that. So the picture is not rosy.
No, chips and cheese at Taco Bell are $3. Come on. They used to be 69 cents. Tacos are over $2. Yes, everybody's seeing it everywhere they go. The gas pump, the grocery store, fast food restaurants. Kids are starting to see it more and more now. You can't get an apartment. No one can afford an apartment. You better make, coming out of school right now, you better make $85,000 a year if you want to be able to pay rent, food, gas, insurance, and everything you need to live alone. And a lot of people are starting to realize that, which is why I think a lot of kids right now don't care about supporting Joe Biden or won't show up at all at the polls. Now, some of the white suburban liberals that, will be there and have a trust fund and all the things that they need and continue to support Joe Biden, they'll continue to do that as well. But I don't expect anybody to change their vote thinking that the economy's bad because they buy the lies of the Democrats.
Or they're just okay with it.
Or they're okay with it.
So this is from Peter St. Orange. And so he basically will take stuff in the economy and he does almost a daily podcast and he just lays out what's going on and here's the reason why. And he had this entire explanation about what goes on during inflationary environments. And it ended up being retweeted and pointed out. So sales for regular things that we're used to, McDonald's, Coca-Cola, Kraft mac and cheese, they're all crashing right now.
Yeah.
Because what has happened is the low-end products that you always used to get, staples of your home, people are running out of money to do so. Yet, on the other end of things, people that are asset investors, they're the ones collecting all the money up. It's all pushing towards the top, which is always the design of what Democrats and communists look to do. So, yes, while the plebes are starving, so-and-so is buying a Lamborghini. The straw man is buying a Lamborghini.
Or a nice Corvette.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But eventually...
Maybe.
A really nice Corvette.
But eventually... it all goes to the crapper.
It does.
Where suddenly no one has any cash.
And my mama has been telling me for months, Rhino, that the crash is coming. She's been telling me for months and months, if not years.
It's so bad, Hunter Biden can't even afford crack.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
I mean, he's having to borrow money from his daddy.
Oh, he'll always be able to get a hold of crack.
Yeah.
Always.
Y'all act like crack is so
Listen,
bad.
he's Biden. He told you all, hey, I got the golden last name.
They keep it in the White House now.
How do you get outmaneuvered by a diminished capacity president? I don't know the answer, but Mike Johnson did it. Next on Extra 106.3.
Time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Every once in a while I see on Facebook somewhere, what was the first live concert you ever attended? For me, it was Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass in Houston, Texas. And guess what? I got to sit throughout the entire performance. Nobody was standing up in front of me trying to call attention to themselves. The last concert I attended, Orlando, Jimmy Buffett and the Eagles. Everything was okay with Jimmy Buffett, but as soon as the Eagles started to perform, this gargoyle in front of me stood up. And after he stood through the first song, I asked him, I said, "Sir, are you going to stand for the whole performance?" And he said, "Absolutely." And quite frankly, it really affected our enjoyment. We didn't want to stand. Well, I ran into an article today that actually has a mild connection to the shooting in Nashville. And what I talked about on the air with the guys here at Extra 106.3 yesterday, so many people now just want to be famous. It's so important to be famous. A famous influencer. Something, somehow, where you can grab the attention of a lot of people, if just for a few minutes. And now at concerts, you have these I want to be famous people out in the audience whose sole goal during the concert is to draw attention to them. They start screaming at the artists. They're holding up signs, anything to get a video clip that they can post on TikTok. Maybe it will go viral and they can be famous. They can show the video to their friends. Look, that's me. That's me. And the artist actually looked at me and said something about my sign. Some society we've built up here, folks. Amazing. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
From now until Mother's Day, Solomon Brothers Jewelers is offering an exclusive deal. Receive a complimentary Big Green Egg Grill with any qualifying jewelry purchase. It's the perfect opportunity to fulfill Mom's wish list with the stunning pieces like a diamond tennis bracelet, diamond stud earrings, or a timeless eternity band, all crafted to last a lifetime. Plus, while you're treating Mom, why not treat yourself too? Take home a Big Green Egg Grill courtesy of Georgia Spa Company. But wait, this deal isn't just for Mom. Whether you're celebrating a birthday, welcoming a new addition to your family, or simply want to show someone special how much you love them, this offer is for you too. Our incredible showrooms guarantee that you'll find the perfect gift for your mom or loved one at just the right price. So visit us anytime now until Mother's Day at any of our 3 locations in Buckhead, Alpharetta, or Peachtree City and find the perfect gift for any occasion with the extra gift for yourself of a free Big Green Egg Grill. Online at SolomonBrothers.com or on Instagram at Solomon Brothers.
From the latest breaking news to the conservative voices you know and trust, your best new follow on social media is Extra 106.3. We're at XTRA 106.3 on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Threads, and LinkedIn, and pretty much any social media you scroll through every day. And we drop exclusive giveaways, new daily content, and the latest breaking news from Georgia and across this great nation. Interact with your favorite Extra personalities. Get the latest on our live events and so much more. Follow at Extra 106.3 across all your social media and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can rely on.
Another star witness. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News, and Fox confirms the plans for Michael Cohen to take the stand Monday. That former President Trump's trial in New York centered on reimbursement payments to Cohen for his payments to former adult film star Stormy Daniels to conceal her story from voters ahead of the 2016 election. The jury has heard from Former White House aide Madeleine Westerhout.
She said to the jury yesterday that former President Trump is being treated unfairly. This as Judge Juan Merchan denied 2 motions from the defense, shooting them down yesterday. Of course, the controversy was over Stormy Daniels and her salacious and graphic testimony about sex. Well, Trump's lawyers moved for a mistrial because of that, but Judge Merchan said no. He put the blame on Trump lawyer Todd Blanche for denying the affair in his opening statement, and also said Trump lawyer Susan Eckles could have objected more as Stormy testified and stopped her.
Fox's Eric Shawn in New York. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says President Biden's threat to withhold weapons over it will not stop a military operation in the city of Rafah. He says that operation is necessary to defeat Hamas terrorists. President Biden says he's concerned about civilian casualties in the city. In Florida, an investigation into the fatal police shooting of active duty Air Force Airman Roger Forstens turned over to the state.
Okaloosa County Sheriff Eric Aiden said,
"We are doing what we can to ensure the facts of this case are fully understood."
That led the sheriff to dispute a detail that deputies burst into the wrong apartment before firing deadly shots at what they said was an armed airman.
The deputy knocked on the correct door. He did not cover the peephole or otherwise obscure its view in any way.
Sheriff Aiden shared body cam footage of the encounter and did not take questions, leaving the matter to state investigators. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
A horse stranded on a roof by flooding in Brazil is rescued about 24 hours after being spotted by a news helicopter. America's listening to Fox News.
Have you heard? Pure Talk is now providing international roaming to over 50 countries. As you plan your summer travel, make sure your wireless company covers you at home and abroad. Unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $20 a month. That's less than half the price of Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile. Dial pound 250 and say Pure Talk to make the switch today. That's pound 250 and say keyword Pure Talk.
All right, who's there for heroes or their families left behind when a service member or a first responder dies or is catastrophically injured in the line of duty? Who helps our country's homeless vets? I'll tell you who. It's the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Never forget the sacrifices of our country's greatest heroes. They're hoping all of us will donate $11 a month. Just go to their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org, the letter T, number 2, letter T.org for the Tunnel to Towers Foundation.
Hey, gang, it's your old friend Neil Bortz. You can catch me every Tuesday morning here on the Morning Xtra. Now back to Tug, Rhino, and Carlos on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Friday, thank God it is Friday. Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra. Cannot wait until next Thursday, May 16th. Back our Blue and America 2. And you can go to the website and buy tickets to be there. It's they just want to know how many people there. They're just asking for a donation. It's not like buy tickets like you're going to a concert where they're going to add in fees and all this other crazy stuff. It's just how many people are going to show up because the website is getting bombarded. People are getting really into this big event at Rustics Manor there in Woodstock. And I mean, live music, axe throwing, raffles, fishing derbies. I mean, you can win $1,000. Kids can win $1,000 fishing because they've tagged some of those fish. And I wish I would have known. I would have set up some sort of timpani, like a drum roll here, because there's a new addition. I know, like Christmas Vacation. Joy to the world. Carlos, they got you your dunk tank. Let's freaking go.
Can't beat a dunk tank.
Never can.
Please tell me Kimmer's going to be up there.
I would like to think so.
I don't know if he can. Got to give him some swimming booties and little swimmer stuff.
Well, surely it's not deep
Little
enough.
wingies.
It's because he's a tall fella, right?
Yeah, but you know what?
I need a jacket.
That age, the legs, they don't hold up. Like you fall. You just
fair point. Because he's going to do a show from out there, so he'll be broadcasting live 3 until 6, and the whole thing starts at 4 and goes 4 till 8. We're broadcasting that morning, right?
Yeah. I found a potato gun, too, so that we could put Joe on the paddleboard.
Go.
And the good part about this, and I thought tennis balls would be fun to shoot at him, it also shoots beer cans. So I'm going to talk to Seth Weathers, and maybe we could put some ultra-right beer cans and see if Joe can catch them as we shoot them at him.
Full beer cans?
Absolutely.
Oh, perfect. I'll catch them.
Do you think Kimmer will use his proxy for the dunk tank?
Flounder?
Ooh, yeah.
Yes, I do believe that.
Like he will say, and we'll advertise it as you get to put Kimmer in the dunk tank, but it's really just Flounder.
Right, because he says, Flounder, you will do this.
Yes, he's going to tag him in.
That's right.
And say, you will handle this for me.
That's what I expect, yes.
I have a feeling Flounder won't show up.
No, surely.
No, Flounder's dedicated.
Surely, maybe.
He's a professional.
You may be right.
He is a professional.
You may be right.
But he might be here in the studio.
He's going to be here in the studio, so... Yeah, by the time he gets over, it'll be 7 o'clock, and it ends at 8. I mean, that's an easy out.
Well, maybe he should show up before the show and get in the dunk tank for Kimmer then.
Yeah, maybe.
That makes more sense, probably.
That way he absorbs Kimmer's dunk tank time.
Yeah.
Like if he's supposed to be in there for 10 minutes, Flounder will do it for him.
The time just doesn't line up because the public open, the doors are open at 4.
Yeah.
So if he went before the show, that would be 2.
Right.
And then 3, and then nobody's going to be there.
And he'll have to wear Kimmer's holster. Have his guns in.
I mean, I guess we can film it. We can get Amanda.
Yeah.
Our social media princess.
Is she going to be
Amanda.
out there?
I would assume, yeah, to film it all. But May 16th, Rustics Manor, Woodstock, raising money for the police foundations of Cherokee County and honoring fallen officers as well. Now, with a dunk tank. Now, even better. Now with the dunk tank.
Yeah.
That Los had asked
this.
for. And the fact that Los just asked for it and bam, it appears.
Dunk tanks are amazing.
They
are, but there's no real
I love
consequence after the first time you get dunked. I think you should put acid in them or something. That way you're actually afraid of getting dunked. I'll get up there. What do you think I care? Throw it at me. I don't mind falling in the water, especially, whatever. Who cares?
It takes a skill though.
Over and over. Yeah, it requires a skill in order to be able to dunk you.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I see what you're saying. Maybe it loses its luster.
Right.
Because you realize how much it would hurt if, let's say, you really want to dunk somebody and you make a cash donation in order to get 3 opportunities to do it. When you miss all 3 and you're out your cash donation, now you're a little frustrated.
You're the butt of the joke.
Yeah. What if we just acid might be too much? Maybe a little bit too much. What about just full of thumbtacks?
Oh, God, that sounds terrible too.
It'd be like a wrestling event.
Oh, where they would throw thumbtacks on the rink.
Yeah, thumbtacks aren't that bad. You pull those right out. You have a little.
It sounds terrible.
No.
Sounds terrible, especially with hundreds or
better
thousands.
than acid.
Better than acid, but still bad. I don't know that anybody's going to volunteer to get in there.
That's true.
Yeah. Steve Marcinko just texted and says, "What if we fill it with beer?"
Yes.
Then you'll have people volunteering to get in there.
Then I'm in.
Yeah, exactly.
Fill it with that ultra right beer, Steve. Guess what? Rhino's going to be swimming in there and be like, I'm not even going to get. I wouldn't even get back up on the thing for people to dunk me. That's the problem with the beer.
Sheriff Frank Reynolds will be jumping in the dunk tank too. So there you go. I mean, this is getting bigger and
fun.
bigger and bigger.
I think I got a ticket from his place. I'll be throwing stuff at him all day.
That's right, the sheriff dunking in the dunk tank. So we would just love for you to come out and support. It's going to be a great event. It's going to be a great time. Back Our Blue and America2.com, and it's TOO. BackOurBlueAndAmerica2.com. Get your tickets, make a donation, become a sponsor. We even had Maggie told me we had $1,000 just sponsorship. Just went to the website and somebody made a anonymous $1,000 donation.
Yay!
Good job.
Yeah, keep it going because this is a good opportunity.
So
By the way, there's also a little waterfall that goes into the pond, and I heard that Carlos is actually going to get in a barrel as well and go over the waterfall into the pond.
I would do that long before I'd get in a hot air balloon.
Okay.
The height difference is the key.
Right, absolutely. That's what's the waterfall you think? 15 feet?
Yeah,
10
no,
feet?
I don't even think it's that.
It's no Niagara Falls.
Well, no, Niagara Falls is
maybe
hundreds,
5 to 8
Listen,
foot.
you can fall from 8 feet in a barrel. It ain't going to bother you. You fall from 30 feet in a hot air balloon, we have problems.
You get damaged. Get damaged. Nobody wants to be damaged. All right, well, we want you to be there. We want you to come out to this great event at Rustics Manor. So please consider it. Hit the website, Back Our Blue and America2, TOO, America2.com.
And you get Chick-fil-A.
And you get Chick-fil-A. That's right. During our show, we're going to have all Chick-fil-A biscuits just to hand out, man. We're going to be standing out there just handing Chick-fil-A biscuits out. So on your way into work, You can just pull through there. We'll hand you off a biscuit, and you don't got to stop.
That's right.
We'll just
Kimmer Show ain't giving you anything.
No,
except for entertainment.
Well, there's that. Yes, I mean, but that's what's expected. I mean, that's the minimum we can do and still have a job.
Yes,
right.
Yeah.
So with the Chick-fil-A biscuits are an addition.
They're doing a glue the teeth on Kimmer. Yeah, so everybody gets like a little thing of Polydent. We blindfold you and you try to stick the teeth back into Kimmer's mouth. It's fun.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it actually Kimmer, or is this like a makeshift?
No,
Kimmer?
it's actually Kimmer during the broadcast.
That'll be different. I don't know that I've ever seen anything like that.
Pete came up with that idea. I thought it was brilliant.
He is. Hey, never discount Pete, and I feel like people do. And I feel like people do. They discount him, and they shouldn't, because clearly he's coming up with incredible ideas like that.
Yeah. I think it's a beautiful idea. I can't wait to participate in that myself.
It's good times for everybody. Y'all, we talked to Marjorie Taylor Greene this morning about Mike Johnson, and when Mike Johnson said he felt betrayed by Joe Biden, I was like, really? Well, it's not. It's surprising that you're saying that. It's surprising that you feel that way because you knew it was coming. I mean, anybody with common sense knew it was coming. And that was after he withheld weapons from Israel, from defending themselves from a terrorist organization known as Hamas. Just can't imagine which side you would fall on there. Innocent people defending themselves or a terrorist organization. Turns out Joe Biden has chosen the terrorist organization. And Mike Johnson, of all people, feels betrayed by Joe Biden. I mean, it's like the guy that was working at the comedy club who admitted he worked for Joe Biden. Imagine being that dumb. Yeah, I work for Joe Biden. And then the comedian just weared you out.
Right.
That was everywhere yesterday. I was so glad that we had it on the show because it blew up everywhere. But I don't know what's dumber. Being tricked by Joe Biden when you should have the upper hand mentally. You should have the upper hand. Or is it worse to admit that you've been tricked by Joe Biden? Because people are going, hang on, you're telling me you did a deal with a mentally compromised man and now you feel tricked because he outsmarted you? Dude, what's dumber? I don't know. Going in and making the deal at first or being surprised when it blows up in your face? Because I don't know which one's worse.
Well, you watched as Kevin McCarthy got taken, and he made deals after deal after deal, and then said, oh my God, I can't believe they went back on it. So you already saw it happen with Kevin McCarthy.
That's right.
Then you get in office, and the first time that we get to a point where we got to look at funding the government, you say, hey, here's what we want, this is what it is, blah, 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 and then they go back on that, and you're like, oh my God, I can't believe they went back on that, and then you do it again. No, this is your fault this time, Mike Johnson. And again, they have not done anything to put the pressure on the Biden administration, and I don't blame the Biden administration. If you're getting cake for free, keep going at it, because Mike Johnson, he's giving you the cake for free every single time. They have not pushed through anything that they need to get done, and Marjorie Taylor Greene brought it up. We control the purse strings in the House. Mike Johnson, the third most powerful person in the world, has the purse strings and can decide whether we're going to send money here, there, or anywhere else, and he can bargain, and he hasn't done it once.
Well, you are talking about how whoever is going to be the next speaker down the road, maybe Mike Johnson holds on to this thing, but if not,
it appears like he's going
to hold on it for the time being, for the remainder of this Congress.
Yeah.
We are going to have that scenario once again play out where you have to accept the best choice amongst a bunch of moderates. And they're going to give the administration stuff that they want. And that's going to be the give and take. What's frustrating is what Thomas Massey brought up and Marjorie Taylor Greene echoed. You can't give them everything.
And yet
there's got to be things that you actually hold on to and you fight for and you win. Because in every negotiation, both sides should walk away going, all right, it's what it is.
Didn't get everything I wanted.
Should be doing that.
Didn't give in every place.
How did the Democrats keep walking off and going, again?
Dude,
people are so
Jesse
dumb.
Kelly was tweeting about it last night, and he was on fire talking about those very same things. He was like, these people are just handing it over, and there is nothing there's no pushback. It is like, here, you want this? Here's what you want. Let me just push it across the table to you.
We want $50 billion.
Okay.
How about $60 billion?
That's what it's like, folks. Yes.
What if we threw in another 40 for someone else, like, the Indo-Pacific? We don't even have to talk about like what it's really for. We'll just keep throwing money at it.
Yeah, any and all.
What about HR2? What about the border?
No, don't even mention it. They've got nothing.
It's the number one issue, and you got nothing on the border.
And I hate to go back and harp on Buddy Carter, but don't give up. Buddy says, don't give up. What am I holding on to? Like, what is it that's tangible, Mr. Carter, that you would say that should give me hope that they're going to do something, or Mike Johnson, the Congress is going to do something?
Well, it's exactly what I brought up with Marjorie Taylor Greene and Donald Trump brought up. We need to win the House and the Senate, and then they think it's going to happen. But I haven't trusted any of these establishment Republicans at all. So when you do have the power and you don't feel like you have to worry about losing your job, then are you really going to vote with Donald Trump? No, you're the same people who voted to impeach him. There are a lot of those still left. There's still the Adam Kinzingers out there, and even though Adam's not there, there's still the Liz Cheneys that are out there. They're a little bit more quiet about what they're doing, but there's still the Never-Trumpers that are in the GOP that will not work with Donald Trump, that will push to any kind of criticism, and they'll be like, I got to save my seat. I got to save my seat. So I don't trust any of these people anymore. If there's only 11 people who look at this objectively and say the speaker is not doing the job that the American people want, then I'll tell you what, that means that there's a lot more than 11 that won't get the job done when it comes down to, even if we did have all three branches.
But we're always going to have, again, from our perspective, I'm going to say that I've got 11 to 14 people in Congress that I trust, and I look at them and say they're doing the things that I would like to have represented. Then there are the Buddy Carters of the world who does about 70% of the things that I want. And therein lies our issue, is that we are playing to that other 30%.
Yeah.
And that 70%, you're doing exactly what I'm hoping for. But because of where you are, there's that 30% that I'm not going to care for. But we're living in that 30% constantly.
Yeah,
but where's my victory? Where's
There's nothing
my funding?
tangible. That's why I said there's nothing tangible for you to hang on to. Nothing.
No, but the problem with the 30%, Tug, I mean, when Buddy Carter sat there and told us, I totally disagreed with sending that money over there, but I did vote for it. That's the 30% we can't deal with. These are the important issues. The border, the economy, sending money to someone else rather than keeping it America first. Those are the most important things to people on our side of this argument, and those are the 30% that are falling short. The 70% of, I know you're upset about the border, but I got you a TikTok ban.
What you think?
Guess what? Woo! I'm not on TikTok. I don't have to worry about TikTok.
Because we know what it is. I'm not signing up for that crap. I'm not going to do it. So for you to celebrate it as if it's some sort of glowing result of your effectiveness, dude, it's nothing. That is nothing more. I hate to use distraction, but that's what it is.
But I have a very simple view of this. And when it was during the Obama years and we handed back Congress over to the Republicans, and power that they had not had for the better part of 80 years, it was to stop this crazy communist agenda. Mm-hmm. Just stop it cold. All I'm looking for out of Congress is stop spending.
Yeah.
Stop it cold. Now, you're going to have to fund what you're going to have to fund. We do have our liabilities, and those are going to eat up most of the budget. But when you start talking about everything else that's out there, I don't have a problem with an automatic 1% cut.
Yeah. Me either.
I really don't.
No.
Neither do I. Because inflation is strictly caused by government. It's not caused by me. It's not caused by corporations. It's caused by government.
And it would be the only thing that gets cut, because they ain't going to cut it any other way.
But why am I supposed to believe? Look, we have the purse strings. We don't have to spend any money. We don't have to allow the Democrats to spend any money.
Tell Mike Johnson that, please.
Exactly. But that's the point. So even if we had the Senate and Donald Trump wins the presidency and we have the House, do you truly believe that they're going to stop any spending? Donald Trump is not a conservative spender in any way.
He is not.
He overspends left and right as well. Now, some of it I can justify, some of it I can't. But again, the 30% of the things that we're focusing on aren't helping American people, and we're not going to go and down that path. The Congress has not done, the House has not done the things that we need to stop spending, to do the things that American people want, fix the economy. We're losing every step of the way. So no, I don't trust the fact that, hey, we're going to get this done.
I don't see a win in the future either.
And I don't understand why we keep pushing Johnson. I really don't. I know he's conservative. I know what Marjorie Taylor Greene said. I know what Donald Trump is trying to do. And he's
trying
to
make you like it, though. You don't have to like it.
It doesn't seem like it's going to change.
That's exactly right. I don't like it at all. That's the whole point, is I don't like it. And I'm, look, if I felt like there was some win in the future, Like, I felt like, okay, Trump's going to get elected and everything's going to go back to normal and be fixed, and there won't be these crazy riots on campuses in support of Hamas, and we'll support our greatest allies in Israel. We won't stop, won't continue sending billions and billions of monitored money to Ukraine. If I thought all that was going to happen with Trump being elected, I would have something to look forward to.
Sure.
But I don't think any of that's going to happen. No. I think everything's going to get, it may even get progressively worse because of how, if Trump is elected, the mainstream media and the Democrats will go after him with vitriol like you've never seen before.
Yeah, again, we're going to be tied up in stupid impeachment trials, all these social issues. They're going to cause chaos everywhere else. Nobody's going to be focused on saving money, making sure the American people are okay. No, we're going to be facing, what do we have to do with police to stop all these extremists from blowing up things because they hate Donald Trump or breaking things? We have to have every trial over Donald Trump and why he's a criminal. But we're heading down a path of disaster.
Buckle down, because it is coming when he's elected, if and when he's elected. Woo, you think the left is rowdy now?
No, they're going to peacefully burn down the country.
That's exactly right. Peacefully burn down the country. When's the last time anybody peacefully burned down anything? I mean,
summer of 2020.
Yeah, I guess you're right. When we continue, they say U.S. debt will be $54 trillion in the next decade. Don't count on that timeline. Next on the Morning Xtra, Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10.
The legend Neil Bortz is live every week with Atlanta legend The Kimmer.
Why do we pay attention to these idiots?
It's a social media movement. They're swept up in this business. Now there are even divisions. There are LGBTQ for Hamas and, lesbians for Hamas. I mean, oh my God, what are they thinking? They don't.
Yeah,
they would not. You fly over there and see how they welcome you to the fold.
Yeah, they'd kill you. They'll throw you off the top of a building.
Bortz and The Kimmer are only on Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app.
Join A Second Chance Bail Bond CEO Daniel Madelon and host Tug Coward for the weekly radio show Back Your Blue. They will highlight special initiatives, criminal justice programs, and community events aimed at keeping our communities safer. Tune in Saturdays at 10 a.m. to learn some good news about and from the law enforcement and justice communities. This week's guest is Cobb DUI Court Coordinator Darcy Kamau. Tune in on Saturdays or catch up on all past episodes wherever you get your podcasts or at the podcastpark.com.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. Whether your loved one's been arrested in Cherokee, Clayton, or any of the other metro Atlanta counties in between, A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
This is Dan Watkins with All Four Seasons. We've always been Atlanta's best at installing and servicing garage and entry doors, but you would be surprised at how many windows we've installed as well. So we're proud to announce a new division, All Four Seasons Windows. We now have the ability to make sure every opening in your house is safe, energy efficient, and looks darn good. So give us a call today to schedule your free sales consultation. Find out how you can decrease your energy bills and increase the beauty and value of your home with All Four Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows.
Hear that? That's the sound of the annual Duck Pluck event, supporting Special Olympics Georgia athletes, and we need your help. Adopt a cute rubber duck today for just $10, and all proceeds will help provide everything from meals to housing for our Georgia athletes at the state games. So adopt your duck today at duckrace.com/Atlanta.
I enjoy a good night's sleep, and I like to breathe while I'm sleeping. My wife appreciates that, too. That's why I wear a CPAP. You want the right machine. You want expert advice. You want all the supplies that go with it. You get it all at CPAPs, etc. in Alpharetta. Machines, masks, tubing, filters, cleaning supplies, all of it, and they ship nationwide. Walk-ins, by the way, are welcome. CPAPs, etc. Alpharetta, CPAPsetc.com.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Hey there, Atlanta sports fans. Home team Brandon Leak here with Sonder Health Plans. You know, I've been singing praises about their Georgia-based Medicare Advantage health plans, and now they're stepping up their game with new health plans that include home safety and accessibility modifications. Call them up right now and ask if you qualify for their fantastic $400 grocery card offer and $0 premiums. Call 800-331-2928 or visit SonderHealthPlans.com. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
Electrify your senses with user-friendly technology and earth-friendlier power. Meet the all-electric 2024 Mercedes-Benz EQE 350 sedan. Satisfying for both drivers and passengers with innovations that only Mercedes-Benz can deliver. Experience the all-electric 2024 Mercedes-Benz EQE 350 sedan today. Lease one for just $669 per month for 36 months with 6813 due at signing, exclusively from RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this vehicle and many other models. And visit today to see how to qualify. Special lease rate available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Service through RBM of Atlanta, Sandy Springs through May 31st, 2024. Excludes tax, tag, title, and Georgia Lemon Law fees. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
Wake up with the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3 Atlanta.
Morning Extra, Tug, Rhino, and Los. Download the app so you can listen live and on demand to great conservative discussions that you won't get anywhere else. Maybe they used to happen. Maybe there's a station that you grew up listening to that used to talk about conservative ideas, used to talk about conservative values. Remember old Rush Limbaugh? It's not like it's been that long. The man was a living legend, and then since his passing, maybe the old station you used to listen to just abandoned conservative ideas altogether. Well, we did our best to pick up the torch, and we're carrying it proudly. We have autonomy to talk about the things that we feel like are important to you, and we invite you at 404-741-1230 to call in and tell us yes, no, or did you see this? Hey, did y'all miss that? Good discussion there, too.
There was nothing more awesome than having a station down the street take the biggest show in America and drop it.
Yeah.
And we're like, okay, we'll pick it up.
We'll do that. We'll
Thank
take
you.
it. I mean,
I'll take Buck and Clay.
Seriously,
only in 500 stations.
That's right. It seemed like such an obvious thing to do, but no, they didn't. And we're certainly glad that that we have Buck and Clay here for you to listen to noon to 3. We're glad about the Glenn Beck program. We're glad about the local afternoon show with the camera 3 until 6. And of course, we are honored to be your morning show from 6 to 10 here in the bonus hour on Extra 106.
We were more honored to be 6 to 9, but you guys wanted more, so here we are.
Yeah.
Right. That's right. That last hour. This bonus hour is not that much of an honor.
This is actually for you.
Yeah, that's right. This is something that we're working through.
It's one of those where I went, I'm going to do what? And the fun part was, Rhino and I had no idea for the longest time.
Oh, okay.
And then Tug knew and then just decided not to tell us for a while because he knew that, well, we were going to lose our minds.
Yes, and rightfully so. Rightfully so.
Because I had the whole world figured out when it was 6 to 9.
Yeah.
I know, right?
It was easy.
Dude.
We knew everything then.
Yeah. And then you gave us another hour and I just said, fine, we'll do it.
Fine. That's the appropriate sound effect there.
Yeah.
Now, not that we don't love the bonus hour.
No, it's fun.
We do. We love it.
I love it. It's my favorite hour.
Yeah, because you get paid hourly.
Yep.
Of course you love it.
Exactly.
I'm going to throw it out there.
Yeah, now that
let's talk the truth.
We're in the tree of trust, the tree of truth. No question.
Are you working Braves at all this weekend, Joe?
Yeah, Saturday.
Okay.
Oh, look at there.
I hope you have extra innings.
Well, but that benefits him. So does he.
No, that one I get paid on a stipend.
That is a yes. Okay. So everyone with the Braves, that is just a per game setup. So I would always feel terrible back before we had the extra inning rule. Some of those games would go like 14, 15 innings.
Yeah. Yes.
And you would have station employees up here, and basically you knew until 2 o'clock in the morning. Right. The normal game that would end right around like 10:45, 11, they'd play to 14 innings, and by the time they're done with post and everything else, it's 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, Carlos will tell you the favorite thing to do to the Braves crew over there is just to go in and be like, looks like a beautiful night. I bet we won't have a rain delay. Yeah.
What year was it when it only rained here?
Yeah.
Because they found out after they built the stadium that there's some sort of confluence of meteorological miracles that occur that will rain right just in this area nowhere else around Atlanta one year.
Like it all pushes to one middle spot. Yeah, the two favorite things I love to do was there's no way they'll tie up this game.
Right.
I said that to them all the time because then they go into extra innings.
You never say that.
And that was in the old days when we didn't have a ghost man on second.
Yep.
But,
right.
And you'd have to actually play like 17, 18 innings. That was a favorite. And it looks like a beautiful night. No rain in sight, and then the next thing you know, they're like, "You just jinxed us."
The ones that the guys can't stand on the Braves radio network is when it's one of the last games to where they can't make it up.
Yeah,
and so they'll wait 2 hours to play the game. So they sit around up here the entire time. They'll wait the 2 or 3 hours, then they'll start the game. That's kind of what I'm hoping for you, Joe. Just one of those little kind of delays where you end up being up here for like 7 hours.
Right.
What do you think?
What do you think about that, Joe?
How dare you?
Come on. Oh, well.
Listen, it's all green, man. It all spends.
Yeah.
You'll love it. True. You'll be like, I finished the Braves game. Woo! Take that check right to the check cashing place. Get yourself as much alcohol as you want.
And then brag to every
not as
girl
much
you
as
know.
he wants, but at least a 40.
Yeah, at least a
good 40 out of it.
It does help with the ladies.
That's why I say brag to everyone.
Yeah, I work for the Braves.
I work with the Braves radio network.
Yeah.
Biggest network in all of sports.
Don't you know? They only trust certain people.
That's right.
How many stations is it now?
Probably 250 or is it 217? What's the number?
It's in the 200s. I'm not sure, but it's a whole heck of a lot.
Yeah, it's the biggest network in all of sports. And so whether it's on in the Carolinas or Alabama, because I've heard it there too, and all throughout the Southeast, Joe's the one who's running it.
It all start even if you listen to it on your app. What is the MLB?
It still originates from here.
How many times have you messed up so far, Joe?
Way too many.
Do they yell at, who yells at you?
K-Mac does not yell at me.
No.
So Kevin McAlpin's cool.
J-Chad yells at me.
Yes, I figured as
He's
much.
the only one that has. I haven't gotten Domino yelled.
No.
Domino will not yell at you.
He just gives you the side eye and then ignores you.
Right.
You get that look of just complete disappointment that you've done nothing right and you've disappointed him forever.
Yeah, he treats you like a child.
Yes.
Just kind of gives you that look of okay, you're done with me here for the day.
Which is fair.
You're dead to me.
I'll take that.
Isn't that what it is, though? You're dead to me. I'm not talking to you. I'm not going to address you. I'm going to pretend like you don't exist. You're dead to me.
So good luck this
Apathy
weekend.
is the opposite of love.
Yeah, that's right.
So I hope Domino punches you in the nose this weekend.
He'll never.
Yeah, I think
that's a different Domino now.
Yeah.
I hope he calls Nick Cellini to punch you in the nose then.
But I thought it was a different Nick, though.
Yeah, it is.
See, that's the thing. There's probably not going to be a lot of punching going on. I just read 171 stations is...
Joe, you don't even know you're like over 200.
Well, I said that.
You're not an expert.
I think I said that
but
too.
you're not the. He works.
Yeah, he
for
works.
him.
So you should probably.
Yeah.
You should probably have a.
You know what? You're going to take a test. We
Dude,
need a
all I
competency.
do is push buttons.
Make things happen.
They don't trust me with any of the numbers.
I push buttons and make things happen. That's right. But yeah, but I don't know how accurate that statement is either.
Yeah,
it's just
that's
a Google search. Although we could just walk out the door, I guess, and go ask Ed, and he would know right off the top of his head. He is the director of the Braves Radio Network.
He's the smart
sales, the sales department angle.
He's the Carlos Medina of the sales. He's the smart one of the
That's
group.
exactly right.
Yep.
And he is, dude. Oh, Ed's got his stuff together, man.
Ed is good people.
He is. He's awesome, dude. Mike Johnson, on the other hand, I think he may be a good man. I don't
just like separating you from your money.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
they all do.
Yeah, that's right. Well, Ed does that too, but he gives you value.
Right.
Yes. Right. You know
You're
what I
going to
mean?
get a return on your
That's
investment.
right.
I don't really see a lot of ROI that it's going out of my pocket.
That's how we ended the last segment. What do we think is going to get better anytime soon? And it was so funny. Politico's got an article that Johnson believes that he was double crossed. He says, I believe he's off script. I hope that he's off script, talking about withholding arms and weapons from Israel to defend themselves. And he feels double crossed. He feels like, hold up, I trusted this guy and I shouldn't have. Like, we could have told you that, Mike Johnson. I mean, it's so crazy. to be that dumb, to say, I trusted him, and now I feel double-crossed. You knew what was coming!
I trusted him, although I've pointed out every time he's lied to the American people about being in certain situations. I trusted him thinking that he's a guy who knows what he's doing and can make these deals, yet he can't even walk off of a plane, and sometimes we have to question whether or not he's going in his pants. But otherwise... Yeah.
Legitimate question.
You can figure it out. Come on, dude. Mike Johnson, you are just covering your butt at this point. Like, I can't even imagine why in Politico he talked about this. Well, it wasn't Politico. It was CNN. Sorry.
Well, it was Politico that did the article about it. Yeah, that wrote about it. And I just can't help but think it's like adding insult to injury. So you admitted a dementia patient got the upper hand on you. That's
it.
That's what you're telling me?
Yeah.
That's the guy that's the number 3 in line in the United States of America. President goes down, vice president goes down. It's the guy that got tricked by the dementia patient?
It would be better to come across as sinister than to come across as silly. Because if you just told me, like I likened it to this, when we had our team volleyball meeting with our parents and the AD of the school told us, did y'all know that there was professional volleyball here in Atlanta? I'm like, you're saying this into a room full of volleyball parents that they've all gone to the Atlanta Vibe games.
Yeah.
You're showing what you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
All right, it's okay, speaker. You don't have to tell people what actually happened.
But
because it undermines your ability moving forward.
And not that I expect that he was going to get anything accomplished, but it does. Nobody's trusting in you. Your own conference don't trust in you. Why should they?
Yeah.
And now, out loud, you just got double-crossed by a dementia patient.
Well, this is not the first time. I mean, that was part of HR 2, and the border issue was, okay, well, here's what we'll do. If you start putting this package together, let us vote on the package first. Okay, that's fine. Well, we're going to separate the bills, and let's individually vote. No, put them all together and trust us on this, because if you put them all together, then we'll give you what you need on the border and the security on the border. And then we find out, yeah, you lost in that. Now you're complaining about the fact that you did pass everything they wanted when it came to giving money to Israel, to the Indo-Pacific, and to Ukraine. And now you're upset because he goes, yeah, well, we're going to keep our commitment to Ukraine. We're going to keep our commitment to the Indo-Pacific region. But we're not going to keep our commitment to Israel. And you're like, I can't believe he did that? No, this is shame on you at this point.
And my reaction was, wow, this is a complete turn from what I've been even told, in recent hours. I mean, 24 hours ago, it was confirmed to me. And I hope he's having a senior moment. That's the response from the Speaker of the House. I mean, it is...
Thomas Massey just has it right. Not everybody's good at that job.
No,
correct.
You're right. And Marjorie nailed it. We're never going to get anybody that we trust.
And again, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and she joined us. You can listen back on the app in the 8 o'clock hour. Check it out, 8:25. She was very complimentary of who Mike Johnson is as a man.
And I
She's like,
appreciate
I don't want
that.
to tear him down, but when it comes to this job, you're just not good at this job.
Yeah.
And that happens.
But you have to be good at the job to do the job.
I know.
Can we get somebody that's at least good at the job? Who can we draft? Can we set up a draft and draft someone who can actually do the job?
It's one thing to sit here and what Donald Trump said and trying to bring everything together and everybody work together and keep Johnson in power, but you keep getting fooled. You keep falling for the same trick, and you haven't done anything to actually improve on the situation for the American people. That's the biggest problem to me. The fact that you keep getting tricked, like you said, by a dementia patient, by a guy who they have to change his diaper for him every single day, and that only knows and can't even tell you, there's so many complaints about the president, but in reality, I get what you're trying to do. I understand that we're trying to pull this party together. I understand what the president, when I'm saying the president, I meant Donald Trump, what President Trump was telling Marjorie Taylor Greene, like, hey, love you, you got a long time coming with the administration, and I'm sure she's going to find a cabinet position or somewhere through that. But at the same time, I still don't trust any of these people, even if we did come together to continue down this path, because everything that we've been told has turned out to be a lie. We told we were getting border security. We told there's no way we're going to allow them to spend in Ukraine without taking our border first. You fell for it 3 times. You've told us before that Okay, listen, if we do send this money, this $100 million over to Ukraine, we're not going to do it again. Well, guess what? We did it again, and not only did we do it again, we did it $60 billion. And then we have people like Buddy Carter, who I love to death, and say, yeah, I didn't really want to send that money, but I did.
You tricked me once, shame on you. You tricked me twice, shame on me. You tricked me 3 times. Man, you're a dumbass.
What time was that? 9.
Morning Extra and Extra 106.3.
I haven't heard it put that way. I love it better that way.
9 a.m. hour is brought to you by Southern Exteriors, the Southeast premier home exterior solution. Quality and precision you can rely on for over 20 years. Visit southernexteriors.co. Yes, that's the website, southernexteriors.co. When we come back, if the communists don't have anything factual to say, they'll resort to their old go-to, and that's exactly what Hillary did. Can you guess what the go-to is? If you can't, we'll tell you. Next on Extra 106.3.
Kill them?
Close.
From the latest breaking news to the conservative voices you know and trust, your best new follow on social media is Extra 1063. We're at XTRA 1063 on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Threads, and LinkedIn, and pretty much any social media you scroll through every day. And we drop exclusive giveaways, new daily content, and the latest breaking news from Georgia and across this great nation. Interact with your favorite Extra personalities. Get the latest on our live events and so much more. Follow at Extra 1063 across all your social media and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice.
Central Heating and Air Conditioning wants you to know the start of the new season is the perfect time to ensure your home's comfort. Don't wait like most people do to have your HVAC system serviced. Your home should have maintenance twice a year. Maintenance helps keep your system running at peak efficiency and extends the life of your equipment. So turn to Atlanta's Carrier experts for your system's maintenance. With Central, you get Carrier products, Carrier warranty, and Carrier peace of mind. It's allergy season, and Central Heating and Air can fix what ails your house and possibly your family with home ventilation and air quality products. Central has packages designed around health using variable speed, fresh air ventilation, air cleaners, air purifiers, dehumidifiers, and more. Central Heating and Air is one of the few second-generation, locally owned and operated HVAC companies in Atlanta. With Central, you're not just a number, you're a member of the family. It's been that way since 1947, and they've serviced over 100,000 customers right here in Atlanta. Call 770-GET-HEAT or go to centralheat.com.
We're smart, we care. We're Central Heating and Air.
Tax season can be stressful, but it's also a wake-up call. It's time to think beyond April and plan for your future. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we're not just advisors, we're your partners in building a secure retirement. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we understand the challenges Georgians face. That's why we offer personalized strategies to maximize your retirement income, minimize taxes, and ensure you never outlive your assets. Join the Master Plan family and let us guide you through every financial milestone. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your appointment today. Master Plan Retirement Consultants, where your journey and destination are both important. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Insurance companies know that you don't know a lot about the law. So maybe it would be better just to let your lawyer make the call to the insurance company when there's a problem. David Van Sant should be that lawyer. He used to work for the insurance company. He knows who to call, what to say, and he has your best interest at heart. Plus, if you don't get paid, either does he. Van Sant Law, 855 GA Injury or vansantlaw.com.
Marketing is everywhere. From the billboards on the highways to the notifications on your phone, we are constantly bombarded with people trying to sell us stuff. What makes good marketing? Are you doing enough in your life personally and professionally to market yourself? You have questions, and the Marketing Madmen have answers. Tune in every Saturday, now at 4 p.m., right here on Extra 106.3 to get practical marketing advice from expert guests who are shaping and reshaping the business world. They say marketing is a madman's game. Join the Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. to find out why.
From now until Mother's Day, Solomon Brothers Jewelers is offering an exclusive deal. Receive a complimentary Big Green Egg Grill with any qualifying jewelry purchase. It's the perfect opportunity to fulfill Mom's wish list with the stunning pieces like a diamond tennis bracelet, diamond stud earrings, or a timeless eternity band, all crafted to last a lifetime. Plus, while you're treating Mom, why not treat yourself too? Take home a Big Green Egg Grill courtesy of Georgia Spa Company. But wait, this deal isn't just for Mom. Whether you're celebrating a birthday, welcoming a new addition to your family, or simply want to show someone special how much you love them, this offer is for you too. Our incredible showrooms guarantee that you'll find the perfect gift for your mom or loved one at just the right price. So visit us anytime now until Mother's Day at any of our 3 locations in Buckhead, Alpharetta, or Peachtree City and find the perfect gift for any occasion with the extra gift for yourself of a free Big Green Egg Grill online at SolomonBrothers.com or on Instagram at Solomon Brothers.
Your voice, your vote. And this year it matters more than ever. So for the unbiased election coverage that affects your family and your community, trust the voices that matter when it matters the most. Extra 1063 and the Extra app.
I sure am glad that the weather has kind of dried up and the lightning and the storming has gone away, because I felt very nervous about whatever Lowe's is working on over there. It didn't feel nice. It felt a hint blasphemous.
Did you feel like lightning would strike over in that corner over there?
Well, no, or the entire room. I don't know. It's hard to know.
Well, I created you as a sloth as you asked for using AI.
Which was I'm okay with, right? That's my spirit animal.
I mean, I'm not worried about it. I'm a chosen person. So
yeah, that's all right.
You guys,
good. You're all set.
Good luck to you.
Yeah, but
you as Tug Jesus superstar.
That's uneasy, man.
Tug Jesus superstar.
Like that bothered him.
That's beautiful.
I don't feel good about that.
I like the hat on backwards though.
Yeah. I don't feel good about that one. The sloth.
But what about
Slothy
Tug Sloth?
Oh yeah,
I love Tug Sloth.
Tug Sloth hosted a radio show.
Yes, that's my.
That makes sense.
Oh, it makes me feel so nice.
That makes sense.
Which is the exact opposite of the way I felt with the other one.
Yeah, I understand the uncomfortableness.
Things, you know, it just doesn't feel good. Blasphemy doesn't feel good. And but sloths, like Lowe's mastermind on the AI, like he just came in and was like, "Here, I'm gonna take a picture of you," and I'm like, "What are you doing with that?" And he's like, "I'm about to turn you into something else."
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
make you feel good though.
Yeah,
turned you into a sloth,
which is back. We're back to good.
What else should we turn him into?
Tug the sailor from the Village People.
Oh, okay. Let me see what I can do here.
Buddy,
that might take me a minute, but
yeah,
see what
make
I can
Joe
do.
the construction worker too,
and make us hold hands.
Because that's that idea.
Yeah, because that's what it'll. That's what's going to evolve to. So let's just cut to the chase.
Let's cut to the chase.
Just get there. While Lowe's does that, did you hear Hillary showed up on television? She didn't have anything. You know, she had nothing factual. So what did she do? She went to the old go-to when you don't have anything factual against anybody. In this case, Donald Trump. You just call them what they always call them.
The world has been here before. People did not take the kind of threats that we saw in the 1930s as seriously as they should, including American journalists. You know, people were taking at face value that, oh, this can be controlled. He may have said some outrageous things, but, you know, the institutions will hold. A determined demagogue, unfortunately supported by members of his political party, other enablers, people who care more about a future tax cut than the sanctity of the Constitution, are falling in line behind him.
Mm-hmm.
It's a whole lot of word salad there.
Well, let's talk about it, because she brought up a very important part for me, because I am Jewish and I know she's an anti-Semite. But besides that, okay, let's go back. Donald Trump trying to take guns away from the people so they can't defend themselves against the Nazi party.
It didn't happen.
No, it didn't happen. The only presidency that actually got overturned time after time in the Supreme Court for going against the Constitution of the
not like it is right now.
Not Trump. Not Trump. Huh? The one that is trying to jail their political opponent time after time after time. That was Trump, right?
No,
Yeah.
no. We're off on that one. That was actually Biden, right?
Yeah, that was. And Carlos, I mean, I love, I always go back to this because they will always blame someone else for exactly what they're doing. And there she is, just continuing down that path. The next thing you know that she'll be like, everybody that had any dirt on Trump mysteriously turned up dead.
They all died.
It's crazy.
They all died.
Yeah, Clinton.
Have you? Yeah, they got the Trump body bag.
That's right.
The body count.
And they've been dirty for so many years.
Dude, they are just low down. Dirty, no good for nothing.
What does she want?
Rotten.
Like, what is she
What is the
president.
goal at this point?
She wants to be president, man. I'm
But
telling
she's
you.
never going to be
I know
president.
that.
Nobody
I know
likes
that.
her.
I know that. I know all that's true, but her desire to be president still exists. That is not going away.
I just think it's a bit of a bygone era.
It is.
It should have been known that when her side decided, you know what, Hillary, you're gonna have to wait your turn. It's gonna be Barack Obama. And then by the time that they gave her turn, she had one of the most monumental losses in terms of no one saw that coming.
Yeah.
Anywhere in the political world. And then, look at, and it wasn't like it was a little bit. It wasn't like it was like, okay, she just lost by a tiny bit.
No.
From an electoral perspective, she got just creamed.
Destroyed.
Boat raced. Yeah. But that, again, that doesn't matter. She's thinking, maybe I'm wrong about this, but this is what I think. She's waiting for the Democrat Party to finally turn on Joe Biden and have to pick somebody else. Maybe he can't do it. And she's waiting in the wings, man.
She's begging them to ask.
Anything. She is just, they wouldn't even have to beg her. They'd be like, Hillary, would you? And yes.
No, but she needs to be begged. She needs it for her own. Maybe. Probably more than anything else. She needs to be. She is exactly what we think she is. She's a narcissist. She's better than everybody else. She believes
she'll
that.
Tell you,
and she'll tell you that, and that's who she is. I don't understand. She does not like Joe Biden. Never has liked Joe Biden. That's no secret. She didn't like Barack Obama and the way they were going. She has nothing to say. What are you going to tell me? Oh my God! Can you believe Donald Trump slept with a woman? Well, he didn't do it in an Oval Office, and he didn't use his power over a woman to abuse her that way, but okay. There is nothing that she could tell me that I won't look at her and go, you're a hypocrite and you're disgusting. Yeah. Because everything she says is a complete lie. Donald Trump is working for America. You're working for the communist.
Yeah, she's definitely doing that because she, like Joe Biden, falls right in line with all their beliefs. I mean, the freedom is only for the powerful. That's the way they feel.
Well, if you believe that contractor who ended up being fired by the CIA, that you had O'Keefe Media end up getting on video. He flat out was like, "Listen, Obama and Hillary Clinton have a big role in running this thing anyway."
Oh, no question. Yeah. But the thing for Hillary though is what a slap in the face. To actually control it, but not get credit for controlling it.
Yeah, she probably hates that.
Dude, that ego.
Yeah.
She wants to be out front going, this is me. I'm doing this. This is my presidency. She wants it.
Absolutely.
That probably fuels the fire worse than anything else.
More than likely, yeah. I wonder if she's trying to push, Chelsea's trying to get involved too. So, of course, this is going to be a family deal and keep pushing it down the path. But the Clintons are done. I mean, I don't think anybody takes her serious anymore or pays attention to her.
But they should.
But, yeah.
If she's pulling the strings, they better. They should.
People don't believe that. People don't believe that there's a puppet master, No,
I agree with you. I agree. Most people don't.
They really think that Joe Biden is all there and making all these great decisions, yet he can't even get through a prompter without reading the directions on the prompter. But they're like, yeah, he's put together these great deals. He hasn't done anything. Everybody else behind the scenes is doing everything. And then he's the Muppet that comes out and bumbles everything that he's supposed to say. Like, they pick the worst. I think, in all honesty, when he was running from the basement, they didn't see how bad this was going to happen to him mentally. Like, they didn't see this decline happening so quick. They must not have, because there's no way you put this man in charge of getting up in front of people and trying to deliver your message.
The CNN interview that Joe Biden did, that we broke down some of the parts of today, when he said inflation when he took office was 9+%, and it was actually 1.2. Or whatever, 1.4. Fox News and the New York Post are both reporting this. He told a lie a minute in the CNN interview. In a brief 17 minutes, Biden told 15 lies, nearly a lie a minute, from whoppers about the economy to inflation.
Yeah.
A lie a minute, dude.
Joe Biden is the biggest pathological liar in American presidential history.
You're working it in.
told me his uncle was eaten by cannibals.
Yeah,
And we're surprised that he's not telling you the truth about inflation.
Yeah.
I mean, he told me 2 weeks ago that he was driving an 18-wheeler.
Right.
All right. He told us about the acid
Professor
rain
Riley last name, the Green Bay guy.
that gave him cancer. Yes.
He was at the fire at the house.
There's one thing after another. What?
The bridge fell. I was there.
I'm not even trying to look at it and say, you know what? He just makes mistakes. I'm like, no, the man just lies.
What's your favorite,
in a way that's
though?
impossible.
Oh, I mean, my favorite?
Yeah, I mean, Cannibals is up there, dude.
Cannibals has got to be one of my favorites. One of my favorites now is the Francis Scott Key Bridge, and then him saying, I used to take Amtrak across that all the time when there's no train.
There's no tracks.
Yeah.
Lois, do you have a favorite?
No, it's still the Cannibals.
Cannibals.
Either that or
The 18-wheeler's pretty good.
The 18-wheeler only because it sounded so impossible, so improbable, and yet he said it with a straight face of these people trying to identify with him. Like, I know y'all are all truck drivers. I used to drive an 18-wheeler. Like, what?
Yeah.
Cross country, Joe? What were you doing?
Yeah.
I love it.
So funny.
Worked for Amazon.
I worked for Amazon.
You didn't see those trucks that says there's a boatload more or a truckload more to Amazon? I used to drive one of those trucks.
That's me.
It was me. I was up there.
I drove everything.
I made sure that your mail got to you on time. Not like the post office. They suck.
Oh,
You're a lion, dog face, pony soldier.
That's right, Joe. That's exactly what you are.
That'll do it, man. We appreciate you being here on the Morning Extra. Tug, Rhino, and Lowe's, 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by Southern Exteriors, 877-9-SOUTHERN, southernexteriors.co. Yes, that's the website, southernexteriors.co. For Rhino, for Lowe's, for Board Up, Go Eat Virgin River. My name is Tug. Y'all come back now. You hear, and have a great weekend.
If you love news and talk, you have to connect with the biggest personalities in the South at thepodcastpark.com. It's more original Atlanta content from Atlanta's hometown talk crew. From legal news to sports and politics, and even archives of interviews from years past. Find the podcast that you love and subscribe everywhere you get podcasts.
News. Police break up pro-Palestinian protest encampments at the University of Arizona in Tucson and this morning at UPenn in Philadelphia and at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Cambridge.
The move followed an attempt by police earlier this week to break up the encampment, but protesters stormed the barricades and restored it. MIT has already started suspensions of those involved, which means they can't take part in academic activities or commencement.
Fox's Tanya J. Powers on Wall Street. The Dow is up 139 points. America's listening to Fox News.
Hey, if you want a firearm that is easy to transport, you got to check out the U.S. Survival Rifle from our friends at Henry Repeating Arms. Now, it is a portable rifle that you can put together, take apart in just minutes. And then when you're not using it, you can store the parts in the little case that it comes in. It's so small, you can store it pretty much anywhere. And it's light enough to carry everywhere. Now, it comes in black and 2 different camo patterns. And you can pick one up for $300 to $400, depending on the finish. Check out their videos. Go to their website. It's one word, henryusa.com/survival. And while you're there, make sure you order their free catalog. Now, Henry makes more than 200 rifles and shotguns and revolvers, all made in America, all backed by a lifetime satisfaction guarantee and the best customer service in the business. Go to their website, henryusa.com. Get their free catalog. They'll send you free decals and a list of dealers where you are. That's henryusa.com. Free catalog decals for the Henry U.S. Survival Rifle.
Yes. 2 schools in Shenandoah County, Virginia, are having their original names restored.
They will once again bear the names of Turner Ashby, Robert E. Lee, and Stonewall Jackson, Confederate generals whose names were stricken from the school buildings in 2020 in the midst of nationwide protest and rioting following the police killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis. The social upheaval renewed a push to remove Confederate monuments and memorials from public view, but the Shenandoah School Board voted 6-1 to bring back the Confederates' names, following a citizens group pushing the original name's cultural significance. Eben Brown, Fox News.
Apple apologizes for a new iPad ad.
This after widespread social media backlash from those offended by the destruction of creative tools they saw in the ad, featuring an industrial machine crushing objects ranging from musical instruments to art tools, books, and iconic toys, which are flattened and replaced by its new ultra-thin iPad.
The most powerful iPad ever is also the thinnest.
Apple admitting it missed the mark with the video, saying they were trying to celebrate the many ways users express themselves through iPad.
Fox's Lillian Wu. The video was posted on social media and will not be used as a TV commercial. A multi-day severe weather threat's almost finished, not quite.
Today's risk of thunderstorms with some isolated severe weather will be along a cold front draped over the southeast up into the mid-Atlantic. Heavy rain, hail, damaging winds, and a tornado or two could spin up throughout the day. A chilly rain moving across the northeast today with scattered storms for the upper Midwest, Great Lakes, and Ohio Valley. Scattered storms as well for the southwest and the Rockies, while temperatures will begin to warm up over the west and the north central U.S. I'm Janice Dean, Fox News.
There are more than 200,000 power outages from those storms in the southeast. I'm Chris Foster. This is Fox News.
If we're gonna survive
Welcome to the fusion of entertainment and enlightenment. This is the Glenn Beck Program.
Welcome to it. Pat Gray, Jeff Fisher from Glenn today, who hopefully returns beginning of next week. We got to share with you the lies that were told. I think it was 15 lies in 17 minutes, according to some fact check.
That's correct.
A few of those may be a little bit of a stretch, but not much.
Not much.
And we'll get into this. Biden lied through his teeth over and over and over during this speech he made the other night.
Well, this was the interview on CNN.
Right, that's right.
Burnett.
It wasn't the speech, it was the interview.
Believe me, Biden lied there as well.
Yeah, he always lies.
If his lips are moving, you know he's lying.
100%.
Yeah. So we'll get into that. Share that with you coming up in 60 seconds. Meantime, you ever notice that if you do a job right the first time, you don't have all that irritating hassle of having to do it over and over and over again if you don't do it the wrong way first? Well, when it comes to buying and selling homes, especially in this current market, truer words have never been spoken. That's why you need the absolute top of the line when it comes to a real estate agent. Over a decade ago, Glenn formed a company with his friend and brother, Robert. It's called Real Estate Agents I Trust, and they're going to help make sure you get the job done right the first time. I mean, it's a huge purchase. You don't want to screw up buying a house.
Kidding.
Really? You know, because is it not the biggest purchase you'll ever make?
The whole process is a nightmare.
It really is.
If you try to do it yourself, forget about it.
It's really tough. And so you need somebody to help you with that stressful time period. And that's Real Estate Agents I Trust. This is a free service we provide to you. And set you up with a realtor, and then you two ride off into the sunset together in your brand new home. RealestateAgentsITrust.com. That's RealestateAgentsITrust.com. All right, so this was Aaron Burnett?
Yeah, Aaron Burnett, yes.
On CNN?
CNN, yes.
Interviewing the President of the United States.
He spoke for like 17 minutes. It was an interview with Aaron. And, we played clips, on your show.
Yeah. For instance, this
Pat
one.
Gray Unleashed.
Bringing down inflation was 9% when I came to office.
Wait, what?
9%. But look, people have a right to be concerned.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we have a right to be concerned about a lying sack for a president. It was not 9%. And he said it twice.
Yeah, he did.
So, it wasn't a mistake.
No.
He said it on purpose twice. It was 9% when I came into office. 9%. No, it wasn't. It was 1.9%. 1.9%. Unbelievable. But that was just one of the lies.
Just one. And this is the New York Post editorial board. I know it's, from the New York Post, but it talks about
But everybody did this. PolitiFact, Washington Post, everybody.
A lie a minute.
Yeah.
Which is incredible. So they go down the list of, I've created over 15 million jobs since I've been president.
Such a lie. Garbage.
No. It's good. The introduction, it's created nothing, right? The introduction of the vaccine had people, back in the workforce. Finally, it was jobs lost because of that, not created new jobs.
Right. These were jobs that came back into the economy because everybody was going back to work.
Right.
Had nothing to do with him.
Correct. Lie number 2. Other than Herbert Hoover, Donald Trump is the only president who has lost more jobs than he created.
Wow.
Lie number 3. Look at what he says he's going to do if he gets elected. Says he's going to do away with what I've done on Medicare, reducing the price of Medicare.
I hate this because he's never said.
Not one time.
He's not going to reduce Medicaid and Medicare.
He's not going to jeopardize Social Security.
He's not going to do that. Nobody has the guts to do that.
No, they don't.
It should be done because it needs to be done because it's going bankrupt and it's made us insolvent, but nobody will. Nobody will ever do that.
No.
And look, I'm a person who's coming up eventually. And so is Jeffy, by the way, but he won't never admit that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Where I'm eligible for those benefits eventually, here in, you're way down the road.
Way off.
Way months from now. I'm talking months and months from now. But they should be reduced or elongated. I don't know. Something has to be done. You got to wait till you're 68, 70. I don't know. I don't know all the numbers. I can't do the math for you, but something has to be done where you either wait to receive those benefits or they're reduced or something so that they're still there.
There's some solvency left
when the rest of us get there. Yeah. And we've been paying into that stinking system our entire lives.
Yes, we have.
And then what you're going to find if we don't do something about it, it's not going to be there. It's gone.
Although they've been saying it's not going to be there for a long time.
A long time. That's true.
And it's still there.
It is true. So, yep. But why? That's because they keep printing money and making our money worthless. And that'll catch up to us, too.
Lie number 4.
Okay.
We have 1,000 billionaires in America. Know what their average federal tax is? 8.3%.
No.
No. Even according to this, if the average rate is 25.1%.
Okay.
So if earners with more than $4.4 million.
See, but if you said that, 25.1 sounds like a reasonable number to people. Okay, yeah, you're taking 25% of their salary. That's good.
Yeah, for the rich guys.
For the rich guys, I think that's great, is what they will think. But they don't want anybody to know it's actually that high.
Because everybody else there's a lot higher.
A lot higher than that. Yeah. Many of us pay, because you don't have the tax breaks and you don't have the accountants that some of these people do. And you're not paying capital gains taxes, you're paying income tax. And so it's, closer to 40% or 50%. Right. And if you live in a state that charges income tax as well, it can be over 50%.
Absolutely.
It's insane.
Lie number 5. We've already turned it around on the economy.
Oh, my gosh.
Now, Burnett quoted some tough figures on the economy. I don't even know if you have that clip, but that clip was incredible because he talked about how people had the money and real income when you account for inflation is actually down since he took office, and he just denied it. It was just
he just lied.
Lie number 6.
So that was a lie on a lie.
Correct. Lie number 6. The polling data has been wrong all along. Every survey that says people are upset about the economy, every poll that puts Biden's approval rating at historic lows, all of them, dozens of sources, wrong.
Okay. That's amazing. Because if it benefits him, it's absolutely correct. Right. And why aren't you citing those numbers? If it doesn't benefit him, and many of the numbers don't, they're wrong.
They're wrong.
They're just wrong.
And those numbers are getting worse by the day. And they should be a lot worse than.
And by the way, isn't that what you're hammering Donald Trump for saying that the election results were wrong?
Yep.
You can't do that. I thought that was not okay to do. But it's okay for him to do it.
Yeah.
It's okay for Biden to do it.
Speaking of that. Didn't we, on a side note of that, didn't we impeach Donald Trump for saying that a country couldn't have money unless they did what he said they had to do?
Seems like that country was Ukraine at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does seem like that.
Isn't this administration, this president, Joseph Robinette Biden, isn't he demanding that
they can't have the goodie package?
Can't have something Israel, if they don't do what he says?
Right, that's
is that the same
pro
thing or
quo
not?
Kind of thing?
Right, yeah.
Weird.
No.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know what I'm thinking. Lie number 7. There's a corporate greed going on out there, and it's got to be dealt with.
This is one of the things that's difficult to quantify. Is there corporate greed? Probably. Does it have to be dealt with? No.
And his big
How
deal,
are you going to deal with it?
And his big deal is the shrinkflation, right? It's corporate greed.
Yeah.
It's making the Snickers bars smaller.
Yeah.
And he just said the Snickers bar thing again. And Snickers has refuted that.
Yeah, they've said that their bars are the same size.
To calm down, beating us up. What are we doing here? We're still selling a Snickers bar.
Yeah.
Incredible. Lie number 8. Inflation was 9% when I came to office. Yeah, I mean, that's
bringing down inflation. It was 9% when I came to office.
No,
9%.
9%. No, it sure wasn't. Again, 1.9. Does it say 1.9 there?
This says 1.4.
1.4
in January of 2021.
Oh my God, that's even better. 1.4%. Jeez, that's half a percent lower than I said it was. That's pretty darn good.
That is.
Wow.
Lie number 9. They have the money to spend. Oh, yeah, this is part of his. They have the money to spend. It angers them and angers me that they have to spend more. About you and I, Pat, we've got the money.
We've got the money.
Quit whining about inflation, things costing more. You've got the money.
Really? That was a shot at the American people?
They have the money.
He's talking about?
They have the money to spend. Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. That's amazing.
It's just incredible.
Wow. You're just a whiner.
Yeah. Yeah, you're just a whiner.
Stop your whining.
Never mind.
You're doing really well.
Never mind that you have to cut back on groceries or gas or any food. Never mind that. You've got the money. You got the money. I'm sure you got to spend a little bit more. So,
guy's outrageous.
Maddening. Lie number 10. Civilians have been killed in Gaza as a consequence of those bombs and other ways in which they go after population centers. Okay. I mean, Israel's been warning them. We're coming. And in fact,
They sure
really
have. They've asked them to leave.
That they haven't done more than they already have. It's really...
If this was really genocide, they'd just carpet bomb the place. And they wouldn't send any warnings, just carpet bomb it. And like we did in World War II. That was war.
Yeah. I mean, we're already getting reports that our soldiers are getting fired on building the port. Or our pier out there, yeah. So, I mean, we knew that was going to happen. And I mean, even our officials were saying, well, so what happens if our soldiers get fired at? Are they able to return fire? Well, yeah, but that wouldn't be a boots on the ground or a war or anything. That's just a couple guys firing at people. Oh.
And that's exactly what happened.
Okay.
As we're building the humanitarian pier.
To help them.
So that ships can arrive and deliver food. The Hamas is firing at our troops. It's incredible.
And we're supposed to, and we're on their side.
Yep.
Israel's the bad guy.
Yep.
Amazing. Lie number 11. We're not walking away from Israel's security. We're walking away from Israel's ability to wage war in those areas.
Yeah, well, they're waging war in those areas to ensure their security.
So
idiot.
It doesn't make any sense.
No.
And lie number 12, it made no sense in my view to engage in thinking in Iraq. They have a nuclear weapon. Well, you were all for Iraq when we invaded it the first time, Mr. President, when you were a lowly senator. Lie number 13, you can't only love your country when you win. Okay. Yeah. I believe you love our country every day, Joe. I don't.
Is that how they're making a lie out of that? They just don't.
Yeah, someone better tell all the celebrities and elites in the Democratic Party who claim they are going to move if Trump is reelected or say they don't know their country anymore.
Exactly.
Or who burn American flags as they rally for Hamas. Biden's chiding of Trump with this line could carry more weight if he said it to his own voters.
Nice. That's really true.
Yeah. Line number 14. I travel around the world. Other world leaders know what they all say. 80% of them, you got to win. My democracy is at stake.
80% of them say that.
That's what he says. And that's what they say.
You know that's a lie.
In their words, give us a break. Are other world leaders really pulling Biden aside after his nap and saying democracy is at stake?
No.
No is the answer to that.
Plus, he has spit in the face of all the democracies that we're friends with. He's slapped them in the face, spit in their face. He's placated our enemies, and he's spit in the face of our allies. So they're not taking him aside and saying anything to him.
Line number 15 in the 17-minute interview.
All right.
Trump is going to put a 10% tax that's going to increase average Americans' cost $1,500 a year.
No.
You're doing that, sir, by taking away his tax cuts.
Right. And he's bragged about that.
Yes.
After telling America nobody who makes under $400,000 will see a penny extra in taxes.
Right.
And now he's going to sunset the tax cuts, which will raise taxes on everybody. What a liar.
So it's just 15 lies in 17 minutes.
That's not bad.
That's all.
That's not bad.
A couple of those lies were lies on lies, so maybe it was even more.
Yeah, I think it was. But, like Barack Obama said once, when inflation was 10%, at least it's not 15 or 20%.
That's right. Oh.
Okay, it was only 15 lines. At least it wasn't 30 or 40
You're
lines.
right.
Okay, so there you go. More coming up in 1 minute. I want you to meet an American hero, U.S. Army Major Jonathan Turnbull. During a tour of duty, Major Turnbull was severely injured during an attack from an ISIS suicide bomber. His left eye was completely lost, and his right eye was punctured. After more than 20 surgeries and countless hours of painful rehabilitation, thank goodness, Jonathan Turnbull is still alive and well, but his life was completely changed. The Tunnel to Towers Foundation paid off his mortgage and gave him a specially adapted smart home designed specifically for his needs. He moves around his home more easily now and with a peace of mind that he definitely deserves after defending our country at such a cost. So please join the Tunnel to Towers Foundation in supporting America's heroes today. You'll be touching the lives of injured veterans and first responders, homeless veterans, Gold Star families, and the families of fallen first responders. We can never fully repay them, but we can offer our help. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org. 95 cents of every dollar goes directly to their program. That's T2T.org.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification, shall we?
Hey, it's Clay Travis. Stream Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station on the all-new Xtra 106.3 app. Grab it now for Apple and Android.
All right, Pat and Jeffy for Glenn today. 888-727-BECK. One more thing on immigration. This one will not make your eyes bleed, though. This is Chip Roy talking about immigration and the insanity that's going on right now that he's trying desperately to get people to listen to and think about. Here he is, cut 12.
I mean, is anybody paying attention to what's happening in London? I'm going to say it here on the floor of the House and get the scorn of people when I say you've got a massive Muslim takeover of the United Kingdom going on right before our eyes. They would say, Chip, well, what is wrong with that? Well, I've got some pretty strong concerns about Sharia law and whether that'll be forced upon the American people. In this case, the people of the United Kingdom. I've got pretty strong concerns about people who want to see Israel's destruction, who were happy about October 7th, who were elected in the United Kingdom. Some might say that we've seen that here in the United States.
Some might.
What are we going to do about that?
Nothing.
We have 51.5 million people who are foreign born in the United States. They have about 20 to 25 million kids.
51 million.
That puts that well over 20-some% of our population. It's the highest such number in the history of our country. People say, well, isn't that great? Is it? Are we teaching people about Western civilization? Are we teaching people about the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the rule of law? Are we teaching them Western values? Are we teaching them God exists? Are we teaching them the importance of freedom? Or are we teaching an entire generation or two or three to run around complaining about what's wrong and why the entire world is against them because of their skin color, their sex, their supposed gender identity, whatever the hell category we create to make people have an excuse for not just stepping up and achieving the American dream?
Wow.
I know.
We need more like him. You know, that's the problem. There's only a couple of these guys in Congress right now. Between the House and the Senate, you can maybe name 5, 10? 10 at the most. I'd say there's 10 at the most, like Chip Roy. But thank goodness for him because, I'm sure the Democrats just blew that off as xenophobia, homophobia, whatever kind of phobophobia.
Sure. We see what's happening in the United Kingdom. I mean, so many cities have mayors that are Muslim, including London. They have thousands of mosques, a couple thousand anyway.
Yeah. The report was the other day, I think, in fact, didn't he say it? No, somebody It was somebody in England that said
yeah.
they had 3,000.
Yes, and they were kind of fact checked. There's
It's only two. It's only
1,912 or something. So okay.
All right. So everything's fine then. Don't worry about it.
And the cities that he listed that all have mayors that were Muslim, people were like, "Oh, there's 3 cities. Those cities don't have mayors that are Muslim." Okay, all right. So he
Not
got
every city in England,
right?
Okay.
But there was according to this post, there was 130 Sharia courts, 50 Sharia councils
in England.
78% of Muslim women do not work, receive state support plus free accommodation. 63% of Muslims do not work, receive state support plus free housing. State-supported Muslim families with an average of 6 to 8 children receive free accommodation. Now every school in the UK is required to teach lessons about Islam. And I didn't see any fact checks on those numbers.
All of that's great if you want your nation to turn into Iran or Saudi Arabia. If that's what you're looking for, I guess you're excited about those numbers. If not, you might want to wake up.
Yeah, it's an issue.
Yeah. Wake up, Western civilization. 888-727-BECK. More coming up.
Glenn Beck.
When it comes to protecting those that matter most, you need a home security system you can trust. For 10 years, I've trusted SimpliSafe to protect my home and my family. Advanced security technology and a customer-first approach. SimpliSafe is the only security system I recommend. It's also a system that any DIYer can do. In fact, my son-in-law and I did this ourselves in under an hour. SimpliSafe is backed by 24/7 professional monitoring, guarding your home with sensors and cameras to protect your family. With 24/7 Live Guard, agents act within 5 seconds of receiving an alarm and take immediate actions to protect you. They can even see and speak to intruders inside your home, stopping them in their tracks. SimpliSafe doesn't require a long-term contract. They earn your business every day by keeping you safe. Right now, you can claim an exclusive 20% discount on their new system by going to simplysafe.com/Beck. That's simplysafe.com/Beck. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
As the mainstream media perpetuates the left's insanity, we're helping you fight back one truth at a time. More Glenn Beck next.
In this episode of the Warrior Alliance podcast on the Warrior. In this episode of the Warrior Alliance podcast. Let's see. What's the best way to say that? Today on the Warrior Alliance Broadcast Network, we're going to introduce you to three different important players in the Warrior Alliance. The first, nope, it'll be the third. And finally, Norman Zoller, Army veteran and strategic advisor for the Warrior Alliance Veteran Legal Services Network. Our first guest is Tyler Holly, U.S. Marine Corps veteran and Partnership Services Coordinator for the Atlanta Braves. Second, you'll meet Amelia Nickerson, who joined First Step Staffing in 2018 and now has been appointed CEO just 2 years later. I don't think that's right. Maybe that'll work.
she is. She's just some rich woman who.
Yes. She
Shanahan?
married. She married Google guy, right? Divorced him, got a bunch of money. Now she's a pontificator of politics. Which, okay.
All right.
I gave him a bunch of money and said, I'll give you more if you make me your vice president.
But she was asked about his stance on abortion, and she said that he wants limits. Okay?
Right.
Also, so here she is talking about that last week. And then I think they play some of
my
him.
understanding is that he absolutely believes in limits on abortion. And we've talked about this.
You would cap it at 15 weeks?
15 weeks, yes.
Or 21 weeks?
Yes.
For 3 months.
Yeah.
So 3 months. You would sign a federal cap on that?
Yes, I would.
Yeah, you would.
Okay, now that was in Iowa.
Right.
When everybody was in Iowa running.
So when was that? January? Yeah, it was January, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's in Iowa, and almost
He's for limits.
Almost immediately, his people backed off of that, saying,
no. This is what he himself, the Grinch, said yesterday.
Yeah.
Watch this.
But so in other words, keeping it as is with Roe versus Wade having been overturned and leaving it up to the states to determine if and when a woman can have an abortion?
No, I wouldn't leave it to the states.
You wouldn't, right?
No, I would.
You would say completely. It's up to the woman.
I believe is a
Can you pause it for just a second? What is the deal with
His
the no
socks look
shoes? He took his shoes off. He's sitting there in his socks.
It's the comfy podcast.
Almost laying completely down in the chair.
It's a comfy podcast feel.
Yes, it is. She's got her legs up on the couch.
Yeah.
It's just weird.
It's kind of the Drew Barrymore feel, where
it
Drew
is.
gets in your face. And I want to hug you and love you. Okay. All right, Drew. All right.
All right, but here's the rest. What he had to say.
You would say completely. It's up to the woman.
I believe is a way we should leave it to the woman. We shouldn't have government involved.
Okay. All right.
Even if it's full term.
Even if it's full term.
Wow.
Okay.
Wait,
And I
what?
think-
Okay, so we've gone from you sign a ban after 15 weeks
to 21 weeks.
Sign a ban 21 weeks. Now you're saying full term, no bans whatsoever.
Doesn't matter. Whenever you want to kill it. We don't care.
Okay. On the day of the birth, you can go ahead and abort that child.
Right.
Seems like more than a fetus at that point.
It does.
I mean, to just
It
about
does
everybody
seem like that.
in the world, on this planet, anybody with any common sense, I think you'd agree. Okay, that's a child.
Yes. That's
a baby.
That's actually, any time is murder, but
Yes.
that really is murder.
And it's
you're
clearly
murdering
murder
a
to
viable
all
human
Americans.
being right now.
And the numbers back that up. I mean, it's like 84% of Americans or something agree with that. It should be much higher than that. I don't know how it's not 100, but everybody knows that, okay, you carry full term, that's an actual baby.
Yes.
And you're going to abort that baby now?
Yes.
Why?
We know at that time that it's not a piece of broccly.
Yes, we do know that.
It's not a Volkswagen.
Right.
It's not, it's not a
Surprisingly,
rutabaga.
you've got a human being in there.
Wow.
No.
My gosh.
I mean, at 3 weeks, we didn't know.
We didn't.
We didn't know.
I thought for sure that looked like a rutabaga I used to pull out of the ground, but
It could have been a Cabbage Patch doll. I don't know. I don't know what was in there. But now we know.
Yeah.
So let's not abort it. I mean, you can't get everybody on board with that. No, you can't.
Guess not.
Not even RFK when he's trying to placate both sides now. It's interesting because I think he's enjoyed the attention he's gotten from the right, which he's never had before. He's never had praise and accolades from the right
because
and he likes it.
Because he was a nightmare.
Right.
His climate change world is a nightmare.
Who has been such a nightmare that he even called Glenn Beck a traitor because he doesn't buy into global warming like this guy does.
Yeah.
And what happens to traitors? Oh, that's right. They're executed. Huh.
That happened.
Okay. Well, and then during the interview with Glenn, he backs off that stance a little bit. But, do you trust him now? I sure don't.
Not after that.
No. So I'm hoping that's opened up the eyes of a lot of people who were thinking, I might vote for RFK Jr.
The news broke, I don't know, yesterday or the day before that he's got like a dead worm in his brain.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So he's got.
Well, he said that a while ago.
Okay.
That was some time ago.
And
that was to explain.
I apologize. I'm not up on the breaking news of RFK, so
I know
I should be, but I do know now that he has a
dead worm in his
brain, right?
Well, the worm started eating his brain away, portions of it, and then died, and so it was in there. Just I guess.
And so now it's just a rotted dead worm.
Rotted dead worm in his brain.
I mean, that explains.
It does. It may explain a lot.
It does. It does to me. That maybe you change it. Your brain changes the way it thinks from time to time.
It does explain some things.
It does. I would think personally.
I would too.
If you had a dead worm in your brain, it may affect the way you think from time to time.
I don't have an argument with that.
Okay.
I think you're right on that. I think you're essentially correct. All right, we got to play this iPad ad. This Apple ad about the iPad. I mean, people are having a cow over this thing. They're really wound up. I mean, there was a bunch of celebrities that were yelling at Apple. And I'm not a big Tim Cook Apple fan. I mean, I like some of their products. I've got an iPhone. I have an iPad. So I guess I kind of am an Apple fan. But this commercial didn't hit me the way it did with some. I mean, were you offended by it? Have you seen it yet?
I've not seen the whole thing.
All right, watch this.
I don't think I have. I don't think I've seen the whole thing because I was reading about it and I was reading about the destructive imagery.
Yeah, they destroy some things. And they're making a point about, I think, everything being contained in the iPad. Plus, the iPad is so thin you really can't squish it. Because it's already squished as thin as it can get. Watch this. Watch the ad.
Sometimes when I'm down and all alone.
Okay, there goes the trumpet being squished. Okay, crushing.
Video game.
Yeah, about to crush a piano here. Oh, and a lot of paint coming out. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Smashing the metronome. Okay. I think people are pissed off about this because, and there goes a guitar.
You're crushing all of human creativity, and I guess that's okay now.
Hey, shut up. Relax.
The most powerful iPad ever is also the thinnest.
Okay, and there it is.
Yeah, that's just a good ad.
Are you going to get wound up over that?
That's just a good ad about the iPad.
I think it is. Everybody's
is it real or AI?
Apple wants to destroy humanity now. Oh, come on.
I mean, we know that to be true, but that's not about the ad.
Yeah, right. That's right. It's about their stupid ideology.
Right. And I know that, right, there's music stores closing all over. Sam Ash has been open for 100 years. They're closing every store now. So you know why that is, Pat?
Apple.
Because Apple did a commercial about smashing
Apple,
instruments.
that's why. Even though this all happened before the ad hit. But let's not let that get in our way.
Don't start bogging me down with facts.
Don't worry about that. And Spotify has nothing to do with it. Don't worry about that. All right, more coming up.
Are opinions weighing you down? Call in and let it out. 888-727-BECK. This is the Glenn Beck Program.
Hey, it's Glenn Beck. Coming up at 3 is the Kimmer Show. Yeah, Kimmer's back. Afternoons 3 to 6 on Extra 106.3. Aches and pains are just part of getting older. You know it and I know it, but that doesn't mean you have to just accept it. That's why I want to tell you the story about Nancy from Texas and her Relief Factor story. For years, she took care of horses and gave riding lessons. She started getting older and Nancy began feeling the effects, so she decided to give Relief Factor a try. It didn't work overnight, but it did work. These days, she says, I have more stamina because I don't hurt. With Relief Factor, she can keep going and doing more. I can relate, as I used to have terrible aches and pains in my hands. It was to the point that I didn't even want to get out of bed in the morning. But ever since starting Relief Factor, I've got my life back. If you're living with aches and pains, see how Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement, can help you feel and live a better life every day. To get started, try Relief Factor, their 3-week quick start kit. It's $19.95, comes with a feel better or your money back guarantee. Visit relieffactor.com or call 800-4-RELIEF. That's 800, the number 4, RELIEF.
right, Pat and Jeffy for Glenn today, who hopefully returns on Monday. You know, we were just talking about that Apple ad that everybody's having a fit over because they squash some instruments
and other items as well.
And
video games and toys and everything.
Paint and oozes out.
Really, the technology, not just Apple, but the technology.
Apple is crushing all those things because they all belong in the iPad.
Well, it does.
Yeah, it does.
I don't know if you know that. It does. I mean, not just Apple. I mean, the technology. I have all of that in my phone, an Android phone as well. I mean, it's all there.
So it's a pretty good point, actually. Yes, all of that stuff is contained in the iPad.
It's all there.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I mean, if Henry Ford ran an ad in the early 1900s that squished a buggy, maybe not the horse, but the buggy, and replaced it with the car, would everybody have a cow over that? Oh, you crushed a buggy! All of human creativity is gone now!
Yeah.
Would you be yelling about that?
Yeah, well.
I don't know. I mean, it's just the natural progression of things.
Right.
We're moving on. We're moving on past a lot of that stuff.
I mean, we still, look, we can, the thing is that technology has also helped us purchase a lot of those goods online. We don't have the brick and mortar stores, but we can still order those products and have them delivered, to your home. Heck, I mean, we can have stuff delivered to my home in minutes. The skies are dark with drones flying over, dropping goods off to your home now. I mean, it's incredible. So, I mean, it was just a commercial.
Right.
Saying this is what's all in this iPad.
I've been really surprised at just the vitriol over it. It's like people are really pissed. Why?
I mean, we're not cavemen.
It's just an ad.
It's just a commercial.
You squished a few instruments and a couple other things. Oh well. Oh no. How did that change civilization? Did it? Weird.
Just really weird.
All right, 888-727-BECK. It is Pat and Jeffy for Glenn on the Glenn Beck program.
The Glenn Beck program.
Hey, it's Tug, and this is Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Xtra 106.3 FM and the Xtra 106.3 app.
Abortion has remained the world's leading cause of death for the 5th consecutive year in 2023, despite the overturn of Roe versus Wade, making it the leading cause of death in the world. Tragically, this total is greater than the number of deaths attributed to the next 7 causes of death combined. It's a problem, and Preborn is leading the charge in our nation to turn this around. Every day, Preborn's network of clinics rescues 200 babies. You see, by introducing a mom to her child on an ultrasound, the baby's chance of survival doubles. Now, 200 babies are truly miraculous, but Preborn's work has only begun, and we need to do more together. By the time I finish this life-saving message, 2 babies will be aborted in this country. Please join me. One ultrasound is $28, and $140 will offer 5 babies a chance at life. Just dial pound 250. Say the keyword baby. That's pound 250, keyword baby, or donate securely at preborn.com/Beck. That's preborn.com/Beck, sponsored by Preborn. Let's say you have to spend $1 every second of every minute of every hour, day after day, month after month. It would take you doing that a full 36,000 years to reach $1 trillion. The government is far more efficient at spending your money than you are. They're doing $1 trillion every 100 days. If you don't see the need to shore up your hard-earned money right now with something that will act as a firewall against economic insanity, you're not looking very hard. Precious metals, in particular gold, always been a safety net in times of looming economic trouble. I bought my first gold years and years ago. The investment has more than paid for itself. With over $3 billion in trusted transactions, thousands of 5-star reviews, and a 24-hour risk-free purchase guarantee, Lear is the precious metals leader you can trust. Get your free wealth protection guide. Lear will also credit your account $250 towards your purchase. So call them today, 800-957-GOLD. 800-957-GOLD.
It'll be Michael Cohen Monday at the Trump trial. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. After today's testimony and the weekend off, a former attorney for Donald Trump takes the stand for questioning about the hush money payments he arranged that prosecutors say were illegally covered up ahead of the 2016 election. The former president heading into court this morning.
What they did, this trial was so horrible. It's no longer justice, and it's a tremendous abuse of the New York judicial system in particular.
An AT&T analyst has been testifying about phone records. The jury earlier heard more testimony from former White House aide Madeleine Westerhout. A federal appeals court upholds former Trump advisor Steve Bannon's conviction for contempt of Congress. He refused to testify and provide documents to the House committee investigating the Capitol riot. A 4-month prison sentence has been on hold pending appeal. Police make arrests and clear out pro-Palestinian protest encampments at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Cambridge and at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia.
The bicycle police, next came the riot police, so now you're talking about between 200 and 300 police in total here in complete control of the situation. What looked like one thing about an hour ago is now something completely different.
Steve Keeley with Fox 29 Philadelphia. The United Nations General Assembly is meeting for an expected vote on a resolution to grant new rights and privileges to Palestine and to ask the UN Security Council to reconsider Palestine's request for full membership.
Palestine has been a non-member observer state since 2012. U.S. mission to the UN spokesperson Nate Evans said in a statement that the U.S. supports a two-state solution for Israel and Palestine and that the U.S. will vote no on the resolution, encouraging other member states to do so as well.
Fox's Tanya J. Powers in New York. Fox confirms the Pentagon will announce a new $400 million military aid package for Ukraine today, transferring weapons that are already in U.S. stocks, including Stinger anti-aircraft missiles, Bradley fighting vehicles, javelins, and ammunition. America's listening to Fox News.
Hey, if you want a firearm that is easy to transport, you got to check out the U.S. Survival Rifle from our friends at Henry Repeating Arms. Now, it is a portable rifle that you can put together, take apart in just minutes. And then when you're not using it, you can store the parts in the little case that it comes in. It's so small, you can store it pretty much anywhere. And it's light enough to carry everywhere. Now, it comes in black and 2 different camo patterns. And you can pick one up for $300 to $400, depending on the finish. Check out their videos. Go to their website. It's one word, henryusa.com/survival. And while you're there, make sure you order their free catalog. Now, Henry makes more than 200 rifles and shotguns and revolvers, all made in America, all backed by a lifetime satisfaction guarantee and the best customer service in the business. Go to their website, henryusa.com. Get their free catalog. They'll send you free decals and a list of dealers where you are. That's henryusa.com. Free catalog decals for the Henry U.S. Survival Rifle.
Staten Island high school student accused of vandalizing a World War I memorial in New York Central Park is turned into police by his dad.
A blurred photo of the 16-year-old suspect in handcuffs was posted to social media by NYPD Deputy Commissioner Kaz Daughtry, who condemned the vandalism, saying it undermines the freedoms our heroes fought and died for. During the protests, words like Gaza and Free Palestine were spray painted on the memorial, and an American flag was lit on fire in front of it by a different demonstrator. The teen's been charged with criminal mischief in the 3rd degree, a felony, and making graffiti, which is a misdemeanor. Lillian Wu, Fox News.
A Virginia judge is hearing arguments over when a frozen embryo can be considered property.
Honeyline Heidemann says the frozen embryos she and her ex-husband created are her last chance to conceive after cancer treatment left her infertile. Jason Heidemann doesn't want to be forced to father another biological child. And so a Fairfax County Circuit judge must decide whether state law allows frozen embryos to be considered property that can be divvied up and assigned a dollar value.
Fox's Therese Crowley. Ford truck fuel leaks are under investigation by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
The government says it's received 27 complaints, including 12 reports of fires and 4 injuries that happened on some of Ford's F-250, 350, 450, and 550 Super Duty vehicles from the model years 2015 to 21. There apparently could be a fracture in the secondary fuel filter. Ford proposed an engine control software update and installation of a drain, but the government says that does not address the root cause of the issue. Jenny Coselda, Fox News.
U.S. consumer sentiment is at its lowest level in 6 months, according to the University of Michigan's Consumer Sentiment Index, still about 14% higher than a year ago. I'm Chris Foster. This is Fox News.
Welcome to the fusion of entertainment and enlightenment. This is the Glenn Beck Program.
It is. And welcome to it. Thanks for joining us. 888-727-BECK. Wow. We've got another fabulous hour of fun lined up just for you. We'll get to that in 60 seconds. You ever taken a handful of your dog's kibble food and just smelled it? I try not to because it's nasty.
Oh, I thought you were asking.
No,
me.
Okay. Let me ask you, Jeffy. Have you ever taken a handful of your dog's kibble food and just smelled it?
Just smelled it?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Have you smelled it and then eaten it?
Yeah, I've taken it.
I bet you have. I bet you have. You're the wrong person to ask this. What you're smelling is dead food. It's gross. It really is. Stuff gets sterilized. So it can sit on the shelf in the store, or your garage for 2 or 3 years in some cases. That doesn't make a lot of sense for your dog because all the nutrients have just been burned out of it. I'm not suggesting you change your dog food, but I am suggesting you try giving it to your dog with a little Rough Greens. It's not a dog food. It's a supplement developed by a naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black that you sprinkle on the food. Remember, brown food is dead food. You want the greens. You name it. If it's healthy for your dog, it's probably in Rough Greens. So at Rough Greens, they're so confident your dog is going to love it. They have a special deal going for you. Go to roughgreens.com/Beck or call 833-GLEN-33, and they're going to give you your first trial bag free. That's right. Absolutely free. All you have to do is pay the shipping. So go to roughgreens.com/Beck or call 833-GLEN-33. That's 833-GLENN-33. Call today. Okay, so we've discovered something interesting about the Sam Bankman-Fried situation. The guy's in prison for, was it 26 years or something?
Yeah,
like a long time. And he's in prison because he supposedly defrauded investors out of billions and billions of dollars. Essentially, it was like an Enron type Ponzi scheme, right? It was just
that's what I thought it was.
That's what I was told. That's what the news reports were. However, what are they reporting now?
They're reporting now that I guess the FTX has a CEO that's worked to track down more than $8 billion in missing assets to repay an estimated $11.2 billion owed to creditors. Plus, then this week they said, oh, you know what? We've recovered actually between 14.5 and 16.3 billion, which is tied into all these funds. So people are with the hedge funds and the digital assets. We're working to recoup payouts made to former company executives and the parents. So now if this proposal goes through, 98% of the customers and those who invested $50,000 or less are going to receive 118% of their investment back.
So they're getting their investment back plus interest.
What has been, who was defrauded? I don't know. I mean, if
maybe a financial person can shed some light on this.
Let us know what actually happened. But if you're getting your
to me,
if you invested in something,
and
then you get your money back plus, that seems like
that paid off for you.
I would like to be defrauded that way,
right? Yeah. So you're getting an 18% profit on it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're getting 118% back, you got all your money back. and then another 18% on top of that in profit.
Now, I guess maybe you didn't get it back when you thought you were going to get it back.
It's been delayed, but oh well. Most investors know it's going to be down the road somewhere. That's amazing.
So I know that they were partying and living the life of Riley, which with the money.
All Wall Street executives, do that? Did you see anybody see Wolf of Wall Street?
I did, actually.
Yeah, I bet you did. Yeah.
There's a couple scenes in there I may have watched more than once, but that's just me.
When they're at the stock exchange.
That's one
and
of
they're
them.
trading stocks.
That's one of them. Yeah, it's one of my favorite parts. Oh yeah,
it's very sexy when they do that.
It is
when they're yelling.
Oh man,
buy,
sell.
Yeah. I hear you.
Let me buy 2 of those.
Yeah, you want to put it on pause and say, okay, what's he buying right here? I got to see what stock it is because that's important. So, yeah, that's fun. I don't know.
I don't understand.
Maybe somebody can enlighten us on what the fraud was.
Does this mean
if it's a Ponzi scheme, there's no money, right? Because you're taking people's money,
right?
And you're paying off yourself usually, and then people don't get paid back ever.
So if they're going back and finding all this money,
where are you
from
finding
assets and finding it, I guess maybe. The Bitcoin investments probably are up now, right? So what was worth nothing before is worth something now. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just fascinated to think, well, does Sam get out of jail now?
I don't think so. He's going to be there, what, is it 26 years or something? It was a long stretch.
Yeah.
It surprised me. I thought it was going to be, they're going to give him a slap on the hand. He's going to be out in 3 years.
Yeah,
whatever.
25 years.
25 years he got. And I think, is he in federal prison? So you got to serve 2/3 of that. So you can't get out.
In federal prison.
Yeah, if you're in federal prison, there's a mandatory sentence that you must serve before you can get parole.
And it might not even, I think it's, if I remember right, it's 85%. Because what's her face? Elizabeth Holmes. They've been knocking time off of her sentence already.
Elizabeth Holmes.
From
maybe who that is.
Theranos, the blood fraud case.
Right.
And she's in prison, and they keep knocking time off of her. And I was thinking, well, they keep saying that she has to serve so much time, but I feel like they've already knocked off more than what they say she has to serve.
So she going home?
What are we doing? No, it's still,
okay.
10 years.
You know that if Donald Trump is convicted, if he is found guilty and convicted, there's no way they're knocking off any time from his sentence. I mean, they're trying desperately to put him away for a really long time.
Well, Pat, he built some buildings and paid off the loans. I mean,
yeah, and
he deserves to be in prison.
And he may or may not have slept with a former porn star and given her money to keep her mouth shut. And we can't have that.
We cannot.
We can't have that.
We can't have that.
So, because nobody's ever done that before.
Nope.
Not anybody in public office.
I didn't realize that it was illegal until now.
It's actually not.
Oh.
Yeah, it's actually not illegal.
Weird.
Oh, the illegality comes in if he gave it to her to affect the election. Well,
and out of campaign money.
And out of campaign funds.
Campaign money that was going to affect the election, right?
Yes. So they haven't even necessarily named the crime that raises it from a misdemeanor to a felony for jail time purposes. And they haven't really even proven that campaign funds are involved.
Yeah.
They haven't proven that he did it because of the election. Could have been he did it because his wife, he didn't want his wife to know.
Right.
That's not good enough reason.
Which he claims he didn't do anyway.
He didn't do it in the first place. So he didn't need to pay her. And she said years ago he didn't. So why are we even here?
Because
it's an amazing
Trump.
situation. Because
Donald
Trump. That's right. So yesterday, Trump attorney Susan Netchels, is it Netchels? Charles?
Sure.
Went after Stormy Daniels, suggesting her porn films indicate she's lying about sex with former President Trump. But I guess Stormy Daniels got a little feisty with her, and now CNN absolutely loves that. They absolutely love that. They said that the Trump defense was slut shaming.
Oh my gosh,
Stormy Daniels, and you can't do that. You can't do that because there's nothing more legitimate than being paid to have sex on film, right? I mean, we all know that a porn career is nothing to be ashamed of. I'm sure her family's very, very proud.
I'm not opposed
I'm sure.
to it, but I'm just...
No, you're not.
I mean, if she wants to do it, go ahead.
I know, but they're making her out to be the victim here, and
I know.
Come on,
she's
now.
not the victim.
Come on now. And she said all along, even assuming this did happen, she wasn't threatened. He didn't pay her for this night or the 2 nights, whatever it was. She claims it happened in a hotel room at Lake Tahoe and then somewhere else at a hotel room another time. So she hated it so much the first time she did it again. But that was only to further her career and get on his TV show.
And she said on the stand, she lost a court case, supposed to pay Donald Trump, I don't know,
$500,000.
Hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
And she said that she didn't want to pay it because she didn't think it was fair. Oh, okay. That's great. I'll be happy to tell the judge that.
Incredible, isn't it?
It is. And we're supposed to be okay with it. Oh, she doesn't think it's fair to pay what the court has decided that you pay. Okay. Does Don get that? No.
I don't think so because
no, he does not.
Somebody just told him to pay that other woman from Barney's or Bergdorf
Goodman's, yeah.
$83 million. And I don't think that's fair, but they're not taking that into account.
No, they are not.
The other thing is, I wondered how you felt about the new Kevin, because I know you've been defending Kevin Spacey for years. And did you see that there's new accusers?
There's always new people
Kevin
accusing
Spacey
everybody.
Universe.
He just talked about it too on some show, on some podcast. Yeah. I forget what it was.
The new accusations or the old ones?
I think he was still talking about the old ones.
Okay. He needs to address these because Daniel, an actor, said of his alleged sexual assault by Kevin Spacey, I felt like I was staring at a soulless monster.
Oh, did you, Daniel? That's what they all said, and they've all gone away with their hands empty because it's not true.
So, apparently there's a documentary coming out, Spacey Unmasked.
Oh.
It features 10 men. Yeah. Daniel among them.
Yeah, are these any of the 10 the ones that have been found to be fraudsters against him?
I don't think these have yet.
Yeah, okay.
It's the old ones that have been found to be fraudsters.
That's correct.
Right? None of these were involved in the London trial, that saw the actor acquitted of 9 charges. And all but one have never spoken out before.
Okay.
So
this is all
these are new
made
gold
up
diggers.
Stuff.
The charges stemmed from alleged acts that occurred from 2001 to 2013 when he was artistic director of London's Old Vic Theatre.
That's when this was the other case was from there when he was the artistic director. Which, by the way, they kicked him to the curb for that, just for the accusations.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I know.
That's unfortunate.
I mean, he lost the Netflix money, all of it. It all went away. Went away.
He was booted off House of Cards, which was his project.
It's his show.
Right?
His show.
It was his show. Did he not write it and produce it?
It was all his deal. Netflix
acted in it.
The original deal from Netflix was, I don't know, $100 million or something like that for him to create it, and everybody freaked out. Oh my gosh, they're giving Kevin Spacey all this money to create a show, and then after that first season, it was like, wow, what a genius idea.
Right.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Netflix was
everybody
genius on that, wasn't it?
Yeah, everybody loved it.
Yeah.
And how many seasons was it before he got accused of whatever? As 4, 5, 6?
5, yeah, something like that.
How many are there altogether? 7?
6 or 7. It was because she ended up
Robin Wright.
Yes.
Who was his wife on the show.
Right.
She's the one that continued, right?
Right, because she believed that she was owed the same amount of money as Kevin for doing the show, being his wife. And they finally bent the knee and said, you're right, you are. And then after the 1 year of her being the lead,
and nobody watching it anymore.
They canceled because they said, ooh, Robin, you're not as good as Kevin. And we move on.
What a surprise.
Yeah, I know. I mean, and she originally said that she complained about not getting paid as much as Kevin.
Yeah.
And went to Netflix and complained, and they ended up paying her, and then she complained about that, saying, I really haven't talked about it, but I complained that, I wasn't making as much as Kevin. And, well, they paid me, but those bastards started out not paying me. So, I mean, it's just insane. It's insane.
It is. Yeah. Wow.
So anyway, and I know that Kevin is, he's taken a beating, he is. A lot of these things, do I believe? I don't believe all of them. Maybe some of them are true. But on the other hand, if I'm working on House of Cards, let's say, use an example. Let's say I'm working on House of Cards.
Okay.
And Kevin walks by and cops a feel.
Could you blame him? I mean, look at you. Look at you. You can't blame him.
First of all, I don't appreciate the tone in your voice.
I mean, enough said there, I think. Could you blame him? That's where we are here. Things might be about to get a lot worse in Israel before they start to get any better. Not only have the attacks increased from both Hamas and Hezbollah since October 7th, but they just understandably rejected the joke of a ceasefire proposal coming from Hamas and are planning to continue fighting. The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is there on the ground in Israel, helping every way they possibly can. While praying for the best, IFCJ is preparing for the worst by packing emergency bomb shelter kits that can be delivered immediately to those in desperate need. Your life-saving donation today will help assemble and place these kits with enough food and life-saving emergency supplies for 20 people huddled together in a bomb shelter. The cost to put together and distribute these kits is $290 each. Your gift now will help save lives. And thanks to a matching gift from a really generous IFCJ supporter, your gift will double in impact to help provide twice the support. So the number to call to give your gift is 888-488-IFCJ. That's 888-488-IFCJ or 4325. Or you can just go online to supportifcj.org to give. That's one word, supportifcj.org.
10 seconds, station identification.
Atlanta's biggest lineup of conservative voices continues next with me, Clay Travis, and my co-host, Buck Sexton, on Extra 106.3 FM.
Also, did you see that the UN Secretary General left Hamas off a sexual violence blacklist? So they're putting together a blacklist of these groups and organizations and countries that have committed sexual violence against women, mostly. But they did not include Hamas in that list. After October 7th, especially,
right.
After all the evidence and all of the violence against the hostages, even after October 7th, you still don't put them on the list. Isn't it interesting how the Palestinians and Hamas in particular never seem to incur the wrath of the United Nations? Isn't that interesting? And
who are the countries?
Yet Israel always does. The document is titled Conflict Related Sexual Violence. It's published as a report of the Secretary General, and it noted there is evidence that sex crimes were committed during the Palestinian terror group Hamas's devastating October 7th attack on Israel, but did not specifically attribute responsibility to Hamas.
Oh my gosh.
It's unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. The ministry elaborated in the statement that Guterres ignored the plethora of testimony and evidence that was collected and then included in the report of the special representative of the Secretary General on sexual violence in conflict. Patton's report after her visit to Israel found that rape likely occurred during the Hamas attacks and said there was convincing evidence hostages were facing sexual abuse in Gaza. And yet, still didn't include Hamas in the report.
Yeah, we thought something else was going on.
Whatever, but we didn't think it was important enough to write it down.
Level.
Nah, so we just didn't. We're not talking about it. Oh, okay. Well, that's convenient for them.
No kidding.
This was a few years ago, but I remember a report that they did on the number of times the UN has chastised Israel over the years. They give them, I forget what it's called. What is it called with the UN? Not demerits, not chastising, but it's like that. It's like a slap on the hand.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, you guys did a bad thing there.
Yeah.
And they've done that like 150 times to Israel. You know how many times they've done that to the Palestinians?
2.
0.
Oh,
no times.
Sorry, I went over.
None. So, and apparently they're going to continue that. And so that's really wonderful. And I'm sure that just will fuel the Palestinian supporters on the college campuses. And they'll continue to proclaim that Israel is committing genocide while Hamas and the Palestinians have done nothing wrong.
And look, this administration is, on their side, or seemingly on their side anyway, for sure. They believe they can tell Israel what they can and can't do.
Yeah.
And, if not, we just won't give you your weapons or arms.
Yeah.
So, I mean.
Yep.
Okay.
They've got something like 14,000 more Hamas soldiers that are in Rafah. And they need to finish that job.
Yes, they do.
They need to put a stop to this.
They do.
Otherwise, it's going to happen again.
Yep.
If they don't eliminate the threat, it will come back to bite them. And so it's despicable what Biden is doing right now. All right. 888-727-BECK. It's Pat and Jeffy for Glenn on the Glenn Beck Burger.
Glenn Beck.
When it comes to protecting those that matter most, you need a home security system you can trust. For 10 years, I've trusted Simply Safe to protect my home and my family. Advanced security technology and a customer-first approach. Simply Safe is the only security system I recommend. It's also a system that any DIYer can do. In fact, my son-in-law and I did this ourselves in under an hour. Simply Safe is backed by 24/7 professional monitoring, guarding your home with sensors and cameras to protect your family. With 24/7 Live Guard, agents act within 5 seconds of receiving an alarm and take immediate actions to protect you. They can even see and speak to intruders inside your home, stopping them in their tracks. Simply Safe doesn't require a long-term contract. They earn your business every day by keeping you safe. Right now, you can claim an exclusive 20% discount on their new system by going to simplysafe.com/Beck. That's simplysafe.com/Beck. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Glenn Beck. Avoiding the woke mainstream messaging in favor of truth. More Glenn Beck in a moment.
Jeffy for Glenn today. He's back on Monday. 888-727-BECK. We were talking about Sam Bankman-Fried.
Yes.
A little while ago. And the fact that he's doing jail time for 25 years, but...
For defrauding investors.
But now they've paid back all his investors.
They're saying they found all this money to pay back the investors.
Okay, so we're a little confused. Where's the crime then?
Yeah.
If you found the money, if he had the money available to pay these people and 118% of what he owed, how is that defrauding them? So we were asking for, somebody's take on what kind of Ponzi scheme this was where everybody got paid. That's a pretty good Ponzi scheme.
No doubt.
Anyway, Frank in Pennsylvania. Hi, you're on the Glenn Beck program with Pat and Jeffy.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Interestingly enough, I put the Rubik's Cube together in my head, and I said, why would they want to do that? Well, after donating, my take on it would be after donating so much money to, certain entities, I believe that more than the actual money that was claimed to have been lost has been taken. And what he would accomplish, or what the defense team would accomplish for him doing the 117 return or 118 return percent, 118%, would be an appeal to prove that nobody was defrauded.
Okay, right.
And taking advantage of the justice system, and judges that are not familiar with what's going on here, and they'll be go, well, okay, I guess everybody got paid back. There is no fraud. Let them out of jail. And that is my take on it, guys.
That would be a pretty good take, though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, how have they been defrauded if everybody got paid back? I think that's a pretty good way and a pretty good piece of evidence that you didn't defraud people for the appeal.
If they have people in charge
Frank.
that are putting things together and going through whatever the back assets are to, find this money and recoup the money for the investors. Well, SBF could have done that.
Yeah.
He was busy being tried for defrauding them.
Right.
I don't know.
But if you found the money to pay back the investors, then
no one was defrauded.
Nobody was defrauded. Because if they were defrauded, you wouldn't have found the money. Right?
Right.
Unless it's the government paying back all of these investors.
I don't know that.
I don't
know that. That's not what
I don't
what
think
read,
that's what's
what
going on, is it?
Didn't say that, but
now if that's the case, that's obviously different. If the government is going to make these people whole and they're paying $16 billion to do it and bail them all out.
I mean, I have a kind of an issue with that, actually. But
well, yeah, so do I. But
I'm glad they're getting whole. But
I am too. But that's not the way to do it.
No, it is not.
So maybe that's it. Maybe it's the government paying this back.
That's not what this. This
because if they found it from Sam Bankman-Fried, then that's not fraud.
They talk about how they're tracking down missing assets to repay the creditors, and they're talking about they've recovered from investments that FTX and the sister company made in hedge funds, digital assets, and their AI startup company. So that's not defrauding.
No, it's not. And you've got pretty good grounds for an appeal. If you were able to pay back your investors.
Yeah.
I'd say let him out of jail. What are you doing? The guy paid everybody back.
Yes.
Or at least 98%. And if it's only 2% who are not made whole, give him some time to look for more funds.
Right.
And give him a shorter prison sentence, maybe.
I don't know. It's amazing. Weird to me that we're paying all this money back and he sits in prison for defrauding them.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, bizarre. It's bizarre. All right, I got this list of 35 things at the top of liberals' lists to ban forever.
Oh.
They want to ban so many things.
Yes, absolutely they do.
And here are the top 35 on their list.
I mean, they don't even want to let Apple have a commercial.
Right.
And Apple bent the knee, by the way.
That's right.
They bent the knee, by the way.
They're not going to air the
TV.
ad.
They apologized, said they missed the mark.
Oh my God!
I mean, stop it.
It's asinine.
Now, Apple deserves what they get. That's fine. But I mean, it's just they can do what they want. But it's just unbelievable that a few people got their panties in a wad, and then Apple bends the knee.
This is what happens every single time.
It sure is.
If you complain on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, about a company,
where, I mean,
they're going to cave.
Tim had posted the video on X, and they posted it, I think, on YouTube. And
so they're not going to run it on TV ever again.
They apologized, said we missed the mark.
That's unbelievable.
I disagree with.
All right, so now
part,
there's 36 things. The Apple TV spot. That's thing one.
Well, they got that.
They got that. That's done. They want to ban the death penalty. Yeah, they've been trying to do that for a long time.
Yeah, and that's a battle being won. I mean, there's fewer and fewer death penalties, and they've found ways around it. I mean, they're finding ways to make it difficult to get the drugs. That's why some states have gone back to the firing range.
And I will say, it really sucks when somebody turns out to be innocent who's already received the death penalty. Well, that's a problem. That's a problem. And it's happened a few times.
Not very many.
Not very many. But it sucks for anybody who's ever had that happen. From that standpoint, I understand it, but I'm in favor of the death penalty, frankly. Even so. Fracking. Yeah, they've been trying to get rid of fracking.
That's for sure.
Which saved our economy years ago. And they hate
They lied about how bad it is for the environment, how bad it's causing earthquakes and water
it's
fires.
Not causing earthquakes. Okay. Stop it. Assault rifles, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
Assault weapons of all kinds. If it's black and it's metal, that's an assault.
It's bad.
That's a military weapon of death. Yeah. So you don't
need it for hunting.
You don't need that.
What are the deer wearing Kevlar vests?
Thank you, Joe Biden, for a great question. No, they're not wearing Kevlar vests.
There's no need for you to have it then.
Disposable coffee cups. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. They're definitely.
They've already done a really good job on that.
Yes, they have.
There's hardly any styrofoam available anywhere. And
styrofoam is a great product.
It's a great product. Yes.
I mean, I'm a fan of styrofoam.
I know the person who's responsible for, I knew it, for styrofoam for the most part. And,
bless his heart.
Bless his heart. Made him quite rich.
There's no doubt about
Fairly
it. I'm
wealthy.
sure it did.
Yes.
I mean, it's just another example of modern petrotechnology, though. Which I'm a fan of. And like everything else, you want to get rid of all this stuff, and it's all made from petrotechnology. Mm-hmm. All of it.
Mm-hmm.
So what happens when we get rid of it? Oh, I know. None of your products exist.
A lot of products don't exist anymore. Plastic bags? Is that happening or what? There's a store near me called Sprouts where when you buy items there and you're at the checkout line, they'll say every time, "Do you want a bag for that for 10 cents extra?" Are you kidding me? You're going to charge me 10 cents for the stupid plastic bag?
If you pretend that it's your first time in there, like, no, they give it to you.
Do they?
Yeah.
They really do?
I've had one give it to me. And I was like, oh, really? They're going to charge me for a bag? I'm like, not this time. Thank you.
They should feel guilty about charging you 10 cents. I mean, it's 10 cents, but still. Costco does that? They charge you for bags? I didn't know.
Costco,
I didn't know
you
could
boxes.
get a bag.
Yeah, they make you carry it on your back.
Yeah, I know.
Unless you steal an empty box underneath the register.
Something else they're trying to get rid of, and man, they are trying really hard on this. Gas-powered vehicles.
Oh, yes. But
they want those gone by 2035 and 2030.
I think some of them bumped it up to 30.
That is true.
That's not going to happen. I mean, it's just not going to happen.
It can't happen. Mandatory minimum sentences. So you can commit as many crimes as you want and still no minimum sentence for you. You can still get parole. You can continue to commit crimes as long as you want and nothing ever happens to you. There's no consequences for your actions.
Especially if you're a minority.
Yes. How about this one? Voter ID laws. Are they ever trying to get rid of those? And successfully, by the way.
They have, yeah.
Despite the fact that nobody has a problem with voter ID.
Or having an ID. You're forcing us to have an ID to buy cough syrup. But I can't show my ID to vote?
Right.
Incredible.
And it's just insulting to minorities to say, well, minorities don't have driver's licenses.
They don't have ID. Dumb to have an ID.
They don't know where the DMV is. They don't know how to get one.
Really?
But they do.
They do.
It's amazing that they do.
And that they do also support voter ID laws, which is amazing. It's amazing. Leaf blowers, not good for the environment.
Oh, man.
Not good for the environment. Right to work laws. You got no right to work in a state. Well, it's because of that's because of labor unions.
Okay.
Balloon releases, choking turtles and fish
and birds. Yeah,
everybody's choking on it. Don't eat the balloon, then, stupid. What's the matter with you?
Come on, man. Balloon releases.
They're not to eat.
Can you imagine being pissed at seeing
I
people
can't.
with balloons?
Honestly,
I mean, it's just incredible to me.
It's agonizing. But this is what we're up against.
I know.
You can't release all those balloons. They eventually land somewhere.
So,
how about
the turtles will choke on them?
How about we worry about the spy balloons coming over our country? Then we'll get back to you about the kid's birthday balloon, okay?
Offshore drilling is a big deal. That's a big deal for Californians, Floridians.
But they all fall in love with offshore windmills that kill a bunch of people. Okay, fine, killing whales and killing people and killing the environment. We're all for that.
By the way, the offshore drilling rigs are usually so far offshore you can't even see them from the beach. It's
I don't want those messing up my beach view.
But
you can't see it. It's 15 miles out.
And that's the argument. But I lived in Florida for a lot of years, and Floridians do not want those oil rigs off the coast, man.
I know.
They do not. And I lived there. When I lived there, I felt the same way.
And DeSantis, did he not? He caved into that.
Yeah, I mean, you have to, because people, they just don't. I mean, all the time I lived in Florida, I was against it as well. And it was dumb to be against it, really, except that, it's just like, no, I don't want to see them off the coast.
I know.
I want to be able to see the sunset without the oil rig.
How about this one? High-capacity magazines.
Oh
my. Yes, they're definitely after.
You don't need 15
Shut up. Don't tell me how many shots I need.
Right.
Don't tell me how many bullets I need. If there's 15 people coming at me, I need 15 bullets. Probably more than that, because I'm not that good a shot.
Right.
Okay. So do I need 100 bullets in the magazine? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe I do. Has nothing to do with the deer wearing Kevlar, because first of all, the right to keep and bear arms isn't about hunting. Okay? That's part of it. But that's not all of it. And that's not the main issue anyway.
Well, you can't buy a cannon.
I can, actually. Yes, I can. I could then, and you can now. I'm so tired of that lie.
I am too, man.
Oh, man. Hate speech. Trying to do it. Yes.
Oh, yeah. They're winning that. And you see where the FBI, I mean, they're back into getting in with big tech again ahead of the election, because we need them to let us know what dis and misinformation is.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the reason that they, hate Elon so much, because hopefully Elon tells them.
Because he's fighting against
Take a hike.
them for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Single-use plastic straws. I love that one, because that's compliments of a 9-year-old kid who did some science. He did a school project or something. And I think his teacher told him, go call some people and find out how many straws are wasted every day. So he did. He called, and he got the answer that 500 million straws.
So he went with it.
And that's what he went with. And that's what everybody started reporting.
I don't know, kid. 500 million. I got to get back to work. Thanks for calling.
And that's where we've been ever since. It's not 500 million.
I would be interested to hear from the guy who actually said, I don't know, kid.
I would too. I would love to. Conversion therapy for minors. They're trying to do away with. Private health insurance. They've been trying to do that for a long time.
Sure.
Junk food advertising for children. Pesticides harmful to bees.
Oh, yeah.
The bees know. The bees know. And the bees are disappearing, and we can't have it.
Yes, they are. We cannot have
it. Sale of public lands. I want the sale of public lands to China to stop. So
me too.
That part of sale of public lands,
as well, yes.
I'm with you on that.
Yes. Foreign entities should not be purchasing up a bunch of property in the U.S.
Here's another thing that's really been pushed lately. Non-compete agreements.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're trying to get rid of that.
And they pretty much have.
And they have.
I believe they have gotten rid of it. Were they terrible?
We survived it. I've had non-competes many, many times. I think I have one now. And I've survived it.
Yeah, but I mean, if you decided today, I've decided I want to go work across the street.
Yeah.
what was going to happen to you if you don't. If you do, did they shoot you dead?
They'll shoot me dead.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, then you don't want to do it.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. You really don't want to do that. No.
The following content identifies as a commercial. Isn't that lovely? The Glenn Beck Program. We'll be right back.
Live, local, and bigger than ever, and still growing every day. This is your voice from your community. Extra 106.3
What do you
FM.
give the mom that gave you everything? Well, this Mother's Day, consider giving her the gift of a lifetime of memories made together, digitized forever with Legacy Box. Legacy Box is the perfect gift for mom. It's the safest and easiest way to digitally convert your irreplaceable moments trapped on videotapes, film reels, and photos. Digitizing your aging media makes them safe forever. I have to tell you, Tanya, we've done this for our family, and Tanya will spend so much time. She'll be sitting on the couch once in a while, and she'll just be looking through pictures and videos that have been digitized, and she'll be like, oh my gosh, do you remember this? This is such a great Mother's Day gift. Get started preserving footage of your family's memories. Mom's wedding day, your first steps, all the milestone moments that made your mom, mom. Order Legacy Box today. LegacyBox.com/records for their best Mother's Day sale ever. Buy today, take advantage of 60% off Legacy Box. Send in when you're ready. LegacyBox.com/records.
It's Pat and Jeffy. By the way, check out my show, Pat Gray Unleashed, which is every weekday morning, 6 to 8 Central. It's 7 to 9 Eastern Time, right before the show. And then there's, of course...
Chewing the Fat with myself, Jeff Fisher, available every day, every afternoon. Just subscribe, and you'll be alerted when it uploads.
I love that.
Yeah.
It's just automatic then.
Just automatic
thing,
just subscribe
right there. And
hit
that little bell, and
you're
it'll
good to go.
ding every time you've got new content. That's awesome. Modern technology is marvelous, isn't it?
It is.
Hopefully Glenn returns on Monday. Say a prayer for him if you would this weekend.
The Glenn Beck Program.
Hey, it's Glenn Beck. Coming up at 3 is The Kimmer Show. Yeah, Kimmer's back. Afternoons 3 to 6 on Extra 106.3.
Just when the news couldn't get any crazier, I just learned that Genucel is celebrating their 25th anniversary by giving you an extra 25% off their already awesome Mother's Day sale prices, making this Mother's Day sale Genucel's biggest sale ever. Plus, get Genucel's best-selling, most popular package featuring Gen 90 for immediate results in minutes and top-selling under-eye bags and puffiness serum for over 70% off. You got troubling forehead wrinkles and fine lines? Gone. Skin redness and dark spots? Gone. And see those pesky bags and puffiness disappear right before your eyes. Celebrate that special mom in your life with the world's best skincare at a once-in-a-lifetime price. For a limited time, get 70% off plus an extra 25% anniversary discount for Genucel's Mother's Day sale. Once the sale is gone, it is gone. Just visit Genucel.com/Beck. But wait, there's more! Order now and get a free spa box with 2 bonus gifts and free shipping. Remember your mom. And Genucel.com/Beck, GENUCEL.com/Beck.
22 years ago, like millions of other Americans, I was a big fan of Rush Limbaugh. Based on his recommendation, I made my first purchase of gold from the company he trusted, Lear Capital. And I did so because I understood that precious metals are a safe harbor against the stormy seas of a down economy. And I've been passing on that message to you for years. For your sake and the sake of your family, please, you need to protect your economic house. Oh, and by the way, that investment has quadrupled, and it's doing it yet again. The sales representative who helped me with that purchase still works at Lear. So listen, I tell you to do your own homework, and this is no different. Do your own homework and see if gold or silver is right for you and your family. $3 billion in trusted transactions, thousands of 5-star reviews, and a 24-hour risk-free purchase guarantee. Lear is the precious metals leader that I trust and you can trust. Get your free wealth protection guide. Lear will also credit your account $250 towards your purchase, so call them today, 800-957-GOLD. 800-957-GOLD. Call them now.
A vote for change at the United Nations. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. The UN General Assembly just voting by a wide margin to give new rights to the non-member observer state of Palestine and urging the UN Security Council to revive a bid for full membership.
In favor, 143. Against, 9.
Abstentions 25.
This comes just weeks after the U.S. vetoed a Security Council resolution, and the U.S. voted against today's measure, arguing that only a two-state solution will bring sustainable peace and that unilateral measures at the UN and on the ground will not advance that goal. Israel's ambassador says the vote also grants rights to what he called the future terror state of Hamas. Some Republicans in Congress say President Biden should be impeached, accusing him of improperly conditioning aid to Israel.
Mr. Biden vowed to deny weapons to Israel if it invades Rafah. GOP Florida Representative Corey Mills is prepping the impeachment articles. Some Democrats who side with Israel oppose the president's move.
Fox's Chad Pergram on Capitol Hill. The White House has said a final decision on weapons has not been made, while also continuing to push for a ceasefire and hostage deal in Gaza. Former Trump attorney Michael Cohen is expected to testify Monday at the former president's hush money trial in New York. Fox's Eric Shawn at State Supreme Court.
Cohen is expected to explain his conversation with Trump and how they hatched their plans to buy Stormy Daniels' silence and bury her story so voters wouldn't find out about her alleged tryst with Trump during the 2016 presidential election.
The former president's accused of later falsifying business records to cover up payments. The judge rejecting a defense effort to subpoena a former prosecutor who spent a year investigating the former president and ultimately quit the Manhattan DA's office. America is listening to Fox News.
Hey, if you want a firearm that is easy to transport, you got to check out the U.S. Survival Rifle from our friends at Henry Repeating Arms. Now, it is a portable rifle that you can put together, take apart in just minutes. And then when you're not using it, you can store the parts in the little case that it comes in. It's so small, you can store it pretty much anywhere. And it's light enough to carry everywhere. Now, it comes in black and 2 different camo patterns. And you can pick one up for $300 to $400, depending on the finish. Check out their videos. Go to their website. It's one word, henryusa.com/survival. And while you're there, make sure you order their free catalog. Now, Henry makes more than 200 rifles and shotguns and revolvers, all made in America, all backed by a lifetime satisfaction guarantee and the best customer service in the business. Go to their website, henryusa.com. Get their free catalog. They'll send you free decals and a list of dealers where you are. That's henryusa.com. Free catalog decals for the Henry U.S. Survival Rifle.
Podcasts.
A Republican-backed immigration bill getting support from at least one Democrat.
Montana Senator John Tester is the first Senate Democrat to sign on to the Laken-Riley Act. The bill would require the federal government to detain undocumented immigrants accused of committing theft-related crimes. 37 House Democrats supported the bill named after the 22-year-old nursing student whose alleged killer is in the country illegally. The senator says keeping Montana safe is his top priority, and he made the decision to sign on to the bill after talking to law enforcement officers. Tester's seat will be key to determining which party controls the Senate next year. His Republican opponent, Tim Sheehy, accusing him of flip-flopping in his support for the bill for political reasons.
Fox's Ryan Schmelz in Washington. A teenager accused of vandalizing a World War I memorial in New York Central Park was not turned in by his father, as initially reported. Instead, New York City police attribute the arrest to good police work with help from a school safety agent. The memorial was defaced with graffiti, including the words Gaza and Free Palestine on its base, along with anti-Israel stickers. The 16-year-old arrested is charged with multiple counts, including third-degree criminal mischief, a felony. A Florida nurse delivers her own baby.
Her baby came 3 weeks earlier than her due date.
I can't believe it happened to me.
When Mother Nature called at 3:45 a.m. Thursday, Dejanique Milligan, a registered nurse working with infants at Lakeland Regional Medical Center, knew what to do.
I crawled to the living room, and there he was. I pushed him out.
Milligan said she did not have the usual symptoms like contractions or her water breaking. She delivered her baby boy, Drew, in 15 minutes, with paramedics showing up a short time later to check on her. Drew weighing in at 6 pounds, 3 ounces. CJ Papa, Fox News.
Stocks are mixed. Right now, the Dow's up about 50 points. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Welcome, everybody. Friday edition of the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton Show kicks off now. Just Buck today. That would be me. Clay on a deserved vacation with the fam. He'll be back on Tuesday, so you and I get to rock out together here on Friday and on Monday. We hope Clay's having a great time. We got a lot of news to get to with all of you. We're going to dive into the Trump trial momentarily. A lot going on there. I was actually just speaking to a friend of mine who's been covering the trial, showing up there at the courthouse day in and day out. Trump calls out RFK Jr. and not on the abortion issue, which was interesting to be sure. We'll have updates on 2024, how the polls are looking, how the race is going so far. More on the campus protest, Israel, Hamas, war, and some other odds and ends we will throw into the mix today. Remember, the lines are open, 800-282-2882. I love chatting with you, especially on a Friday, so light up those lines. Okay, we have this Trump trial, and I'll start with this. Yesterday, I saw a friend of mine here in Florida on the street, and he was walking a chow chow, which I got to tell you, I had realized this. I knew what a chow chow was. I had never actually met one in person before. They're a very, very particular looking dog. He's very sweet. But we stopped and had a chat, and he said, "How do you think it's going?" And I get this question all the time from friends. You know, they see me, and a lot of times they're like, "Oh, I know you don't want to talk business, but I got to ask you how it's going for 2024." And I always say to them, first of all, I'm always down to talk business because business is politics and politics is life, and this is what we discuss. But he asked about it, and he said, and I said rather, it's looking so good that I don't trust it. And I think that's where I am from now until the election day, meaning until we can have that beautiful moment of celebration when it feels like things have been set right and there's an end to this Biden nightmare, it's just full steam ahead. Have to keep the pedal to the metal. Have to do everything possible to make sure we are putting forward the best possible case to the American people for why it should be a, yes, red wave this fall. I know that's not a term that anyone wants to hear after 2022, or rather no one's using it after 2022, but a red wave would be phenomenal, and it is certainly warranted. And I think that there's increasingly a possibility that we'll have a substantial advantage in the Senate, not 60 votes, but, 3, maybe, something like that, 4. And then also we will be able to get a win in the House. Okay, but before I get ahead of myself, see, this is what I said. I'm not going to get ahead of myself. I'm trying not to. I don't trust it. But here's why I'm already in this frame of mind with what's going on and the trajectory of the country. This moment in the history of the United States. This is crazy stuff that's going on in New York City with the Trump trial. The fact that we're reporting on the leading presidential candidate who is ahead at all the polls showing up to a criminal trial in the city of New York on the flimsiest pretext I have ever heard of in my life, with the most obvious prosecutorial and judicial abuse I've ever seen in any trial I can think of, certainly based around something so absurd in the first place. The fact that this is blowing up in the faces of the Democrats so far, based on everything we can see, is the ultimate poetic justice. Now, we're not there yet, and I know there's still a verdict to come. The verdict is probably a few weeks out now, but people are waking up to this. I do think there's a broader awakening happening right now in America, because we're not going to get everybody. There's a portion of the country that unfortunately has been brainwashed. Brainwashed actually first appeared in a column written in a newspaper in Miami a long time ago. It had to do with what was going on in North Korea and with the communists. But I do think there have been people that are effectively brainwashed on the left, and we can't actually do anything to change their point of view. But for anybody who is persuadable, and we've heard some big names out there that have started to see the light a little bit. I don't know if that's indicative of broader numbers, really, but we've heard some big names. For anyone who is persuadable, Biden's stabbing Israel in the back, his absurdly weak explanations for his faltering economy and stewardship thereof, the wide open border, which we still need to be focusing on and talking about a lot more, the Democrat disaster of crime policies in major cities. I saw this horrific, it's all caught on video, this woman in New York City, New York Post has it today. She is by this absolute barbarian. He lassos her, looks like with a belt around the neck, and chokes her out and then sexually assaults her. It's all on video. And, you know, I see this and I think to myself, first of all, this is moments where I am in favor of the death penalty. And second of all, I'm sure that he's been arrested many times before. I don't know that, but they haven't caught him. I think the NYPD has released the photo. Mark this down. The guy who committed, it was on the 1st of May, this horrible assault and rape in New York City. We're going to find out he has a long criminal record. We're going to find out that Democrats, judges, prosecutors, didn't want to punish him. This is a prediction. I could be wrong. Didn't want to punish him too severely. Said he had a tough life. And so arrest after arrest, he was let out. And now somebody has suffered a horrible, violent rape just walking down the streets of New York City. Democrats are responsible for the policies like this that lead to things like this incident. They have made a clear decision that leads to more of this, more rapes, more murders, more burglaries, more car thefts, more suffering of people. And with all of that going on, instead of the Democrats even making an argument for why they're actually not that bad or why they've learned some lessons and they're going to change things around, it's let's try to remember 34 felony counts. Theoretically, they could lock Donald Trump up for this for the rest of his life. In theory, they could try. Okay? The judge could just decide, yeah, the guidelines, I'm going to ignore the guidelines. I know it would go to appeals and everything else, but certainly a sentence of incarceration is possible when someone says you have 34 felony counts against you. With all the things going on in the country, all the abject failures of the Biden regime, what do? They turn around and they weaponize the system against Donald Trump in the most obvious and egregious ways, such that I believe now we've reached a point where people, even people for whom Donald Trump is, they don't like his, his persona or the way he approaches. They don't approve of the way that he reacted to the 2020 election. Whatever. There are plenty of people that have problems with Trump. We all know that. But some of them who have problems with Trump understand that this has now been elevated to it's bigger than Trump. This is truly about the future of the country. Trump is a critical component of this, but if you can throw your political opponents into prison or even just throw them off the campaign trail and slander them for months with absurd prosecutions, and that is what is going on. New York is a disgrace to the legal system, what is going on in New York City. If you can do that to Trump, you can do it to anyone. And that is exactly what is going on. Trump sees this. He is remarkably cheerful and Trump-like for somebody who's facing four different criminal trials, including one that is already underway. But this was him speaking today. This is cut one before his trial. Listen to what the man himself has to say.
On Saturday, we have a tremendous rally, and I hope you're all going to be there. It's in Wildwood, New Jersey, where there's going to be a big crowd, and we're going to be saying a lot. We'll be able to campaign on Saturday. And nevertheless, we have a horrible gag order that shouldn't be allowed. It's never been on. Nothing like this has ever happened. What you're witnessing is a first.
What you're witnessing is the first time this has ever happened before. Think about all the times they used the term unprecedented against Donald Trump to try to criticize or undermine him when he was president. And of course, as we know, they were abusing the term because it wasn't unprecedented. Other presidents had done things, but they just wanted to create this false surge of outrage emotion at Trump all the time. It's become an addiction. Democrats, the Democrat Party, the American left, the commies, they are addicted to hating Donald Trump. This has become the great distraction from the holes in their souls, from the lack of purpose that they have, from the stupid decisions that they have supported or done themselves on COVID, on crime, on the border. Trump is the ultimate distraction for the left. He makes them think that they're always the good guys, no matter what is happening and no matter what they have done. This is why it is so useful for them psychologically to establish Trump as the end of democracy, the end of the republic, this great evil. It is a delusion. It is a delusion that serves a political purpose for the Democrat Party and a delusion that serves the individual purpose for Democrats of, it doesn't matter if I was triple masking and getting my 15th COVID shot and talking about how I want to take illegal migrants into my home. I don't even know who they are. I'm going to give them the guest bedroom, and we don't need to lock up criminals. And why don't we just have more regulation on the economy? It's not like we already spent trillions of dollars on useless regulation. Maybe we should raise taxes. The people that have just that avalanche of bad ideas, of dumb ideas, it doesn't matter that they're wrong. It doesn't matter that there are awful consequences that we all observe from this. The Democrats who believe in all of that, and notice they basically believe in it all together, all at once. Same people who are on the campuses now, oh, Israel is an apartheid state, cut off all the weapons, divest, all this nonsense, all the same. Donald Trump as the American Hitler, the fascist, the destructor of the American experiment, allows them to think that they are on the right side of all of this. They are on the left, but they act like they're in the right. They get to pretend, they get to costume play like the bold counter-revolutionaries when really they are the Bolsheviks in all of this. They are undermining our society. They are kicking at the load-bearing walls of our civilization. And Donald Trump is just the fixation of all of this. You know, when Trump says, they're not coming after me, they're coming after you, I just stand in between. There's a reason that resonates so well. And in these criminal trials, you are seeing it. Nobody could sensibly believe that this is the last time they will use the law as a weapon to get their way in politics. And nobody can believe that they take the system seriously and have any interest in protecting the system as it stands, as a constitutional framework, as a liberal, free society, right? Liberal in the small L sense. Nobody can believe that they actually care about our institutions when they are doing the things that we are seeing them do in that courthouse in New York City right now, with other trials on the way. And yet, with all of the darkness around this, I still think that we're going to come through this. And like I said, the ultimate poetic justice here is possible. They're all in everything, including the kitchen sink effort to destroy Trump and bring down the MAGA movement and the Republican Party with it in this election cycle. Maybe the greatest backfire, the greatest own goal, if you will, in modern American political history. I do think that is possible, but I promise you, we will not celebrate early. We will stay focused and we will keep pulling apart the nonsense and the lies that are out there and spreading truth to as many people as are capable or willing to listen to it. Take your calls here, 800-282-2882. You know, since 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been committed to supporting our nation's first responders and veterans, heroes who put their lives on the line for our communities and our country. Heroes like U.S. Army Major Jonathan Turnbull. He sustained devastating injuries at the hands of an ISIS suicide bomber. He nearly lost his eyesight, but 20 surgeries and countless hours of rehab have helped him to some extent. Tunnel to Towers paid off his mortgage and gave him a specially adapted smart home designed for his needs. He moves around his home more easily now. His home also gives him hope. With help from people like you, the foundation supports families like the Turnbulls. Join Tunnel to Towers in supporting America's heroes. our nation's severely injured veterans and first responders, homeless veterans, Gold Star families, and the families of fallen first responders. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel the Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org. 95 cents of every dollar goes directly to their programs.
Learn and laugh. Weekdays with Clay Travis and Buck Sexton.
This is Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. Extra 106.3 FM.
Let me tell you about an American company whose entire mission is built around supporting this same community of people, which I'm a part of and proud to be so. GovX.com is an online shopping platform that people like me with service-related backgrounds have been using for years. There are over 8.5 million GovX members benefiting from the site today. As a GovX member, I get access to unbeatable discounts from thousands of trusted brands, sports and entertainment tickets, travel deals, the list goes on. If you're a member, GovX.com is the first place to check when you're shopping online. If you've served our country in the military, law enforcement, firefighting, emergency medical services, or other government agency roles, go to GovX.com. That's GovX.com and create your free membership today. Use my name, Buck, as your promo code in the shopping cart, and you'll get an extra $15 off your first order. GovX, savings for those who serve.
If you want to be part of this work, listen to Wrongful Conviction, the podcast where we hand the mic to innocent people to hear their stories. How do you send someone innocent to prison? Listen to new episodes of Wrongful Conviction with Maggie Freeling and Jason Flom wherever you get your podcasts.
Your career is your most valuable asset. Imagine powering it with the unvarnished advice of the most successful chief executives in the world. I'm Mike Stibe, a 3-time CEO, Fortune 500 board leader, and author of the top-selling career guide, The Career Manifesto. On my new show, Office Hours, I sit down with the leaders shaping our world, from unicorn founders to battle-tested executives, to share the answers to the most important questions you face in your work and to help you be the CEO of your own career. No script, no spin, just straight from the gut answers to your questions from chief executives ranging from visionary founder Tommy Hilfiger to New York City's Mayor Eric Adams, and our honest advice for achieving the career you've imagined. Submit your own questions by calling today at 213-419-0596. Listen to Office Hours with Mike Stibe, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The assassination of President John F. Kennedy is the greatest murder mystery in American history.
That's Rob Reiner. Rob called me, Soledad O'Brien, and asked me what I knew about this crime.
We'll ask who had the motive to assassinate a sitting president. We'll reveal why Lee Harvey Oswald isn't who they said he was. Then we'll pull the curtain back on the cover-up. The American people need to know the truth.
Listen to Who Killed JFK, wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Nicole Perkins, and in my new podcast, The Godmother, I'm inviting you to 1930s New York. At what would become known as the trial of the century, infamous mob boss Lucky Luciano is finally taken down. But this is not Lucky's story. I want to tell you the extraordinary story of Eunice Carter, the trailblazing black female lawyer who put Lucky Luciano behind bars. At a time when black history is being erased, telling Eunice's story is more urgent than ever. She took down the country's most notorious gangster, but somehow she's been largely forgotten.
The influence that you have while you're alive matters, even if after you're gone, everyone forgets about you.
Listen to The Godmother with me, Nicole Perkins, wherever you get your podcasts.
So the Bragg case against Trump continuing on in New York City, and this is interesting in ways that I think the Democrats had not anticipated. For one thing, they believe that this would hobble the Trump campaign, but I think in many ways it has invigorated it. It has made a lot of people sit up and take notice and say, hold on a second, Trump is facing this down, and he's going to do a rally this weekend. He's out there campaigning. Joe Biden, you'll notice, very limited coverage of what Joe Biden is doing. You wouldn't be remiss if you took a step back and said, who's the president these days, really? I mean, who's actually running the show? Does it really feel to anyone like we are in a Biden presidency? Now, I know you could say, well, Buck, look at all the crappy numbers and the failures. And no, I understand. But we're really just in generic Democrat presidency with empty suit grinning Biden technically playing the role almost like he's on a soap opera or something. By the way, he could be the guy. Well, now he's probably too old for that. He's actually too old to play as an actor the role of president on TV, but he is the president of the United States, officially speaking. It is not a surprise at all, my friends, that they're going to continue with the all-out assault on Trump, even as it is backfiring in their faces, because what else have they got? They've got to play out this stratagem as it unfolds. They have to continue on with the ambush, right? Even if the ambush is going bad and Trump is returning fire, so to speak, what else are they going to do? They've already committed. They can't walk. Could you imagine if they dropped some of these trials? They started to say, oh, turns out that prosecuting a likely future president and former president's like not a great idea. So we're just going to forget about that whole J6 case. Let's just sweep that under the rug. Well, then they're guaranteeing that Trump is going to be president, right? So they have no choice here. Just like I've been saying, noted that I have been right, for 2 years now, that they have no choice but Biden because they have already, the die is cast. They have no choice here but to run with Biden, and they have no choice but to keep running with these prosecutions, no matter how bad it looks for them. The number one fantasy sports app in America is Prize Picks. And look, Prize Picks is so much fun. I've been using it down here, and I'm really enjoying it. They've got 5 million active members. Download the Prize Picks app. We all know Clay is the sports expert, so fortunately, he's here most days to give you his great picks for the Prize Picks app. I'm not going to give you any of my picks today. I'm just going to tell you, get the app, start using it. I've got it. It's so much fun. And all you have to do is pick more or less. So even with my limited interest in professional sports, although I did go to the Derby, and I am enjoying the Knicks playing these days, you can rely on this show when Clay's in the seat to give you great picks for your Prize Picks enjoyment. Download the Prize Picks app, open your account, use my name Buck for a first deposit match up to $100. Again, the Prize Picks app, use promo code Buck, first deposit match up to $100. And Clay will be giving you picks as soon as he gets back.
Hey, gang, look out. It's the Kimmer. Pete and I are back on the air in Atlanta. The Kimmer Show coming up at 3, only here on Extra 106.3.
Discover the heartwarming and hilarious world of sibling connections on Sibling Revelry with Kate Hudson and Oliver Hudson.
You might be asking yourself, what is sibling revelry?
Yeah, well, we just made it up.
They'll have some laughs and maybe inspire some people along the way with universal tales of what it's like to grow up with brothers and sisters.
We're full-blood siblings, the only full-blood sibling.
In our family. Well, not in the world. I mean,
no, in the whole world. That's just it. Like, no one.
Dive into family tales and explore the human mind with guests like Joel and Benji Madden.
And it's fun because we've decided to open it up, to really like all kinds of different siblings. And it's going to be an awesome season.
It's more than a podcast. It's a celebration of the ties that bind us. Listen to Sibling Revelry with Kate Hudson and Oliver Hudson. Apple Podcasts or wherever you get your podcasts.
Here's the easiest puzzle in the world. Where can you get a daily dose of fun, audio-friendly puzzles? The solution is obvious. The Puzzler Podcast with AJ Jacobs. Join AJ every day as he and his celebrity guests tease your brain and tickle your funny bone.
Here we go. Chairs.
Of course. Musical chairs. A puzzle where there's one too many pieces.
That's right.
Listen to The Puzzler wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Mary Kay McBrayer, host of the podcast, The Greatest True Crime Stories Ever Told. I write about true crime, which means I live inside the research wormhole, but I'm not necessarily interested in the headline-grabbing elements, the blood and the gore, all of that. I'm more interested in the people behind these stories and what we can learn by looking at their experiences. You can meet me every week on The Greatest True Crime Stories Ever Told, where I dig into crimes where a woman is not just a victim. She might be the detective, the lawyer, the witness, the coroner, the criminal, or some combination of these roles. I delve into the good, the bad, the difficult, and all the nuance I can find. Because these are the stories we need to know to understand the intersection of society, justice, and the fascinating workings of the human psyche. Listen to The Greatest True Crime Stories Ever Told wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Jason Flom, and you're Maggie Freeling.
Hey, Jason.
Every day we learn about another person who shouldn't be in prison.
We, the jury, find the defendant Daniel Villegas not guilty of...
If you want to be part of this work, listen to Wrongful Conviction.
The podcast where we hand the mic to innocent people to hear their stories.
How do you send someone innocent to prison?
Listen to new episodes of Wrongful Conviction with Maggie Freeling and Jason Flom wherever you get your podcasts.
Our first call, Mary in Lexington, Kentucky. Mary, welcome to The Middle.
Hello, and thanks for having me.
If you really want to know what's going on in this country heading into the 2024 election, you have to get away from the extremes and listen to The Middle.
Hi, my name is Venkat. I'm calling you from Atlanta, Georgia.
On the new podcast, The Middle with Jeremy Hobson, I'm live every week taking your calls and focusing on Americans in the middle who are so important politically but are often ignored by the media.
I've been a lifetime Democratic voter. However, I was raised by moderate Republicans from Michigan.
Creating space for a civil conversation about the most contentious issues we face, from climate change to artificial intelligence, from abortion rights to gun rights.
I consider myself to be conservative fiscally, but politically independent.
Listen to The Middle with Jeremy Hobson on Apple Podcasts or wherever you get your podcasts.
The assassination of President John F. Kennedy is the greatest murder mystery in American history.
That's Rob Reiner. Rob called me, Soledad O'Brien, and asked me what I knew about this crime.
We'll ask who had the motive to assassinate a sitting president. We'll reveal why Lee Harvey Oswald isn't who they said he was. Then we'll pull the curtain back on the cover-up. The American people need to know the truth.
Listen to Who Killed JFK wherever you get your podcasts.
I have some articles that came out this morning. Jonathan Turley, the predominant question in the Manhattan hush money trial of former President Donald Trump is not one of guilt, but something far more basic. Is the District Attorney Alvin Bragg's case a joke? Is it a prank? Is it a farce? On Thursday, the answers became clear. It's all of the above, but it's also an abominable abuse of our justice system and a wretched assault on the rule of law. It's Jonathan Turley.
That was President Trump, who was speaking out again before the trial today. This is really a part of now the Trump campaign. He speaks out before his criminal trial, goes in, then comes out, speaks out again, dominating the news cycle. As I said, who even knows if Joe Biden, well, he's never really running the country, but they're not even making much of a pretense of Biden running the country at this point. It's just, you know, the puppeteers are taking a break. I don't know what to say. They're not making Biden dance around as much as you would think, so they can continue with the charade of Biden, the president. And I mean, on Monday, well, I'll be with you talking about this on Monday. They're expecting Michael Cohen to testify, and they're going through all of this. You think about the man hours, the time that is spent on this, that any prosecutor in the United States of America would think that a weeks-long trial of any American over a non-crime with no downside for anybody except this theoretical belief that it could have maybe affected the presidential election. I mean, if they can prosecute Trump for this, they can prosecute anyone for anything. And that is why this is so dangerous. That is why this is so wrong. When Trump says that this is a farce, when Trump says this is, I, to my absolute core, 100% believe and agree with all of that. And this is a travesty of the justice system. There's absolutely nothing to this in New York City. But here we are. It's like a nightmare that we can't wake up from, although it might become the Democrats' nightmare if this continues to be what we're seeing, which is, I mean, I'll just say it, during the primary, Trump didn't have to campaign very much. He didn't have to debate at all, and he won, and it wasn't even close. Now, I think it's going to be close with Joe Biden, but I think the Democrats have greatly underestimated, or to borrow from former President Bush, misunderestimated where this is actually all going. And Don Jr. just shared this out earlier this morning as well. Judge Merchan, he's the judge in the New York City case, as we know. He's doing everything possible to tilt the scale against Trump, already holding him in contempt, allowing Stormy Daniels to go into all kinds of stuff. To be clear, I know this little sidebar here, but they're only allowing Stormy Daniels to talk about this stuff in the courtroom because of the salacious sexual nature of it. And their hope is that even if they can't get the conviction, at least they're getting a court record tarnishing Donald Trump, humiliating Donald Trump. That's the whole. And the thing is, they've seemed to have forgotten, can't humiliate Trump. It's not going to work. He doesn't care. And we don't care. It's not going to change anything. They tried this with the Billy Bush tape right before the 2016 election. It's not going to change anything. Their dirty tricks aren't working the way they used to. But if this were about, not an NDA having to do with, a alleged sexual encounter, right? But if this were just an NDA, a more general NDA, do you think that they'd really go into all this detail about what it is? No, because it's irrelevant. Everyone agrees there was an NDA. An NDA is not illegal. I don't like when people say it's a hush money trial. You heard Alina Habba, Trump lawyer, on our show earlier this week agreeing with me. This is a business records trial. The only issue at hand is the recording of internal business records. It's almost like you would be prosecuted for how you listed something for your own bookkeeping purposes, and not that it went to the federal government and you cheated on your taxes, just you listed it differently than they say you should have. Now you're going to go to prison? And I still think that no one has really dug into this. If it was an expense that should have been listed because of campaign finance reasons, then he should have paid with campaign finance funds. Think about how crazy that is. Oh, you're gonna imagine if Trump used campaign funds to start paying off former porn stars to shut up about their crazy stories, right? What do you think? You think the media would be okay with that? Oh, throw him in prison. But this is why it's a perfect encapsulation of how they approach everything. It's he should go to prison for doing what he did. And if he didn't do what he did and did the other thing, we would try to throw him in prison for doing that. Trump, damned if he does, damned if he doesn't. That is at the essence of this case. But I mentioned Don Jr. Donald Trump Jr. he tweeted out, according to this Judge Merchan, Stormy Daniels' testimony is relevant, but Mark Pomerantz, a former prosecutor in the AG's office who wrote a book on this, is not relevant. So whatever can be done to prejudice the jury against Donald Trump is what is being done. Whatever abuse the judge can engage in, he is going to engage in. Now, how are they covering this over on the other side? This was fascinating. I want to come in and out of this soundbite with you because this was a wow moment. One of their top legal analysts over at MSNBC. And this is, she describes what she calls I am quoting, a nuts and sluts defense. I tell you, I took pre-law in college. I never heard of the nuts and sluts defense. That's what she calls it on cable TV. This is cut 5. Let's get into this and we'll make some sense of it together.
As I remind our viewers all the time, I sat through 2 E. Jean Carroll trials and 2 cross-examinations of E. Jean Carroll, and I have to tell you, I agree with Sue wholeheartedly. This was very much what I'd call a nuts and sluts defense. There was a portion of the cross-examination where Susan Neckles was focused on the fact that Stormy Daniels now claims that she is a medium and that she communicates with dead people and has participated in a TV series about the paranormal where she explores things, including the fact that at one point an ex-boyfriend of hers was inhabited by spirits. She was mocking Stormy Daniels.
Hold on. Okay, I gotta say, I think that is really relevant to whether or not you can believe somebody's testimony under oath. Did you hear all that? I didn't even know that. So that spirits and mediums, and their boyfriend was inhabited by a spirit, and I think if the woman who's under oath, who's trying to stop somebody from becoming president and has engaged in extortion, as we all know. I mean, the line between extortion and having your lawyer extort somebody is something the legal system really needs to take a little bit of a closer look at. And she violated the NDA. Can I just also note that? So she has no honor whatsoever in any of this. Okay. And unsurprising, given what she does for a living. I know the left loves to elevate, porn stars. First of all, I don't even like the term porn stars, because it's call them stars. There's always this elevation of it. It's effectively acting as a recorded prostitute. It's really very sad that this happens in this country, and that it has been as popular as it is. But anyway, yeah, I think it's relevant that she's, basically sitting there with a crystal ball and thinks she's speaking to spirits in the room or something at some point. Yeah, I think that's relevant. But let's keep going here. Play it.
She wants the jury to think Stormy Daniels is a liar and she is crazy. And she also wants the jurors to judge her for her occupation. And Stormy Daniels gave no ground on that. As Sue just said, she might be an exotic dancer, an adult film actor, but she was very clear when Susan Neckles used the phrase selling yourself to describe what Stormy Daniels was doing on a tour where she was making appearances at clubs. Stormy Daniels set her straight. I was not selling myself. I was dancing.
I wasn't selling myself. I was dancing. I mean, naked. And also she has sold herself. I mean, if you are paid to have sex on camera with somebody, I mean, you are selling your corporeal existence. That is what you are doing, right? You are engaged in a form of exhibitionist prostitution. That is what is going on. Notice though at MSNBC, the way they described it. So Trump can be trashed and bashed for anything and everything he's ever done in his entire life, personally, professionally, and that's all fair game. But the lunatic porn star who broke the NDA, who extorted Trump, who's obviously a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, how dare he question this adult film actor? I mean, the way this legal analyst describes it makes it sound like Stormy was up for an Oscar. Calm down, lady. Okay, we all know what she was doing. And that is relevant. You're talking about character, believability. I think these things are very relevant to the case. But look at the way that they will do these twists and turns. Oh, it's horrible. Suggesting that Stormy Daniels is in some way untruthful and unethical. Yeah, I think that's what the defense is suggesting. I think that makes a lot of sense under the circumstances. But it's also, can you imagine dragging the country into this? The entire Manhattan District Attorney's Office should just be hanging their heads in abject shame. Shame. You know, it's not a perfect place, but it used to be, under Cy Vance and before that for a long time under Morgenthau, though Vance wasn't very good, but under Morgenthau, it was a serious place. It wasn't a perfect place, but it was a serious place. The District Attorney's Office in Manhattan is now a joke. It is a place run by clowns for the benefit of an emotionally unstable mob of Democrats in New York and spread out across the country. And they do what they do for the amusement of the clowns who love MSNBC and CNN and think that the New York Times front page is objective news. We're seeing this all, and it's clear as day, but it doesn't mean they're going to stop. It doesn't mean they're going to slow down. So we have to be prepared for the fight ahead. If you want to email in, by the way, make sure you send us an email, become a Clay and Buck VIP. Go to clayandbuck.com, sign up, email address, boom, you'll hit it. I want to get to some of your emails on the show today as well. But, here in Florida, we see more than our fair share of rain, and home gutters can get a real workout. Protecting your home from water damage caused by rainfall is a chore. You have to keep your gutters clear. Left untouched, your rain gutters will cause problems for you. But before you get on a ladder with whatever tools you need to clean out your gutters, you might choose a permanent solution with Leaf Filter. Right now, you can save 20% off your entire purchase, or 30% if you qualify for their military or senior citizen discount at leaffilter.com/clayandbuck. That's leaffilter.com/clayandbuck. Protect your home. Never clean out gutters again with Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system. Schedule your free inspection and get 20% off your entire purchase at leaffilter.com/clayandbuck, plus an additional 10% off with the senior or military discount for 30% off. That's a free inspection and up to 30% off. Just go to leaffilter.com/buck, LEAF filter.com/clayandbuck. No spaces between the names. And see the representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount with one discount per household.
24, a new podcast from Clay and Buck covering all things election. Episodes drop Sundays at noon Eastern. Find it on the free iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
We're proud to be the conservative voice of Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra 106.3 app.
Lit in her glory in our park, and we all clapped and whistled our approval.
Listen to Stories from the Village of Nothing Much, wherever you get your podcasts.
Something about Mary Poppins?
Something about Mary Poppins. Exactly.
Oh, man, this is fun.
I'm AJ Jacobs, and I am an author and a journalist, and I tend to get obsessed with stuff. And my current obsession is puzzles. And that has given birth to my new podcast, The Puzzler. Dressing.
Oh, French dressing.
Exactly.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
We are living in the golden age of puzzles, and now you can get your daily puzzle nuggets delivered straight to your ears for 10 minutes or less every day on The Puzzler, short and sweet.
I thought to myself, I bet I know what this is, and now I definitely know what this is.
This is so weird. This is fun. Let's try this one.
Listen to The Puzzler every day, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
That's awful, and I should have seen it coming.
Here's the easiest puzzle in the world. Where can you get a daily dose of fun, audio-friendly puzzles? The solution is obvious. The Puzzler Podcast with AJ Jacobs. Join AJ every day as he and his celebrity guests tease your brain and tickle your funny bone.
Here we go. Chairs.
Of course. Musical chairs. A puzzle where there's one too many pieces.
That's right.
Listen to The Puzzler wherever you get your podcasts.
Tune in to the new podcast, Stories from the Village of Nothing Much. like easy listening, but for fiction. If you've overdosed on bad news, we invite you into a world where the glimmers of goodness in everyday life are all around you. I'm Catherine Nicolai, and you might know me from the bedtime story podcast, Nothing Much Happens. I'm an architect of cozy, and I invite you to come spend some time where everyone is welcome and kindness is the default. When you tune in, you'll hear stories about bakeries and walks in the woods, a favorite booth at the diner on a blustery autumn day, cats and dogs and rescued goats and donkeys, old houses, bookshops, beaches where kites fly and pretty stones are found. I have so many stories to tell you, and they are all designed to help you feel good and feel connected to what is good in the world. Listen, relax, enjoy. Listen to stories from the Village of Nothing Much wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back into Clay and Buck. Coming up here in just a few minutes, I want to bring you some breaking news. Well, I guess I can tell you what it is now, and we'll discuss it more in a few minutes because I think it merits a longer conversation. Steve Bannon's appeal for his contempt of Congress conviction has been upheld by the Court of Appeals in D.C., the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals, rather, for the District of Columbia, has upheld the Steve Bannon conviction. Now, it does not mean that Steve Bannon, who is a fighter for the right, to be sure, does not mean that he has to go to prison immediately. He can appeal this to, I believe, the full circuit court en banc, or he can try to take it all the way up to the Supreme Court. But this is showing you the willingness that they have on the other side to play rough. Keep in mind, I think this gets nowhere near enough attention. Nowhere near enough attention that they have already locked up Peter Navarro, who was a senior. I mean, I used to interview this guy during the Trump years. He was a senior guy on trade policy issues. He was really one of the architects of the Trump China policy, where he was helping to finally begin leveling the playing field between the U.S. and China. Peter Navarro, the guy's a senior citizen. He's in prison. He's actually serving a sentence in Miami, or I don't know how long it is. I think maybe he's already out. I don't know. But he served a prison sentence.